seat 5 fold. Ticket fold. Seat 8 raised, 35,000. Right. Seat 1 raised, 80,000. Seat 3 fold. Seat 8 re-raised, 250 to that.
And hello, we are back after some technical issues. Our streaming software crashed. I ran downstairs and restarted that and got it all working again. Unfortunately, when the streaming software crashes like this, the sound tends to not come back correctly. So we're just going to be have the table audio muted for the next 15 to 20 minutes until we go on our break, and then we'll have that fixed permanently. But we just wanted to get the action back to you guys so that you don't miss any hands. Now, towards the end, right before break, we might miss a hand or two because of those technical issues, but at least for this 15 minutes here, you guys can get all the action.
Sounds like you ran pretty fast up those stairs.
Yeah. There's an upstairs and a downstairs here, guys, and being part of the stream means you're running between the two of them.
Alright, well, I'm all in.
Seat 1 raised all in. Seat 8
Wow. The open-ender versus the set.
Right, this is going to be a big pot.
This is
1.3 million chip pot, 84 bigs. This is huge.
and both players got to imagine the other one's trying to bluff them off here and get it all in.
Didn't get to catch the action, but wow.
That's no good.
Ace or a
Ace or a 9. Doesn't find it. Yeah. And this is the opposite end of playing aggressively. Even though on this flop, you're probably just getting it all in, even if you're not playing aggressively. But when you create yourself really polarized spots like this, you take some high variance spots.
Well, this is an example of why big stacks that are playing versus each other, because 1 minute you're cruising, the next minute you're out.
And now David down to 18 bigs. Not making him the smallest stack of the table, but certainly...
Sorry, I said he was out. I read that very wrong.
Yeah, he's down to 18 bigs. And he's kind of the middle stack, but definitely one of the smaller stacks on the table, or in the tournament in general now. So he's going to have to start playing like the rest of them.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. Now the dynamic changes again, which is like, I love this game so much because the game's 4-bet pre away, and after one hand, all of a sudden the dynamics change. The guy who was playing every hand, he's going to start playing tight. Now it's going to be someone else playing every hand.
Good luck, everybody. Thank you.
Now you'd imagine Tam starts table captaining a bit here. I think that he's been taking his spots when he can, and his patience has paid off.
We can't see the number, but given with the story around the background with the hand to hand, it must be down to 10.
I could have even been in the city.
Yeah, if we're not down to 10, we're pretty darn close.
I was like so close to opening it. And, I don't get to see the flop, I'd imagine. Maybe you're flat.
And Rory, I'm just seeing your message now since I sat down after fixing that issue. From West Aussie. Let's go. I really wanted to visit out in Perth. It's one of the places I have not yet been in Australia. I hear it's really beautiful.
I would have been top pair, then a flush draw.
Hmm.
But my feel for it was it's slower than Melbourne.
Hmm.
Melbourne can be a bit fast, so it's not hard to do.
For Australia, it could be a bit fast. Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like America is it's such a dog eat dog world, you know, that places like New York and LA really show you how callous people can be. I feel like everyone in Australia is like pretty relaxed and
I've been to Tasmania and Adelaide, and going there, it's, you get to just
Yeah.
slow down a little bit.
I'm going to Tassie for the first time next week actually. Pretty excited. It's gonna be cold, but I'm looking forward to it.
Wondering what to do with top pair and a flush draw.
Oh, we got
Dodge that spot.
Peter Anthony saying hello. Hi, Peter. Welcome to the stream.
Oh,
G'day.
feel bad breaking
G'day.
it. Nice
G'day, mate.
G'day, mate.
How you going? How you going? I've been working on my Australian accent since I've been here, about 6 months. I gotta say, it's too easy.
Just got the few g'days, you can't go wrong with.
G'day, mate. It's a beauty, mate.
Beauty, that's what they.
Oh, I love a beauty.
Alright, so we do a refresh check at the chip stacks. We've got a 84 big blind stack and the rest 22 big roulette.
Thank you.
So it's going to be a playground to 10. So David's got a nice hand on the button.
And we're 5 players down here, so if it's not hand for hand, then it's 5 and 6.
It must be.
It's going to take 10, 3 or better for me to call this off.
Notice David's all in with 18 big blinds.
It's an aggressive play with the bluff hand. Famous bluff hand.
Yeah, he didn't want to face any rejams. He didn't want to play post-flop, just all in pre-flop. And it's going to be winning moves. You can't fault it. And on the bubble, why not? You're going to put people in some pretty yuck spots.
I mean, I'm not calling ace 9 there. You know what I mean? Like,
Ace nine's a
yeah,
gross spot if
that's a
you've got ace nine.
gross spot, right? So,
I had a hand. I played the 25k Aussie Millions, and we're 3 or 4 off the money. And Nudge open jams the button with 20 big blinds, and I caught him in the small pot with pocket sixes. That didn't feel good, calling that sixes.
what do you have?
He had ace 4 offsuit.
Okay.
Yeah,
Did he get there?
he got there.
Of course they did. Of course.
If I had won that hand, I probably wouldn't have remembered it. It would have been wiped from my memory.
Yeah, exactly.
The pain for one stick.
That's funny. No one remembers the hands that they win unless it's the tournament winning hand, and then you remember it. Bridges still talks about his tournament winning hand.
And what I love about it is I ask a couple of people, would you call six, would you fold sixes? And it's a 50-50 split down the middle.
Really?
Some people say fold, some people say call.
I like a call personally. It's pretty high variance though.
Yeah, some people don't like calling because we have jack 10 suit.
Yep.
And then you just flip it on the bubble.
It's true. But sometimes you want the first place money. You don't want the bubble money.
Well, that's it. I didn't expect ace 4 offs. I'm not sure what I expected. It was too good, but when they show up with ace 4 offsuit, it's not a bad call.
I mean, and you got to feel like you made a super good call then.
Alright, so MT calls with the ace 10 suited. We don't know how wide 10 is opening, but potentially opening very wide given the chip distribution. So if you're MT, maybe you just shove there.
I don't love a call because, I mean, if you're gonna play the hand like this afterwards, then it's reasonable. You know what I mean? Like, because then you have to call the flop as well if it comes out super dry like this. You gotta believe that you're ahead, and if you kind of believe that you were ahead, then you should have probably just shoved pre, right?
It's really hard because you shove pre, you run into a big hand, and then Travis just makes money, you don't. So it's just one of those. There's just so many awkward spots, which is why I love the game so much.
He just has to fold. Yeah, see, it's like if he had 3-bet or shoved, then he would have won that hand.
Alright, so Travis plays 10 bigs.
And that's the benefit of being in position, guys. Like, that board was so dry. Tam is behind, and yet he's able to just put the pressure on because he's the big stack. He's in position.
There's a lot of pressure when you've got a 10 big blind stack and even a 16 big blind stack, and you've got 20 bigs. You just don't want to bust first.
Winston Tan in the chat. Winston Tan, a good friend of the stream and a good friend of Play Live, writes, "Guy, heard you were working on some new tech. Care to share?" Well, it's it's in the works and it's early days. I don't want to give too much away, but Play Live may be the new owner of a Play Live app, much like the WSOP, allowing players to buy in from their phone and not have to wait on that reg line on things like the opening event where you're waiting forever sometimes. So I'm really excited for that. Players will be able to see their wallet, their play history, their winnings. It should be great. Like I'm really, really pumped for the growth of Play Live in general. So many cool things going on here. So many great sort of opportunities to improve and to improve the player experience in general.
What's the first I've heard? It sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome, and we're hoping, with these kinds of things, you never know, but we're hoping to have it live before Melbourne Millions next year.
So it shows you winnings. Will it show me my losses?
See, this is the question. The truth is that players can always ask us that question, but I'm not sure if we're trying to tell everybody what their win-loss ratio is.
I'm not sure if I would want to know.
Yeah, I think some players might claim that they want to know, but not like the answer. And the truth is that we give you all the information, and you can do the calculation yourself.
What I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna ask one day.
You're gonna ask?
I'm gonna ask.
Yeah, that information is currently available in the software. So if you want to come in and ask, you certainly can.
I'm not gonna like what I say. I don't think I'm gonna
No,
like what I
you've
say.
done. I've seen you on a lot of FTs on the stream. I think you've done okay.
Here's the thing. I've been on the stream table many times, but it's always before the bubble. So
That's
people
funny.
think that I'm doing okay.
There's a close-up of Travis and his wonderful beard. How many left from Mr. George? There's 10 or 11 left. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's 10. They're currently hand for hand. 9th is the money and also the final table. We're going to be playing here until they reach FT, and we're going to be taking a short break, and we'll be come back with the FT.
Alright, so Hero is open from early position. And it's a pretty good board for an early position raise. And he knows it, so he's betting.
David must be pretty happy with this flop, though. This is definitely one of the better flops for 8-7 suited.
Yeah, he's not going to go anywhere, but the question is he going to play the call?
I don't think that he can shove here. There's too many hands that are just going to call off your shove, and it's not exactly... I mean, we can see clearly that he would be absolutely screwed if he shoved here, but...
My hand is very big.
You hear David say, "My hand is very big here." With the 8-7 suited, he's gonna flip him over and show his opponent the cards, and see if he can get a reaction.
Come on, David. It's not that big. Come on.
He shows him that he was absolutely freaking dominated.
I guess not.
He was drawing dead.
0% equity.
That is true. You are right. Nice hand.
David, 45%.
Cover your call. Yeah.
It's always fun playing behind.
Lucky the spade doesn't come.
Time to get to
Yeah.
I've been
Good for
fun
one,
playing
Brian.
hands.
You were very lucky.
Yeah, everybody loves. Yeah, like my day yesterday was really fun. I played a ton of hands. They didn't all go well, but it was really fun.
I played the dealer's choice a couple of days ago. That was last night.
The mix game?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You play a lot of hands in mixed games.
it's very fun.
Yeah, love it.
That's why I was saying earlier on the stream, actually, if you're the kind of person that likes to get in the mix game, going to play Shannon's mix game tournaments is definitely a great place for you, where the high EV decision about 70% of the time is just a call.
I really enjoyed the pot limit, no limit games, but when it got to the limit, the deuces, the daisies, wasn't really my jam.
Yeah, you didn't like it?
I did like the pot limit double draw deuce to 7.
Is that what you were picking on your dealer's
No,
choice?
someone picked it. And I thought, what kind of like how many more variables do you need? Right, so transit. Fold the pocket
Alexa
sixes.
to fold the pocket sixes under the gun.
Yep, so
Five-handed though.
yep, it's the bubble.
It's the bubble, five-handed. You'd imagine if the bubble had broken, that would have gone in 100%.
Yep.
King Jack suited, looking good. Puts in a raise.
It's a nice hand at the first of times, and when you're on the bubble with the chip, this is just a primo.
Quite a big raise from what it looks like to me. No, 35. Pretty standard.
2.2.
Mr. Monkey coming in the booth.
Much the same as last time.
He's just gonna enjoy some stream while he eats. Okay. And looks like we are looks like we're hand for hand, so we're gonna wait a second. And this is where we might start having a few technical difficulties, guys. We really apologize for this. We appreciate your patience. The stream did crash about 15 minutes ago. Came back up pretty fast, but unfortunately we might have missed a hand or two while it was down.
Looks like we're at the final table now.
It's either final table or they are, looks like...
Because the back table's empty. Oh, no, wait.
Yeah, see, there's the skip. That might have been a bit of a technical issue.
I got faked out.
Yeah,
I think it was faked out.
I think it was literally... Oh, wait. Oh, my God, it looked like David Saab got eliminated. During that break there.
Yeah, he's
He's getting up. He's walking away. This
Yep,
looks like we're going to
packed his bags.
the final 9 here, and we are going to go to a short break while we give the stream a little bit of a reset, try and get everything looking perfect and the sound back up for the final table. We will be back in just 15 minutes. Thank you so much, Benny.
Beautiful. Thank you.
See you guys soon.
prize today is $6,000. Top prize today is $53,598. Which
All right, guys, we're back with the action here. Final 9. In just a moment, the top bar will update to tell you which players are on this final table. Certainly going to be the 5 that we see, minus David Saab, plus the 4 minus David Saab, and then 5 new ones that we saw on the last table. We're still here with Benny Pockets. How you doing, Benny?
Good, mate. Just had a bit of a break.
Nice.
There I am, checking out the final table.
Yeah. Taking a peek, trying to get some insider information.
Yep, rallying my mate Martin Kozlov.
1, 2, there may be 3.
Yeah, I reckon it's not a bad spot.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, now we can see some chip stacks.
6, 7,
Who's leading? Let's see. We're waiting for this to be resized here. Okay. So we have from left to right, Dale Marsland, Travis Endersby, MT, Matthew Wakeman, Mr. Richmond, Tam Trong, Zhizheng Wang, Itsuki, and Martin Kozlov. Really star-studded table here. Who's the chip leader here? It looks like Mr. Richmond.
That's a big chip lead. 120 bigs.
Wow. Everybody else has 30 or less, looks like. Oh no, Tam has 73. Okay. Still though, it's a big lead.
It's a monster stack.
It's a big monster stack. He's got to be feeling good about his odds here.
And we got 1, 2, 3, 4 people, 22 bigs or less.
I got a little brain teaser for you. If 9 people show up to a final table, what do you think the percentage chances are that they get out in the order in which their chips were on the final table? So like the person that came in with 9th amount of chips gets in 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th. It's clearly the most common result. It has to be the most common result.
I feel like I'm going to get this horribly wrong. Do you know the answer?
I don't. I feel like it's like under 1%, right? Like it's
Yeah, I'm thinking it's very, very unlikely.
It's very unlikely, but it is the highest individual thing that can happen, right? It's the most likely outcome individually.
You told me that's the
It has to be.
Right.
And but then I'm also thinking the range of possibilities has to be extremely high.
Right? There's how many different ways can you organize 9 people? Like
Yep.
9 times 8 times 7 times 6 times 4.
Yep. I feel like I want to bow out of this conversation because my maths will probably just embarrass me.
Oh, we got some nice writing in the chat. Kiwi Bird Special says, hello, everyone. Hello, Kiwi Bird Special. Are you from New Zealand by any chance? Eugene says, hello.
G'day, Eugene.
G'day. And Zobaruni says, go, Travis. Let's go, Travis. He's got 10 bigs. Let's see if he can spin it up. He's got about as good of a shot as anybody else on this table.
It's an interesting dynamic when you have a 3 big blind stack. Because if you're anybody else but him or the chip leader, you don't really want to play many hands.
You want to play no hands. And what is... It's basically $1,200 to fold here if you're anybody but the 3.6 big stack, right? And here's the chip leader coming in very first hand.
Second chip
King,
leader.
Queen suited. Oh, second chip leader. My bad. My bad. Oh, and then the hand that we missed on stream. Thank you so much. On the bubble of the FT, that hand that we caught the tail end of but we didn't see, was David Saab with Ace King and Ji Cheng with Kings. The run out was 10, 6, 7, King 5. The last king came on the board, and Ji Cheng eliminated David Saab with a set of kings. Looks like we have a raise from the King Queen suited, unsurprisingly. A bit of a tank from the Queen 7 suited. Wow. Lex to go for a 3-bet. Oh no, just a call. Just a call. That's an interesting call with Queen 7 suited, don't you think?
It's a little interesting.
It's definitely one of those that you're only making because you believe that the second chip leader is raising a bit thin. In this case, we can see that, this was just a raise from anybody in this position with any amount of chips, pretty much.
I'd like to think I can guess what most people are thinking, but on this one, I'm just going to sit back and watch.
I respect that.
Queen 7 suited, I'm going to sit back and watch.
Queen 7 suited is a bit of a question mark. I mean, we have heard it being called the computer hand recently.
Oh, yeah.
Have you heard this?
I have.
Yeah, people have been talking about Queen 7 suited maybe being better than people thought.
I thought it was Queen 7 offsuit that was the computer hand.
Oh, is that right?
I don't know.
I'd like to think that's Queen 7 suited at least.
Do you know
Queen
why
7
they call
offsuit.
it the computer hand?
Because it's exactly the middle hand. Like, it's like performs the best against everything sort of vibes.
Yes, I think it's something like that. I think it's if you against a random hand, it has 50%.
Sure,
I think.
sure.
Nobody fact check me.
It's one of the hands that theoretically I think performs the best against just the field of hands. Like if any random hand goes in.
I think it goes something like this. If you rank all the hands in order from best to worst, Queen 7 suited is dead in the middle.
It's dead in the middle.
That's what I
Interesting.
understand it to be.
To me, not a pro, but that's a bad hand. Halfway up the scale is not good enough. Oh, Ben, been loving your vlogs. Hope you keep them up for WSOP from Bazatube.
Thanks, Bazatube. Yep, I am going to Vegas, going for 3 weeks. I plan on doing a couple of vlogs. I might do maybe 3 or 4.
Nice. I hope to see you there. I'll be there too.
Oh, awesome. When are you going up?
I'm going on the 23rd.
Beautiful. I'm going on the 26th.
Beauty.
Yep, I'll vlog for the main event. And I might pick 1 or 2 other tournaments to vlog for. And then that'll be it. I don't want to spend my entire time behind a computer or camera. But for the main event, I haven't played it for maybe 10 years. And I may not ever play it again. So I do want to vlog it just to have a bit of a memento for myself.
I think that's the key with content creation. If you're not doing it for you, then you're not going to enjoy it as much. Ace King under the wow. And before we move on from the topic, why don't you just go ahead and plug your vlog? What's it called? How do we find it?
If you go onto YouTube and type in Ben Pocket Poker, it should come up.
Pocket poker.
I started in the Aussie Millions, so I've had maybe 6 of them by now.
Okay.
As a rough guess.
Okay. Did you do any for Playlive yet?
I have. I've done 1.
Nice.
Yeah.
For which event?
I played the main event day 1A last week,
Beauty.
and I got the chip lead. So, and I happened to vlog it too. I got very lucky.
And you know, that's awesome. Wait, so you're chip leading on one of the day ones?
Yes, I'm chip leading day 1A. I've got 800k, and with a bit of luck, it'll stay the chip lead the whole way until we make day 2.
Beauty. That's awesome. So hopefully we'll see you on some day 2 stream tables.
Hopefully.
And hopefully we see you on some day 3 and some day 4 stream tables.
That'd be nice. I told my work, I said, guys, I might not make it in that Monday.
If you work at a place that you can't be honest with about that, then you shouldn't work there, in my opinion.
Yeah, I just give them the heads up. I say, guys, I usually say there's a 5% chance on it on Monday. That's how I phrase it.
Yeah. Like, and then, you know, they should respect the fact that you're playing for a large amount of money. I'm not saying you should go play pub poker on your day that you're supposed to work, but if you're in a 10K tournament and you make the money, you make day 2, you make day 3, I'd like to think that I'm working at a place that just lets me do that no sweat.
Yeah, I mean, I don't abuse it. Like, for example, I didn't play anything this week because I only do it for main events. Like, I didn't want to play the 6 max and then come back, it's 30k up top, which would be nice, don't get me wrong. But if I do that, if I constantly do that, then I might be taking too many days off. So I try not to abuse it.
We have in the chat, we have Mr. Whiffy saying King 10 folds pre to min raise before 3 suited calls. Yeah, I mean, that's the power of the different chip stack sizes, right? The King 10 had 11 bigs, so his options are to shove or fold pretty much. And the 4-3 has 117 bigs, so he feels like he has a little bit more playability in this hand.
And you have to appreciate the stack that Mr. Richmond has. It's just, you can't describe how powerful this stack is. Like, to be honest, I might call 4-3 suited here as well. It's just such a nice stack. You've got a guy who's 3 bigs, 2.9 bigs. Nobody's going to want to bust before him.
Yep. And you could definitely get into some spots where you flop the absolute nuts and it is super disguised. Like, nobody is expecting you to have anything.
And then even with that stack, you don't even need to flop nuts. You just flop a pair. Like, let's say you call pre-flop the big blind folds. You're playing heads up on the flop. Flop a pair, see if you can get it to showdown.
I mean, he does elect there, since it's 3 ways, to actually fold the bottom pair. Though he makes it, because I think there was no hearts on that board, if I'm not mistaken, and he doesn't really like bottom pair, no nut equity.
Yeah, it's ironic. I'm saying how you can play the hand. He flops the best hand, but has to fold. So, yeah, that's the thing with poker. You just don't know sometimes.
Yep, that's position. And Jet, if you could go ahead and There's some comments in the Facebook chat that I can't read fully
From Winston.
from Winston. Looks like he has some interesting things to say, but it's getting cut off halfway. So if you could just hit the see more button for me, awesome.
I feel like it's a good question for ChatGPT.
Mm.
The top 9, what order do they finish?
Because I mean, it's kind of unclear, right? Because there's also like, it depends on their exact chip stacks, right? If one has 1 and one has 100, it's really likely that that person has 100.
Let's play a game. Let's both have a guess how often they finish in that exact order, and the closest to the pin wins.
Okay. I feel like this is. I feel like it's like 0.5%.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 2% tops, but now I'm thinking 2% way overestimating.
That feels like
probably,
a lot.
It's probably like less than 0.5% now. Let's not play this game anymore.
What do people in the chat think? What are your odds if 9 people come up to a final table and they leave the final table in exactly the order that they were in chips? And then what are the odds of the opposite?
Oh,
First place guy comes in 9th, and vice. You know what I mean? That's really unlikely, right?
Yeah.
That's like almost impossible.
Maybe ChatGPT can't answer because of the poker dynamic.
I think it's because of the poker. I think the poker dynamics, and also because we're not giving it exact chip counts.
Yeah.
If we said that they each had a certain amount of chips, then maybe it could do a bit of a better job. But just saying erroneously, because we don't know if the chip leader has 100 chips or 100 bigs or 5 bigs.
Yeah,
and everyone else has 2 bigs, right?
Even
So-
if you gave it sampled chip stacks to work with, it probably still can't answer.
Yeah.
There's one guy I follow on Twitter who probably could have the best shot at answering. It's the guy who's the head coach of GTO Wizard. I think he's Tom Bus, I think his name is. I'm going to bugger up his Twitter handle. There's a good Aussie slang for you, bugger.
Okay.
I'll bugger it up.
I like a lot of Aussie slang. I'm not here to fuck spiders.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. I got gem on the table dealing. Speaking of guns, this guy is good.
All right, so mystery hands.
Yep, a few people missing the scanner.
Well, here's a question. Are you going to do real mystery hands?
That's a great question. The current streaming software we use does support mystery hands, so maybe we'll get to it at some point.
How do they do it? Does someone see the hand first and decide what to do in terms of which hand to block it?
No, because one thing that has to be really clear is that us in the stream, like, we don't see any of the cards before you guys do. We see, like, right now, I'm seeing it at the same time that I could if I was actively streaming. So we don't have any decision about what gets shown and what doesn't get shown until it actually shows it to you. So we'd have to make a decision in basically being like, okay, this is a crazy hand. Let's just give it a mystery until, the end, and then we'll show it with the hand.
Maybe do it like as a highlight.
Yeah, it could be very cool.
So interesting in this hand, we've got Mr. Richmond raising to 3 big blinds. So 2 big blinds is your most typical size, and because of his chip stack, it looks like he's deciding to go 3 big blinds just to make it a little bit more of a pressure situation for other people. And then Tam's got the King Queen, nice hand. He decides to call. Some people might 3-bet that hand, but first the chip leader in this situation, I think I'd call as well.
Yeah, basically, first in chips versus second in chips, you want to be really careful not to just give up your insane ICM spot, right? Like, right now, if everything stays the same, he's looking at winning like 30K. If he loses his hand, he wins 6. So,
All right, so everyone misses.
10-8's got the gutter. Queen 8's got the gutter. King Queen has the 2 overs.
Yep, nobody, anything too concrete.
There's the straight made, while Mr. Richmond makes top pair.
Now, what do you like to do here? Do you like to check or do you like to bet?
It's a great question. I feel like here I'd bet because I don't really expect the other 2 stacks to do the work for me.
Yeah.
Because the board is just so many low cards and you just have the absolute nuts. What are you really targeting here with this bet is another question you could ask, right? Like, ace 8.
Well, there is a
king 8.
there is a flush draw on the board.
There is. Yep, there's 2 hearts. That's true. If you're targeting the hearts, you really want to bet super small, though, right? Like third pot, but not really incentivized to call with anything like for like half pot or 3/4 pot. They're not really going to call very often with a flush draw. So.
Oh, what a river!
My gosh. Itsuki's almost certainly getting paid for his whole stack here.
So
Mr. Richmond.
there's 19 big blinds in the pot. He's got 14 behind.
And this is just one of those spots where, you could find a fold with almost any other river. But with this particular river, or an 8,
It's going to be a hard fold.
it's going to be so hard to fold because you just like, your hand has improved as much as it possibly could have.
So to call this river, you need to think the guy has a missed flush draw. Does he have a 9 up and down that missed? You have to give him credit for doing all of those.
It looks like he called, and Itsuki instantly shows the... And Queen 8 looks like it also got shown there as well. It was all in and call.
You know when you got a good stack, when you double someone up and you still chip leader?
Yeah. Yep. Sebi says, is this the final table? It is the final table. This is the final 9 of the 3K Mammoth. 54K up top. Over on 160K in total prize money. Quite the turnout. Usually when you run these kinds of tournaments, you get over 50 runners. It's a job well done, and we have 63, so we're really happy with the turnout here. Got a ton of late reg. There's Shemgalt in the background just walking by.
I think they had 20 late regs.
Yeah, it was close. I think it was 11 or 12 before late reg, and like almost 30 after.
I was one of them, actually. I was in the tournament. There was 11 left. Next thing you know, I'm out regging with everyone else.
Yep. Few players like that. Happens. Is Shireen playing this series? I haven't seen him around, but I bet that he is.
All right, so because we've had a double up, let's have a look at the chip stacks.
Wildcard Poker says it sounds like Imposter Abity on the comms. That's reasonable. Josh and I have been best friends since we were 13 years old. So if we sound similar, it's just a matter of time that we've spent together.
So
What do you think? All Americans sound the same?
except for like maybe got some Texas accent or like a Minnesota accent.
Yeah, we could do a little bit of a Texas. This is Texas Hold'em, so we could do a little bit of a T Hold'em stream. Hey y'all,
There you go.
or here. Oh, Itsuki raising it up with a Jake 10. Oh no, he folds. Mr. Koslov looking at Jack 9 suited, considering what he's going to do next. And Mr. Richmond is continuing the pressure. He lost the big pot, does not care, races to 2.5.
I mean, having
the unsuited connector.
having 100 big blinds on a final table is pretty absurd. Why not?
Yeah, and it's the wisdom here is not to slow down, guys. Just because you lost a pot, not mean you should be playing chicken.
Jack 9 suited's a nice hand, and full disclosure, Marty's a mate of mine. So I'm very biased rooting for Marty.
He's quite the player, from what I've heard. Haven't seen him at a ton of these final tables yet, but it's just a matter of chance when it comes to these things.
Don't think he plays as much these days, but every now and then he'll come in and have a bit of a play. So Ace-King board, typically very good for the pre-flop raiser, but it's gone check-check. So this turn is you're a little bit off the beaten track. And so if you're Marty with the flush draw,
Well, finds the raise, flush draw.
I think he's bet out on the turn, and he's bet small too.
He knows he's ahead. He's after Mr. Richmond opens and then checks it down on the Ace-King ace board.
Wow, check this out.
Wow. That's putting him in the absolute blender. Oh my god.
Look at his face. He's not happy at all.
This is a very good play from Mr. Richmond. Really, let's Marty, tie his own noose. In a sense,
I reckon Marty's hating life there.
he's gonna have to fold.
Yeah. And he raised 12 big blinds as well. That's such a big
Yeah,
raise.
it's half of his stack.
Yeah. And there's just nothing you can do.
There's nothing you can do there but fold, even though you have the best.
I mean, what are you going to do? You can't call.
I mean, that's a non-GTO but extremely effective play.
Well, that's the thing with Mr. Richmond. I've played him a bit over the years, and he definitely puts you in some unusual spots. And one thing I've noticed, he's always got a lot of chips. So whatever it is that he's doing, it works.
Yeah. He's also just a super nice guy.
Yeah, he's good value. Probably plays a little bit too many Richmond songs to my liking, but apart from that, he's a fun guy. So we've still got a 3 big blind stack in there. So I'm tipping it's going to be pretty careful play until Wakeman either gets a lot more chips or until he's out.
All in the chat saying there's a new sheriff in town.
Oh, mystery hand. So if you can't see the cards now, does that mean you won't see them at all for the rest of the hand? Is that how it works?
Yes. Unfortunately, that is how it works. The way that it works is that they can scan their hand at any time during the hand, and it'll be included in the hand.
Right, gotcha.
So even if they don't scan their hand the whole hand, and then we just see it on the river and I input it manually, you still see it from the beginning.
Right.
So if they don't scan it, you're not going to see it.
There was some controversy around the card scanners in the World Series. Did you see that?
I didn't. What happened?
I think it was between maybe Scott Seaver and Martin Cabral. And yeah, of course, he's always involved.
He's got to be involved.
I think it was Scott Seaver. I think it was him. Someone feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but he wouldn't scan his cards until the hand had finished. Then he would scan, and then Martin was just making a big deal about it and became a bit of a thing.
Some people have this. They're a little bit worried about that. As someone behind the scenes, I can tell you that there's really nothing to worry about when it comes to that kind of thing. The software itself prevents any ne'er-do-well action. But some people don't like that their live cards are being taken as data literally anywhere. Even though there's really no way to leverage that from the software's perspective intentionally.
I mean, you've had no issues here, right? Sam Sovereign, is that what I said? I can't remember. No, I said Scott Seaver. It was Sam Sovereign.
Sam Sovereign.
I knew it.
Similar names.
Both SS, yeah.
And with a
yeah.
V.
I'll give myself half points.
I think, yeah. I'll give you 3/4 even.
Oh, thank you. But yeah, no one here I've seen have any issues with it. I scan, no worries. All right, so everyone's still playing a little coy with Wakeman on 3 big blinds. It's going to be really good for Mr. Richmond. He's going to be loving this.
I mean, he just woke up with 7s there. So he's getting hands that are openable. He's not just going crazy. 2.9 bigs. He goes for the old almost my whole stack play.
Mm-hmm.
This is I don't love when people do this, honestly. I think there's a time and a place for leaving one chip behind. And on a final table is not one of them.
I think if you're on the river, it makes sense and that's fine. But pre-flop in a spot like this, someone's just going to put you in.
They almost have to. And you get it's really annoying, in my opinion.
I mean, it might be the case that, let's say he's got 0.9 big blinds here and 4 people go in all in after him. Maybe he's going to fold.
It's possible. Yep, it's true.
So I can see some reason to do it.
Yep. And the reason why you would do that, guys, is because if somebody else gets out in that hand, like let's say 4 all-ins happen, then you just instantly, ladder up however many times.
Yeah, so I've learned something. So to be honest, I wouldn't have done that. But now that I've seen it, I should do something like that.
It is it is the problem with it, in my perspective, is that it is technically positive EV to do all the time. There was a video released about it, and it's since become extremely popular to do because it's technically never bad to do. There's really no downside, but it is, in my opinion, annoying.
There's a little bit of annoyance to it, but I guess that's the game.
And I've been at tables before where the person hasn't realized that that's the case. They just call, and then they turn their hand over.
Yeah, well, I guess that I would say that person's got to pay more attention.
Right. Yeah. I tend to agree, but I don't really like any play that's like inherently meaningless and is just like borderline an angle. If that's what's going to end up happening, but
The one thing that gets really annoying is when someone does it and then they tank for like 30 seconds each street to like wind down the clock.
and here we have that. And that's actually it's annoying to say, but that's the correct way to do it.
Yeah,
If you're on, like, let's say there's multiple tables left and you'd like to have a better chance at laddering up once or twice, this is the time to go ahead and do that. They end up getting it all in on the flop anyways, obviously. And probably the reason that Wang called as opposed to just shoving is because he doesn't want to get called behind by something better than King 9 suited. And it looks like, yep, Ace 9 stays alive. Just completely dry board.
so now we've got threes. Well, where do you draw the line? Let's draw the line at 13 bigs. 4 players on 13 big blinds or less. So if you're in that middling stack, which is who? It's Wang, it's Marty, and then to a lesser extent, Itsuki. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right.
Close enough.
Yeah, so if you're any of those players, there's not going to be a lot you're going to be doing other than folding and just waiting for absolute premiums.
Yeah, you're super disincentivized from playing. I mean, if these 4 players end up getting out before you, you are laddering up for something like 5 to 6K.
Do we have? Oh, we got payouts down the bottom. Okay.
Yeah, they're going to scroll past. Keep an eye on those. And as people get out, we'll also get updated on the payouts by the software automatically. Winston saying, Kozlov, I believe, is a computer science professor at Monash, too. Oh, wow. Smart guy.
Yeah, so 4 people, 13 big blinds or less. So the gap between 9th and 5th place. I'm just keen to see what that is. You know what the funny thing is? If you grind down to 8 big blinds, you feel incredibly short. But once you go from 3 big blinds to 8, you feel really deep all of a sudden.
Yeah. You're like, oh, got heaps now. I can
Yeah.
fold a bit.
It's funny how the brain does that. It depends on the relative position you just had.
Have you ever made a bad call in a 3-way all-in, but you are ahead of the person that you cover the person that's like ahead of you, and then you're ahead of the person that covers you. So then when you end up winning the hand, you end up getting more chips than you started with, even though you lost the hand.
Yep.
Right? You lost the hand to the smaller stack, but you end up chipping up.
Yeah, and it's always nice if you get a bit of a rebate as well. Like, let's say you're all in for 50 and you get 40 back.
That's one of those spots where even though I lose the hand, I'm always really stoked.
All right, so Marty's opened ace 5, and behind him there's a 13, an 8, and 11. So it's folded to Marty. He's actually the big stack all of a sudden.
It's a good awareness from Marty that that's the case, and he goes ahead and raises it up when I do not think he would be raising this up if he was not the biggest stack in the hand.
Yep, exactly. We're playing some post flop. So MT's found a defend with Queen 10, 2 Broadway cards is always nice.
Gotta feel like ace high is probably good here with the double 4s, but he could be calling you from the big blind with a lot of this stuff.
And again, you would think that MT would be feeling some pressure because he would want to be out 9th. And I'm sure Marty's aware of that.
And he had silly folds. That makes sense.
Yep, bets one big blind, he gets the job done.
Sometimes that's all you gotta bet, guys. Sometimes the small bet is scarier than the big bet.
You ever use a small bet to try and pretend to be more scary?
Absolutely.
Did it work?
It did not. Sometimes it does, but most of the time it doesn't.
What's your default bet size? Do you have a default bet size? You know, some people like to just go B33 all the time.
It's it totally depends on this. Like I'm very much like a flop consistency guy, and I'll bet based on the flop consistency.
What I like to do, if the blinds are 6-12, I make it 13 pre-flop. And if the blinds are 5-10, I like to make it 13.
Okay.
I like to bet.
Either way,
I
13.
like to bet in increments of 13.
That really messes with my math. So.
Sorry, if the blinds are 2-5, 2.5k, 5k, I make it 13.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I understand.
So I feel like maybe someone's superstitious and might give me that little bit extra, that little bit extra fold equity.
Funny. I'm a very much like always 2x guy.
Yeah.
Unless it's blind versus blind, and then I make like 2.5.
Yeah, I'll do 2.5 if the stacks are like 50 bigs or more. I'll do 2.5. If I don't reg early levels very often, but if I reg at the 100 big blinds, I'll raise 3x.
I think that's reasonable against a lot of live players. They don't really like, especially early on, like they don't care if it's 2 or if it's 3.
Yeah.
They'll just if they're calling, they're calling. So you actually you still get a lot of calls.
And I just feel on principle, if you're 100 big blinds deep, you don't get to defend with one big.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You got to pay to see the pot, you know?
Natural nines.
I feel like no matter what you're doing, though, guys, make sure that you're being consistent with your play, right? Don't just like randomly raise to a bigger size when you have a better hand and a smaller size when you have a worse hand, right? That's gonna really telegraph what you have. I've seen people raise to 9 bigs, and then end up showing up 9s.
Or like an eight comes on the turn.
Exactly.
They hit the 8. They bet like 80 or 8,000.
Exactly, and you're just like, you bet that because you had that hand. I asked that guy. I asked somebody that once, and he looked at me like he'd seen a ghost. He was like, "What? You noticed?" I was like, "Bro, like don't do that."
Well, here's the thing. Maybe it was subconscious. Maybe they did it without realizing.
He's actually a doctor of philosophy, but he just keeps telling everyone.
All right, some junk in early positions.
Yeah, lots of junk. King 7 suited goes in the trash from Heatski. Whose big blind is it?
Yeah, trash all round.
Yeah, when you want to wonder, like, you know, why some of these players are raising versus not raising under certain conditions, it also has to do with who's in the big blind, right? If a small stack is in the big blind, these bigger stacks are much more likely to go for it. Since in this particular case we have Mr. Richmond in the big blind, you're very disincentivized from playing hands that aren't good ones.
Also the button. If the button has a big stack, you might want to play less hands as well.
They're really likely to float you in position.
Yep, so when it gets to Mr. Richmond's button, let's just see how everyone plays. If anyone opens a little bit loose, I'm tipping that's not going to happen, but it's just something I'm going to keep an eye out for now. All right, you can't pick Mr. Richmond.
Okay.
And you can't pick, who's the second chips?
I can't pick Tam.
All right, who's your outside smoky?
Who's my outsides? I'm a big fan of Travis. I think he's played really, really solidly throughout the last couple days that I've seen him play on stream.
Yeah, very solid.
He plays great with under 15 bigs. Really, like, is a survivor. So I'm going to go with Travis. How about you?
I'm going to go with Dale Marsland.
Dale Marsland. I like him too.
He's a veteran, been in the game a very long time. Very experienced poker player.
He's quite a smart guy.
Yeah, been in the game a long time. He knows what he's doing.
Okay, now Travis with the ace-3 off. See, this is why I got him. That's why I got him. He is patient.
MT's lost the scanner button.
A bit there. 10s. This is going in. I mean.
Yep, dream spot for Wegman. Dream spot with 6 big blinds.
Yeah, you with a better hand, queens plus, you can maybe call and induce here. See a flop. Yep. With 10s, this is going in.
Limping on 6 big blinds on the button, that'd be fun.
Yeah. I mean, Mr. Richmond wants to play the hand, right? He's gonna call you.
It's like 5%, less than 5% of his stack.
And then if someone puts you all in, obviously you can.
Oh, that's very disciplined with 5 big blinds. Very disciplined.
Very disciplined.
I just thought he might flick it in because he's got 100 bigs.
Me too.
Although-
with queen jack off, it's like it's attractive to flick it in.
Although Wakeman is a player you don't want to double up.
That's true, and people have been doing that for him. So
Yeah, definitely wouldn't want to double up Wakeman if I was on that table. Also another veteran, very experienced.
it's interesting here because we are like about. Oh, we got Tam folded a mystery hand, so it just goes to Wakeman. He collects the blinds with his tens.
Didn't shove my ace.
Yep, everyone's playing pretty careful. We haven't seen any bust outs yet, even though we've got 4 very short stacks.
Yeah, it's also a tough spot with the queen jack there in the middle of the 2 remaining players. Right, you can if you flat, it's quite likely that Tam flats behind with any ace high or king high, and if you go a little too crazy with a raise or an all in, you could just be getting called by better.
Yeah, I mean, it probably is the correct fold. I just thought that with 100 bigs, you might want to gamble. But again, Wakeman is not someone I would want to double up.
Yeah. And you can see how when they get to open the action, these big stacks are going to play very aggressively. But when they are electing whether to call or not, they're going to play maybe even tighter than they would otherwise.
Yeah, because he opened 7-6 offsuit one hand,
Yeah.
and he's folded the queen jack there.
Yeah. And that's because these small stacks are playing very tight ranges.
It's like a folding competition. It's just don't bust ninth.
Yeah. Just don't bust ninth.
I keep missing the I keep missing the payouts.
The payout to fifth. Yeah.
They've been scrolling past about 5 times.
I think it's about 25K. No, it can't be that high for fifth. It'll be like 15 or 16 or 20.
All right, so Tam with the chip lead, small blind versus big blind.
The jack 10. Gonna raise it up, makes sense. Raising it to 3x. And here we go. First, 54K. Second, 33.5. Third, 20,600. Fourth, 14,700. And fifth, 12,300. So the difference between ninth and fifth is more than double the amount of money. $6,300. And all you got to do, if you're Wang or Martin Kozlov, is just fold it out, and you're really likely to get the extra 6K.
Yep, just fold it out. Wait for premiums that never come. Premiums that don't come.
I mean, in some of these cases, if you're the small stack, and you're not about to blind out, you're okay with not seeing hands. Right? Like, you put yourself at risk whenever you see a hand. Obviously, you want to get dealt aces, you want to get dealt good hands, but sometimes you can ladder up a lot by being card dead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Martin chucks it in. Dale with the ace queen off. It's going to be a hand that he's happy to get his whole stack in with. Now, will he shove or will he just raise?
Yeah, so ace queen's a premium hand, 13 big blinds. He covers 3 people. How wild's that? You got 13 bigs and you cover 3 people.
That's an all in.
Yeah, so the good thing about jamming is that no one can re-jam on you and put you in a tough spot.
I feel like with ace queen though, in that spot, like you're just calling off anything, right? With 13 bigs, you could literally go all in, call, and I might even still call, but.
Yep, everyone else is just picking up junk.
And it looks like it's folding around as Jack 5 off is unlikely to call a 13 big blind jam. Beatsky is has already folded, it looks like to me.
Yep, so he's third in chips. 44 big blinds, third in chips.
Yeah, it's crazy. It looks like we have about like 25 big blind average, but a vast majority of the players have less than that.
Yeah.
It's just pretty normal, but it's very polarized on this table right now.
Yeah, very extreme stack setup.
Richmond back to 107. Like, I believe a couple hands ago, he lost a hand and went down to about 90. You can see the power of just continuing that pressure. He's just picked up another 17 bigs, which is an entire stack for some of these guys, right?
Yeah.
So,
like that hand versus Marty where he raised the 7-6 on the turn, that just shows how much power he has.
Now King Queen for Dale with 16 bigs.
This is an awkward spot because King Queen's a nice hand, but it's not that nice given the situation he's in. I wouldn't be surprised if he folded. Yep, there you go.
Oh, and he just folds the King
Yep.
Queen. Yeah, how about that, chat? Like, that's...
Yeah, just disciplined and experienced campaigner. MT folding the 9-8 suited.
Didn't quite spread the cards on the scanner there.
So Mr. Richmond has the best card paired with the worst card. And given the chip stack, yeah, he's coming in for a raise.
Yep. And, you know, my question is if if Dale had opened, would Mr. Richmond find the 3-bet here?
I wouldn't put it past him.
And then absolutely Dale is folding that, right? He's opening that to fold.
Yeah, definitely.
So nice fold with the awareness that Tam and Mr. Richmond can 3-bet with a much larger portion of their range than they could usually do.
So Marty's entering the pot against the chip leader with extreme ICM pressure. So just keeping that in mind, Marty's under extreme ICM pressure. Mr. Richmond knows it. Marty knows it. Some people might fold the Queen 9 there for that reason. And I wouldn't blame him either.
I wouldn't blame him. But Mr. Richmond he's liable to open some pretty thin value. So...
The last time these guys played a hand, Mr. Richmond checked back the ace-king board, and looks like this time he's coming in for a bet.
And you know what's interesting is, because there wasn't a break in between those two hands, Martin probably doesn't know. He doesn't know that the 7-6 was played against him earlier in that way.
Yeah, correct.
If there was a break in between, we might have actually seen a call here because of the way that hand went.
Potentially, yes.
Maybe not on that exact, board texture with the king high and stuff like that, but
I think probably not because of the ICM pressure. But otherwise, I mean, maybe still not. Queen 9's a bit
it's
weak
just a
there.
bit of a bad hand there.
Yeah.
But in general, like, this what I'm trying to get at is when these players start seeing the kinds of things that Mr. Richmond is playing, they might start loosening up a little bit. But again, like, it's so hard to deal with the ICM pressure here. Like, you're so disincentivized from playing actual pots. Unless you just absolutely smash it and you try and double up.
Yeah, which is why I think some people would fold the Queen 9 there and not take a flop.
And I think, if he had 14 bigs, we would have seen the fold.
Yeah, I think so
I think
too.
we would have seen the fold. I think with the 25 bigs, he feels like, if I absolutely smash this flop, I can double up and I can be one of the chip leaders.
I mean, Queen 9 can still flop a top pair, it can flop middle pair, it can flop some straight draws. When you've only got one big blind to call.
Yep, and a lot of Mr. Richmond's C-bets are going to be very small and usually sizing up on the turn in the river when if there's actual value to be had there.
All right, so he's folding Jack-8 offsuit, so he's not getting too out of line. He's still playing some solid poker.
Are you a believer in like the give your table a break sometimes?
Changing gears.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a believer in changing gears.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think it's strangely has a bigger effect on people's decision making than you'd think. Like I think I told you about the hand earlier where the guy opened 5 hands in a row and then I 3-bet him with the 4s and then he had aces.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like a lot of the time when people open 5 hands in a row, they just have 5 good hands in a row. Like most people aren't opening a 5th hand that's a bluff, So, it can really affect your mind state if you feel like people are playing too many hands.
It's where a little leveling comes in as well, because if someone 3-bets you a couple of times, like you just said, it's like, would they really do a light 3-bet the 3rd time? Would they really do that?
If anything, they're less incentivized to do that. But some players aren't really thinking players, so it's tough.
Yeah, I am a big believer in changing gears because sometimes if I've been playing a little bit too aggressive or it feels like I've just had a good run, I have to tighten up because I think that people are going to start playing back at me or they're going to start calling me down. So yeah, I do change gears. I'll go through periods where I decide, for the next half hour I'm just going to play tight, or I've 3-bet the last one, I'm not going to 3-bet the next couple.
What about, like, is that also true for you when you just had the value? You know what I mean? Where you've gone 3 streets and you just like, you don't show because they just fold on the river or whatever, but you as opposed to bluffing, you had it.
Yeah, so
Only
yeah,
if you show a bluff do you tighten up, or do you tighten up even if you just got a bluff through? If you know what I mean.
no, if I've been playing a lot of hands and I've won a few pots in a row and I haven't shown down, because momentum's a real thing. Everyone can feel when the momentum's shifting with a
I
certain
agree.
direction.
I
If I feel the momentum's with me, and it's getting a bit extreme, then I will dial it down.
Sometimes it feels like you can't lose a pot, though. You know what I mean?
I mean, if you got the cards, it's great.
Of course.
You just keep on going.
Of course. And it's even better when you just bluffed. You showed the bluff, and now you have it.
Yeah, nothing better.
Nothing better. Nothing better. Yesterday I let a player know when I bluffed him, and 2 hands later he called me 3 streets. I had ace 10 on ace 10 queen. He called me with a queen, 3 streets.
Well, it's perfect example.
Yeah, just for my whole stack, just for like 45 bigs.
Do you know what I did once? I bluffed a guy who was on my direct right, and because he's on my direct right, I showed him. Because I thought, because I've got position, the chips are going to flow my way. But if he had been on my left, I might not have showed.
That's funny. That's funny.
It's a little trick.
Yeah, that was the case with my guy too. He was on my direct right. Let him know that I bluffed him one time, and he just didn't believe me the rest of the day. But he was the one who ended up knocking me out, so all's well that ends well, I suppose. Jack 9 in the hijack.
So what are the stack sizes behind?
I think he's covers everyone behind him now. Oh no, Eatski was behind him. Eatski's been playing really, really tight, honestly. He's playing as if he's one of the 20 big blind stacks.
Although to be fair, I'm not sure if he's had many hands. He's been patient, which is good. He's been playing solid. I don't recall him passing on anything.
I think earlier in the tournament there was a few hands that I like, and I'm not a professional here, guys, by any means. This guy's way better than me. But I would have liked to see him, get a little aggressive with his chip stack. Now that he's on the same table as these guys that have the much bigger stacks, I can understand why he's tightening up.
Yep. So he's 4th in chips. Yeah, I think he's just playing well, just being patient. There's nothing he can really do with these stack setups. There's nothing anyone can do really except for Mr. Richmond, or if Mr. Richmond folds 10, gets to play a lot of hands.
And we will see this for a little while, guys. It really favors Tam and Richmond to keep this dynamic going, right? They are just printing chips. And you can see another 4 big blinds over the last couple hands go into Mr. Richmond's pocket. I'm slowly bleeding the table down for all their chips.
Yeah, just a game of cat and mouse at this stage, just waiting for someone to either get unlucky, waiting for someone to crack.
Yep.
Because these are high-pressure situations sometimes, and sometimes people might lose a bit of patience, or they might decide, you know what, I've had enough waiting. I don't want to blind down. So it just depends on which kind of game you want to play. Do you want to be the risk taker and try and find a double up, or do you want to be the guy who just locks in that extra couple of pay jumps?
And you know what, like that mentality of I want to get it in and I want to be done with this. I think we see it a lot more in the lower buy-in tournaments. These guys have a ton of patience. Like, they built their career on folding when they should fold, and they're going to continue to do that.
Yeah, I think if you're not a patient person, poker's going to be a tough game.
It's actually fun because if you're playing at a fun table, you don't have to be patient. You can just have a good time. If you're playing at a table where people are taking it this seriously, you're going to be burning your money by playing impatiently.
So Wakeman had ace-6 suited under the gun, and as it's virtually the equal third, there's 3 people he ties with for the bottom stack. It's a discipline fold. I think where some people might get a bit impatient and think, oh, I'm sure that maybe they get anxious and they want to make a move, and a suited ace might look tempting. But for someone like Wakeman, who's been around a long time and he knows the game well, he believes he can pass on that spot and something better will pop up, or he can wait and get an extra couple of pay jumps.
Yeah, and if you actually look at the push-fold charts, the ones that tell you in terms of just like ICM, like forgetting ICM, just in chip EV, like when you should be shoving under 15 bigs, you'll see that it actually gets tighter around the 4 to 6 big blind mark, because people are just so likely to call you off, right? If you have 10 bigs, you can shove a little bit looser. But if you have 4 to 6, you just know you're getting called every time. So it's really hard to shove, because you can get called by ace-8 there. You can get called by ace-9. Like, you're not folding those hands out with 6 bigs.
Yep.
So, oh, wow. And then, he gets pretty rewarded because people wake up with much better hands
All right, so we've got some action now. So what do we got? We got
I'm expecting a fold here.
so Richmond coming in for a raise. Wang's called the Queen 10 suited. Queen 10 suited, it's a pretty hand. I like that one. It's suited broadways. Always like those.
Itsuki 3-bets it to 11 bigs.
It's a big 3-bet.
There's a player behind, right? You want to generally 3x plus whatever else is there. It's a little bit big.
He's going to recognize that Mr. Richmond's going to be opening wider than most. Jacks is a nice hand. You're not really too concerned about... You'd think Wang, if he had queens plus, he'd probably 3-bet himself. So he's going to be pretty comfortable with the Jacks putting in that raise.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yep. And he's just chosen the size where...
Even ace jack, ace queen, most likely just 3-bets there against the chip leader, right? Maybe you try and play a little pot control, you just call, but...
I mean, if you got ace jack, it's very awkward on 40 something big blinds, but yeah, it's tempting for sure. Even ace queen, it's a great hand, and you probably are 3-betting, but it's one of those spots where you probably do it, but you don't feel great. You don't feel great
about it.
Yeah.
You're hoping that they fold, even though you know you're kind of ahead.
Yeah.
You don't really want to see the flop, even though you do. It's one of those weird spots in poker. Oh,
So-
and he calls.
It's a time bank.
Oh, it's time bank. Okay. I saw him flick something in there. Good eyes, good eyes. You wear glasses, Benny?
No, but I feel like sometimes I should.
I feel like as we get older, everyone needs a little bit of glasses.
Yeah.
He's really tanking on this one. I feel like Itsuki's played so few hands that I'm gonna give him the credit that when he 3-bets here, he's beating my queen 10 suited. You know what I mean? Now, do you have enough equity to call anyways? That I'm not sure about. But you gotta believe that your hand is worse, right? That you're calling with worse.
Yeah, you're right. Itsuki's definitely been solid. It's been patient. And not just that, but there's so many short stacks. He's not going to be getting in there too out of line.
Yep, still a lot behind.
Well, we're seeing a flop here.
And it's against the chip leader too, you know? Like we were saying, when these players are gonna go out and 3-bet against an open from the chip leader, they probably have the goods. They either have the goods or they have their exact hand that they chose to bluff with. Looks like we did get a flop. Okay, here it is. King 9-4. Not exactly what Itsuki wanted to see.
No, but he's bet anyway.
He's happy to bet it. Maybe he puts Chang on a worse pocket pair.
It's a funny one, Jax, because there's the overcard. You might want to start slowing down, but at the same time, your range is just so strong. Betting just makes the hand a little bit easier to play, and then you just hope he doesn't have a king.
Yeah, you just hope he doesn't have a king, or just like that he for some reason has king 10 suited and he feels that he might be dominated. But
yeah, they're always awkward when you 3-bet queens as an ace on the board, you 3-bet jacks as a king on the board. It does get awkward. Betting does make it a little bit easier. Sometimes I like to check anyway, just to see what develops and see what people do. Maybe you can catch a bit of a stab on the later street. It just depends on what your style is. Depends on who you're against.
yeah, I had a really weird hand yesterday. Maybe you can give me your opinion on it, as you are the master of pockets. I had, and this is just so you guys know that our last hand before break. We're going to take a quick 15-minute break and be back with even more amazing action from the final table here. But while we wait for this deal, I'll tell you about my hand, Benny. I had jacks on the button, in the cutoff, rather, and an open from under the gun to 2x. I 3x that open, and he calls, and the board comes 3-3-4. Oh, 1 second. Mr. Richmond has queens here.
This might be just the spot we were talking about where he's been so active, but now he's woken up with a hand. Let's see how this one goes.
This is the benefit to playing aggro, guys. Like, now he's going to get no credit for having the third best hand in poker.
Now, this is a dream spot. When you've got a hand like this and you've got the image that you do, it's just a dream spot.
Yep. This is why you open the 7-6. Because then you get called when you have the queen. He opens to 2.3 bigs, which is exactly how much he's been opening to in the past. He's opening that same size.
10-9 suited, straight in the bin, discipline.
There. Oh, I dare say we're gonna see an all-in call here.
I think so.
While we wait for Martin to Hollywood a bit, board comes 4-3-3. Goes check. I c-bet small, and he 3x's my c-bet. Check raises me. Okay, there's the all-in. I call. I considered shoving, but I'm too deep.
Okay.
It's about 100 bigs I have, and he has about 80.
All right. So it's very deep.
Pretty deep, pretty
Yep.
early in the tournament.
Oh, there's a queen burn.
There's a queen burnt.
I think I saw an ace burn as well.
That's definitely worse.
Yep. So you call.
So I call. The turn is a 6. He bets small. Like 5 bigs. 1/4 pot. I call. The last card's a 7. He bets half pot. What do you do?
Tempting to call, isn't it?
It's so tempting to call. Even though so much of what you theoretically were crushing on the flop did get there, right? Any 5 is a straight.
8-8-8.
Oh my gosh. Needs an ace or a king.
Ace or a king on the river.
Ace or a king
Ace
on the river. 6 outs. No.
No, not going to happen.
Mr. Richmond eliminates Martin Kozlov, one of the middling stacks. This is exactly why you remain patient as one of the smaller stacks.
if you're a short
why.
stack, you love and laugh after that.
Like, the 8 big stacks just made $1,200 by just folding, guys. Like, it's so effective to fold. Anyways, we're going to go to break. Thank you so much. We're going to come back 8-handed. Mr. Richmond, the big leader here. Thank you so much, Benny. We'll see you in 20 minutes.
Thanks, yeah.
guys. Good luck.
Well, the doctor gets hands sometimes.
No, Dr. Ray's right. Yeah. And I was thinking that this would be. I was watching.
You were reading.
It's King Queen. Come 888. 5. Wow, so he thought he had edge. Yeah.
Seat 6 raises to 50,000.
Who goes first?
You're first, mate.
I'm
This,
first.
you're the pilot. I'm the co-pilot.
All right, guys, we are back with hand number 42 of the final table. This is Bridges, your captain speaking, and I'm here with my co-pilot, Benny Pocket.
What's this button do?
I have no idea. Let's just talk and don't touch anything.
You just missed a 6 setup last hand before break.
I feel like we got another one
Seat 1 folds. Seat 2 folds.
happening right here. Tam has opened under the gun pocket nines. Z Cheng off 13 bigs has made it half his stack.
So I'll give you a bit of up to speed. So Mr. Richmond, gigantic stack,
Oof.
playing a lot of hands,
Yep.
and then picks up pocket queens and busts someone. So
It's
it's his tournament at the moment.
who did we lose in ninth?
Seat
Martin Kozlov.
Martin Kozlov.
3 raises to 350.
And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 players, 11 big blinds or less.
All good there.
A lot of ICM pressure on there. Guys like Dale.
7 goes all in. And a call.
Who else are we looking here? Z Cheng, not the bust. But he's still going for it with Ace King. What do you think about that in this spot?
I mean, Ace King suited a pretty nice
It's
hand.
a pretty nice
It's
hand.
a pretty
but
nice hand.
You got a 6 big blind stack, a 3 big blind stack, a 5 big blind stack, and you've got. He started with 14, 15 bigs, so
And it's under the gun and under the gun +1.
yeah.
So you can't get any earlier positions.
And he's going to survive, it looks like. Oh no, it's a flush draw as well. Oh, yep. Well, it worked out for him. He played it correctly.
No, I told him that you was coming.
Put the badness out there.
Yeah, check out those stacks. 3 stacks below 7.
The flop was false though.
It's quite a little bit of cockroaching to be going on.
It's been a nuclear bomb or something. We're just
Yeah.
hiding in bunkers.
They're all that survives.
I was about to mention it, and I
That's
could
why,
see the
I don't think we're going to see much post flop with these stacks. It's going to be watching raises folds, raises folds. Yep, Mr. Richmond is in a playground at the moment. He's just going down slides, swinging on swings.
I think, funnily enough, I think he won this event at the Melbourne Millions.
I was saying he's always got
And,
chips.
And we had Josh Chen, who won the 6 max at Melbourne Millions, won it at this one as well. So
Also always got chips.
a lot of players trying to back up their results in the same tournament, and we could see that happen with the amount of chips that Mr. Richmond has. It's almost half the chips in play, 8-handed.
It's pretty absurd. It's a massive,
Yeah,
massive stack.
6.3 million chips in play.
Yeah, so he's been playing a lot of hands as he should.
Yep.
Then he gets pocket queens under the gun. He raises.
How much did Martin have?
He had 23, 25 big blinds. And
What-
Marty's probably thinking the guy's playing so many hands. I've got ace king. What an excellent spot. But it was just a very sick setup given the situation.
Yeah. Just catching up on all this chat. Yes, this is the final table, Sebi.
Adrian's saying ace king or 8. I didn't realize, but the flop came 8-8-8. So Marty had an extra out that I
Quad
missed.
outs. Yeah.
All right, so we've got Mr. Richmond in the small blind and Tam in the big blinds, but folds to them. Who might get an interesting hand.
What's Tam got? 43 bigs.
You won't get one through the doctor though.
Yatsuki, winner of the 5K. Here on the final table again, former Playlive dealer, now professional poker player. After his last month and a half of results.
I heard he's doing very well. In fact, I think I heard from you.
Yeah, third in the opening event at the Aussie Millions, and I'm hearing that he actually got more than 200k. I think they chopped it 3 ways, and he got the biggest slice. So he's been doing very well. Another 80k in the 5k here.
Beautiful.
He won the teams event at Aussie Millions with a friend of his. So
Yeah, I played with him yesterday. The first time I played against him, so no reads at all, no history.
Yep.
And after one hand, I thought, okay, I better watch out. I better watch out.
yeah,
I didn't see any action, but must have all just folded around. Yeah, it's going to be a waiting game. It has been a waiting game, which Martin lost. He did not do the waiting game very well.
Didn't wait long enough. Ran into the sledgehammer that is Mr. Richmond.
Yeah, Itsuki's playing well, very patient. He's got some nice spots. Dale Marsland, you'd back him to play a short stack very well.
Yep.
Same as Travis, same as Wakeman. MT's no slouch either,
There's
although he's only got 4 bigs.
If there's anyone that knows how to play the sub 10 bigs in this spot, it's those 4 guys. So it's going to be some.
Knowing how to play 5 big blinds, that just sounds silly.
Yeah, I've done a fair bit of it in my time. I played a lot of 180 players sit and goes on stars
Back in the day.
15 years ago.
I
or
remember
whatever.
those. I think there was a 440 buy-in.
Yeah, there was a lot of a lot of this very short stacked push fold.
I remember those tournaments.
Knowing the correct ranges, that sort of a thing.
Yeah, they were fun.
So when we play those live, it's I think I've got the skills, I guess, to play correctly and stuff like that. So especially like it sort of translates very well to like satellites, knowing what to do, knowing how to survive.
I remember back in the day, those 180 mans, they used to fill up so quick.
So quickly.
There'd be 30 entrants. You
yeah.
click register. Next thing you know, it runs.
It runs, yeah. I was running like 4 or 5 of them at a time. As soon as you bust, click into another one.
Yep.
Bust, click into another one.
Yep. I think there was a $4.40 and a $15.
Yeah, I used to play the $15 ones. And play 100 in a day.
Wow. One tournament I used to like on Poker Stars, it was a 440 buy-in, a 4 max. I used to play that. And it was just wild. Like people are just all in every hand.
Like 4 players in the tournament or 4 players on a table?
4 players on a table.
But a big tournament.
Yeah. I think if you looked at my Shark Scope graph and you filtered by $4.40 and less, it's a nice looking graph. Don't look at it at $100 or more. Don't look at
crushing
that
the $4 ornaments there. How are we doing in the 1K and above?
No, we don't need to talk about that.
No need to talk about it? All right. There's a lot of just raise and take it, shove your 5 big blinds and take it.
Wakeman's picked up
quite a
some
bit
hands.
of that until we either get some double ups or lose a few of these players.
When we do lose them though, it's going to be some pretty deep poker.
It's weird. You've got all the big stacks in a row and then all the short stacks in a row.
Yep.
That's going to change the dynamic as the button moves around the table.
All right, 5-4 suit is a nice hand when you this stack.
Yep. Don't think he's going anywhere.
So he's got 10 behind on 43. 10's not going to be a pushover though.
He only came at the end. He came after we got the money out.
And then the big blind's 50 big. So hopefully we see a flop and see some poker.
10 with the A7 offsuit on the button. Just thinking about it. What do you want to do in this spot if you're 10?
I don't know. I mean, Mr. Richmond, you might be playing 60% of hands.
Yeah.
Maybe more, maybe a bit less.
Yeah, he's going for the 3-bet. He's going 3x. He's probably going to work unless he runs into... We got 2 folds, so...
Mr. Richmond's not going to fold though.
Don't
5-4
think so.
suited. Nah.
Still got... No.
Oh, okay. Come on, mate. You got 100 big blinds. Come on.
Commentator's curse. We know what he's going to do here. Wrong. Tam shows the ace.
I love how he shows the ace with the A7. If he had pocket aces, he's probably not going to show an ace.
Yeah.
That's my guess.
When they show one card, it's always a bluff. It's always to make you think that it was better than it was.
Mm-hmm. I showed one card yesterday. It was a bluff. But I did the pick one.
Pick one?
Pick one.
Yeah. It's always good when it's the pick one and you know that no matter which one they pick,
Yep.
they'll believe it. But if they saw both cards, then
Yep.
they don't. Because then you're free rolling. It's like whatever they turn over, you
Yep.
can be like, oh yeah, I had, I got ace 7, I had pocket 7s. You know? I had a funny spot about a card getting revealed in the Aussie Millions main event on the bubble. There was a player, he's a regular here at Playlive. I won't mention his name, but he opened and he'd been playing with his time bank cards and fidgeting with them in his hand. And he opened and he turned over his hand constantly. Like he opened under the gun, people were acting, and he was turning over his card, continuously revealing the Queen of Hearts.
Deliberately or not?
He was just staring off into space, like I don't know what it was, but basically, if it was deliberate, he's trying to say, "Oh, I have pocket queens. We're on the bubble. I've raised. Everybody fold. Blah blah blah." But before that, I'd watched him do the same thing, but with his time bank cards, like turn them over in his hand over and over again. It was my big blind. It folds around to me, and I have like 3. It's the Queen of Hearts that I can see, and we're trying to tell him, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Like there's still heaps of people to act. Like we can all see that you got the Queen of Hearts, and he has the. I have 3, 4 of spades, and he'd only min raised it, and I was just like in a real spot where it's like I can play my hand perfectly now. Like I have all the information that I need. He has aces or ace queen or queens, and I have unblocked suits or whatever. And
Does he know that you know?
Yeah, he knows. But
Okay.
I'm like, do I defend my big blind with 4 high on the bubble when I'm like, I've got 25 big blinds? Or do I just save 1 big blind and be like, well, he's got queens, like I'm just going to lose?
I reckon I'll see a flop.
You reckon you see a flop?
I
Yeah.
mean, seeing one card's pretty sweet.
I ended up folding just because there was a shot clock in play, and I was like, I don't really know what I'm supposed to do in this spot.
Yeah.
I haven't studied. I've seen one of his cards.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
what do you do or whatever? But yeah. So that was an interesting spot I played recently where a card had been revealed, but just the one.
Because imagine you call and the flop comes king high.
Yeah. King high would be good.
King high would be good. Do you know what would happen
Ace
though?
high is no good, but king high's
I'd probably check raise, and the guy probably calls me anyway.
probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like if it just comes all low cards, yeah, it's a bit of a weird spot.
All right, so Wakeman's picked up some chips. Now he's not the shortest anymore on 7 bigs.
7. Oof, huge. MSP in the chat. How are you? Won any free merch lately? For those of you who don't know, I do have to work quite a bit here at Playlive, so I don't get to watch the live stream, so I just hear about it secondhand. So MSP's in every single chat apparently, and she's always winning the competitions that the boys run.
Could be a good little gig. She's got set up, just win some merch, sell it off on eBay or something.
Infinite money glitch.
MSP, if you need ideas, let's talk.
C3 folds. It's worth thinking about.
Deuces. Do you take deuces on 7 bigs?
I'll give all my points away. You can have all my points as well.
Who's in
1,
the
2,
big blind?
3, 4,
You've got-
5, 6, 7 behind.
You got Travis covered in the big blind. You just
That's
gotta,
my player of the year point. Player of the series.
I think he's gonna fold.
C4 folds.
Discipline.
Discipline, too good.
C5 folds. Six folds.
Tam folding Queen 7. That's a bit of a surprise. Z Cheng, the suited ace in the cutoff, probably going to come in for a raise.
Oh, cool.
Poker knowledge right there. Itsuki folds instantly.
So he did a deal. So you're going for back to back.
To 56,000. Well, maybe not. Seat 8 folds. Seat 1 folds.
He got a bit more.
4.5 bigs. King high. See, I'm hopeless at these spots.
Yeah. So yeah, he's going to give it up. King high, not King 4, not quite
Is this you're going for back to back then? You won the
strong
this
enough
one in the
there.
last series.
You want to be putting it in with like you know if you're putting it in that you're getting called, right?
Well, also going to see on a flop.
Nobody's opening a big blind off 5 bigs.
True.
Without the intention to call, unless they're not paying attention. And all of these guys obviously are. So you just want to go with a hand that's likely to
So technically you have gone back to back.
could possibly be in front just because the guy, you know, let's say you have ace deuce, you're going to be in front of a lot of like just 2 picture cards that are happy to go with you. You don't want to be putting it in with a hand like Queen 10, for example, where there's very few combinations that the person that's opening is going to be actually behind. Whereas like even though Queen 10 is a hand that's playable, you're not playing poker. You're just running your equity. So Travis is obviously one of the best in Australia at this kind of thing. So he's obviously deduced that King 4 isn't strong enough there in that spot. He's going to be up against a lot of ace X, a lot of better kings, not too many queen highs. So he's going to.
So I wouldn't do it here because it's the final table. But if it's not the final table, I might just see a flop. You're getting a good price on the call. Hope to hit king or a 4.
Yep.
But final table, you can just fold and hope someone else busts and get a pay jump.
Yeah. The other way to play it is to flatten and do the stop and go. And
Yeah.
just like, but also just rep the big blind. Like if the flop comes 7 high, you go with it anyway. In the hopes that your 1 SPR shove is going to get them off ace high, king high, or whatever.
What I have done once, I called the big blind, had peanuts behind, flop goes check, check, turn, check, check, and the river, I went all in as a bluff for 2 big blinds. The guy called me ace high. So I thought the creativity was there, yeah, but he wasn't having a bar of it.
Might have worked on the flop. I think when you go check, 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 he might think you also have you actually have what you're saying you have, which is nothing.
All right, so if you've read me that quickly, then it wasn't a good idea.
So it's Dale got 8.6 big blinds.
So he covers 2 people and he folds.
Yeah.
Discipline. Too much discipline. Too much discipline on this table.
Well, these are 3K buy-ins, so you can't expect them to have no idea what they're doing. Especially got MT short in the big blind. You got 10 bigs. Easy fold here with the 6-4. So Travis has just lost a third of his stack paying the blinds and not playing the hand, so it's going to be very cagey for a little while with all 4 of those players
with a bit of luck
below
for
10
him.
big blinds. And if I'm reading the clock correctly in the background, I think the blinds are going to be going up in
Mate, if you can
8
see that
minutes?
clock, I'd be very impressed.
I would say that's 8 minutes.
I could see we're on level 19, but that's as good as I get.
Yeah, it's a bit blurry. If that is the case, then I think everybody's waiting for the level to go up to 30k big blind. They're just going to cut another 25% out of everybody's stack in terms of big blinds.
So where's the button in this hand? We've got Dale on the button. And funnily enough...
It's actually Travis on the button.
Oh,
Travis just paid the blinds and now he's...
okay, yep. I was going to say, if Dale was on the button, it falls to him. He covers the blind somehow.
You can go for the steal and
It might actually work.
Add 30% to his stack.
King queen suited.
It is bizarre having like all these big stacks and then all these small stacks. And
Yep.
Seat 5 raises, 250,000.
it's Mr. Richmond, the big blind. Oh, no, he's raised under the gun. Ace 8 offsuit.
Yep, leveraging his
That's it.
big stack.
Normally, this would be a pretty loose open, but with all the short stacks in late position / the blinds,
Probably have like on average like 2 combos like
like none of the guys that are right behind Mr. Richmond want to get involved. It's key. Can't fold the king queen. It's going to come along.
maybe I'm wrong. And like maybe the fold.
So Itzky will be predicting, rightfully so, that Mr. Richmond's playing a lot of hands.
Yep.
Although having said that, Mr. Richmond did wake up with queens in a similar situation just before the break. But still, king queen's a nice hand.
Well, the short stack just getting dealt garbage, which is always the way when you're the short stack.
Yep, king queen, very playable in this situation.
Yeah, he's got position on Mr. Richmond.
Yep, here we go. Might get some action.
Not much for Mr. Richmond, just bottom pair, but is the winning hand at the moment. It's key. With the up and down, an ace would be a very interesting card for.
Mr. Richmond also has the ace of hearts, which is going to be a key card.
Yep.
An interesting Itzky comes out with a bet. I think a lot of players might check here, given the fact you're up against the big stack.
I think just because Mr. Richmond's raised under the gun, I think this flop is going to hit Itzky's calling range a lot more than it is the under the gun raising range. Outside of jacks and tens,
Whatever you want. If I got an ace and a board, I can't.
and maybe jack 10 suited. He takes the lead with a pair to go with his up and down.
So Mr. Richmond going to check, and then,
Probably going to go check, bet, fold, I would imagine.
well, that was my next question. If you're Itzky, do you go again? I can see merits for both.
He's checked it back. Could be up against ace king or ace queen, so
What a run out.
what a run out. Mr. Richmond gets there.
Mate, this is his tournament.
Yep. I don't think if there's a bet here, it's just small enough. I think Itzky might pay him off. If Mr. Richmond checks, I think Itzky just checks it back and hopes.
Yeah, if Mr. Richmond checks, I'd be very surprised to see a bet. But I think
You're just opening yourself up to get raised.
does the old time bank with the nuts.
No, my hand was fairly.
If you're betting, you have to go small, right?
Yeah, you go basically.
I wouldn't have shoved that. I would have.
Seat 5 bets.
What's he gonna do?
Having popped it.
Going big. Overbet.
So you
the pot.
overbet. Wow. Okay. So I'm 0 from 2. Let's keep a tally. I'm 0 from 2
But
predictions.
the thing is, it didn't work. So I think in that spot, you just want to go and try and get called by the crying call from 2 pair. Obviously, you have the nuts. You can never lose. If there's any raising, if Itzky has an ace, then it's just going to go raise all in, whatever. Like, and everybody knows that it's going to get chopped up. So I think the only way he ever gets paid there if he just makes a small bet, try and get a crying call.
Yeah, I think so too. I was playing the mixed game on Friday, which is yesterday. I'm losing track of my days, but got to a spot on the river where I have the nuts on one way, like it's a high-low game. I have the nuts one way, and I have like an okay, but probably not a winning hand on the low. I didn't raise. I'm like, I just can't be bothered to put more chips in. The dealer chopping them up, so I just called and we chopped it up. So it's just one of those ones where
Yeah.
I didn't even bother.
Yeah, so I think, if a lot of money goes in that pot, everybody knows that it's getting chopped up. And I think the only way for Richmond to get called is to make the small bet.
All right, I'm 0 from 2 predictions. I'm gonna run it up.
Let's see if you can get one.
All right, raise. If this one doesn't count,
He'll limp now.
or he misreads his hands and folds.
Seat 6 raises to 50,000.
And so we've got Mr. Richmond in the big blind. So if it folds around to Richmond and he defends, we get to see some more post flop. Which I'm hanging to see some more post flop. Haven't seen much of that in the last half hour or so.
Travis with the Jack 10. Already seen one. A lot of Jack 10 folded
C2 fold.
in the bin again.
Yep, normally a nice hand, but not here.
I mean, if it folds to him, he probably.
Oh, here we go. Ah,
Well, Matthew Wakeman might be sticking around a little bit longer.
I think Tam's going to be at least happy that he didn't have more than 5 bigs.
C4.
Yeah, set up cooler for a sub 10 big blind pot.
sub 5 BB stacks. Would you do something tricky and cool? No.
4 goes all in.
I think he's done the old raise. No, he just says he's all in. All right. And Tam calls, and he's going to get the bad news.
Would you be tempted to call aces and try and get extra chips out of the big blind, or do you think it's too risky? You just want to have higher equity.
I would just put it in here. Try and get the double up.
I reckon calling's not a bad idea. You're probably going to get the double anyway. Maybe you get an extra big blind.
Ooh. Close, but no cigar. Matthew is up to 13 bigs now.
Wakeman's found hands at the right time. I think he had like a good ace-10 suited one spot. He's had the aces now. I think he had 10s at one point. So all going to plan, given he came in very short.
Yep. Lost Cabbage is asking about the WSOP main event optimal strategy. I think we've got another 6 or 7 hours in this final table. And I think we'll need 10 times that to talk about optimal strategy in the biggest, longest tournament in the world.
Have you played the main event?
I've played 5 times.
You played 5 times.
6 times? 5 or 6 times.
Any cashes?
No cashes. Day 3, deep in day 3 once was the longest that I managed to go.
Is it exciting at least getting to day 3?
Yeah, actually, well, all right, I'll tell you a story. The day 3 that I made, I got a text message in the morning. My wife and I were in Vegas. She wasn't my wife at the time. She wasn't even my fiance at the time. We were in Vegas we went to America for 6 weeks. We did 3 weeks traveling, 3 weeks in Vegas. So 3 weeks for her, 3 weeks for me. We got to Vegas. I was playing a bunch of WSOP tournaments. There was 2-day gap in the schedule. We were staying in a hotel on the Strip. She booked flights to LA. We never checked out. We went to LA, checked into a new hotel in LA. We went diamond ring shopping, found a ring she liked. They said to us, do you live in California or do you live in another state? So in America, they have state taxes and they have federal taxes. And they said to us, if you live in another state and we post you the ring, you save $2,000 on taxes or whatever. We said, great, we live in Nevada.
Yeah, put me down for a different state.
Send it to Las Vegas. So we fly back to, this is 2 weeks before the main event. So we fly back to Las Vegas, and then the day 3 of the main event, I get a text message in the morning. The box has been delivered to the FedEx facility in West Las Vegas. So we get an Uber out to the FedEx facility. We pick up the ring, unbox it. I put the ring on her finger in the parking lot of the West Las Vegas
Romantic,
FedEx.
I like it.
Now we're engaged. Then we get another Uber to the WSO, to the Rio, to the WSOP. I play the tournament. 6 hours later, I defend 9-8 suited, flopping up and down straight flush draw. All the money goes in versus aces. Brick. I'm out of the tournament. People are like, oh, so close to the money. You're upset, blah, blah, sad. It's like, I got engaged this morning and now I've got to go and take my fiance out for dinner. So, yeah, that's the deepest I ever went in the WSOP. So I'm going back again this year to try and spin it up and try and get, as far as I go in 10Ks, I've played 14 of them, and I just cashed the very first one, Aussie Millions. So I'm 1 in 14.
1 and 14, congrats.
Monkey off the back. So hopefully we'll 2 and 15 by the end of
I could
July.
imagine that dinner. She's probably thinking, oh, this is romantic. And you're probably thinking, that bloody 9-8 suited.
9-8 suited. Why did I defend that?
I've played the main event once.
Yep.
And it was the last level of the day. I was kind of cruising.
Day one.
Day one. Yep, day one. And cutoff opens. I got kings in the big blind. I 3-bet. He 4-bets the cutoff. And at this stage, I'm thinking, I'm wise enough. I've been playing long enough not to go broke in a main event like this with kings. It's too good of a main event. I'm not going to be the guy that puts in 80 bigs with kings in a spot like this. I call. The flops, queen high. He goes check, check. Turns a brick. I check again. And he goes all in for 2 to 3x times the pot.
Too heavy.
And I'm like, what is going on with this bet? Like, what is going on? Like, don't think he's going to have queens. I don't think a top set's going to play like this. Don't think he's going to have aces because he...
Just going to cut you off for a second. We've had Travis jam the 4 big blind stack, and we've got MT over the top with the ace queen suited. This is the spot that everybody's been waiting for. Try and get a ladder.
6, 7 folds.
Everybody folds. Travis is going to be shown the bad news, and he's got 3 outs to...
Poor Travis, he's been so patient.
So patient.
So patient.
What's he hide?
But he's not out yet.
Not out yet. But they're calling for 6s in the chat. Hearts are not helping. Both players make an ace.
2 outs.
Down to 2 outs. That is not one of them. We lose Travis in 8th place. Anyway, shoves 3x pot with...
Who shoves 3x pot? So I rule out queens because I don't think top set's going to shove 3x pot.
You want to try and get value, right?
Rule out aces because just thought he'd bet the flop. I didn't think he'd bet 3x pot. So I'm there thinking, again, do I want to bust a main event like this? And I just think to myself, I would never fold this online. So I'm just going to call. He has aces. so I bust the tournament. And
they always know. Like,
yep.
They always know the correct way to play against your exact hand, and it's always a terrible way to play against your range.
And then ask a few people, like, would you fold here? Some people say, no, I'm not folding kings. And other people go, you know what? Phil Hellmuth would fold kings. And I reckon they're right. I reckon Phil Hellmuth would have folded that hand. So
I think that makes it more of a call.
Yeah. Well, he's got more bracelets than me, so...
Yeah, that's true, but he plays a lot more than you. Like,
yeah, true.
It's a lot of... trying to think of the concept, but like when you win the main event, when you're very young, you're going to put in a lot more volume.
But I could have done that hand. I could have just bet the turn myself.
That's true.
Could have bet the turn, maybe get away from the hand at some point.
What would you have learned if he shoved over a bet that you didn't?
Maybe it's easy to fold. I don't know. Maybe.
It's it's a tough. It's like it's sort of like a catch-22. Like you got 2-hour levels. It's just it's the longest grind you'll ever do as a tournament poker player. So you do want to be patient. You do want to find those, the good spots, and you don't need to bluff off your stack in really marginal spots where you're getting called 50% of the time and it's working 50% of the time.
Well, I didn't 5-bet jam kings. I considered folding kings, so that's how I was playing the main event.
Yeah. At the same time, it's like day 4 into the money, and it's like if you have a chance to get a double up in a spot where you're almost always doubling up, like the only time you're not doubling up there is if he does play aces or queens this way. Could very likely have ace queen. Could very likely.
It's just such an absurd spot to have someone 3x pot shove the turn.
You may think you've got like a hand like ace king, and he has jacks or tens, and may think that you've waved the white flag. So could be doing it something like that. So if there's a spot like that where you can take it and get a full double up, they're pretty hard to come by in the main event. and if it doesn't work out, you might save a couple of days of playing, only to end up in heartbreak anyway, close to the money. So
I've had some brutal bubbles, but I reckon the World Series of Poker would have to be. Yeah, I hope I don't have to experience it. I'm going to Vegas as well.
Yep.
I'll be playing the main.
I will see you there. Yeah, I think I busted about 3 or 4 hours off the money, so not quite the bubble.
I folded King's pre-flop in the Aussie Millions main.
This year.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
Mm.
Guy folded aces pre-flop on the bubble.
Really?
Aussie Millions main on my table. Yep. That one you can't do. That's the spot you must take.
All right, so what's going on here? We've got Tam opening the button.
Zicheng. Tam's just opened to absolute garbage, and then Zicheng's called with the Queen Jack. And Tam has flopped the gut shot,
Gets it done.
and Zicheng also has a gut shot, but Tam has bet and taken it down.
What an outrageous stack situation.
Zicheng in the middle, but with the 24 with the 587,000, and then we've got everybody 300k or below, or 1.1 million and above. So
Apart from the main event, which tournament are you looking forward to the most?
well, this series ends on the 23rd. We've got our staff party on the 24th. We reopen on the 25th, and I'm leaving on the 26th in the morning. So there's only a couple of events left at the WSOP. I haven't really looked at the schedule at anywhere else, like the Win or the Venetian. So there's a 1K mini main event, and there is a 1K Mystery Millions that Aussie Millions winner Malcolm Trainer actually took down a couple of years ago for his first bracelet. So I'm going to jump in those, play a bit of cash, take a few business meetings, and play the main. And
Beautiful.
my flight home is on day 5, so I'm really hoping to miss that flight. Hope I'm still sticking around.
So when I booked my tickets on the way home, I booked after the main, just assuming that somehow I'm still in.
That's great. Great foreshadowing there.
It's got to be optimistic.
Yeah, I got 3 little kids at home, so I have to be back at a reasonable
fair.
hour, you know.
Fair.
So yeah, booked the flight home late on day 5, and would be very happy to miss that flight. Actually, the final table's not until August this year, so
Yeah, so I've heard.
have to fly back, renew my visa, runs out while I'm there, so
That's going to be fun.
yeah. So an entry visa only, so I looked it up the other day. You can come into the country, stay for 90 days, but that's how it works. I don't know.
And weird.
So yeah, it's just as long as you got the valid visa on the day you get there, you're fine for 90 days.
I'm going up on the 26th as well. You never know. Could be on the same flight.
Could be.
When I get there, the 10K PLO, I can late reg that.
Oh really?
So assuming I'm not terribly jet lagged, I might just jump in that. Sounds like a bad idea, but I'm going to.
It sounds like a terrible idea.
It
but you
sounds like a bad
definitely go
idea.
for it. Great
but
for the game.
I'm going to give it a shot. I reckon I'll go check in, put my bags, try and get a nap in, and then
Where are you staying?
Aria.
Aria, nice. So I wasn't going to go this year. And then a friend of mine messaged me. He's like, what are the chances of you coming to Vegas? And I was like, probably 0. And he goes, we've got a mansion and there's spare rooms.
Oh my God.
I'm like, it's not
That's
zero.
zero.
It's not 0 anymore.
You just picked up a big draw on the turn.
Yeah. No, Josh, my business partner here, he's American, and he's over there. He's over in New York at the moment, but he's over in going to Vegas to meet some industry types or whatever. He was going to take those meetings alone, but I've decided that I need to be there.
You have to be there.
Absolutely,
Have to be there.
Have to be there. So got permission from the wife.
If you signed the permission slip.
Yep. So I'll be over. It's work, It's a work trip.
All
So
right.
we've got an interesting spot here.
Yeah, Mr. Richmond doing what big stack should do.
Absolutely opening up his range. He's got 3-bet by Tam, and then Zicheng has woken up with a pair, and imagine he's going to fold just because of the stack sizes behind.
I hope you're wrong, because that way I'll be 0 from 2 and you'll be 0 from 1.
Amazing.
But the interesting thing here is Tam 3-bet Mr. Richmond not that long ago. So we're going to get a bit of a dynamic now where you have a bit of history, a bit of game flow.
Called it. Called the fold. Dale waking up with the suited ace in the blinds, 6 big blinds in the muck. It's a tough game sometimes.
So if Mr. Richmond didn't call the 5-4 suited, should be safe to say we're going on to the next hand.
All right, let's see a flop. Nope.
If there's a 10k PLO that I'll maybe jump in, and then there's a mixed big bet the following day.
I don't play any of that stuff, so I don't.
Neither do I.
Neither do I. I skip past that one on the schedule. So
I played the mixed game last night, and we were playing Hot Limit Dromaha.
Pot. Crazy.
And then we played Pot Limit Double Draw Badusi.
Fun. Did you at least have fun?
The Dromaha was fun.
Yeah.
I won't say the same for the Badusi.
I don't even know the rules, man. Is that 5 cards in your hand?
5 cards in your hand, you
Trying
have
to
to
make
make
a-
deuce to 7 low, and at the same time a Badugi.
A Badugi.
Except the Badugi can't use an ace.
Right.
So I can at least tell you that.
Okay. Can't use the ace. Is that why it's called Badesi?
Badesi use the ace.
Badesi uses Badugi, doesn't use the ace.
No, Badugi uses an ace, but not Badusi.
Badusi. Okay. Oh my god.
Yeah.
All right. Can't wrap my head around that, but yes. We love Mixed Games Academy. We love having them here at Playlive Melbourne, 129 York Street. But you won't see me in any of their games.
I just started playing mixed games a couple of months ago, so it's taking me almost a decade or two to dip my toe in the water. But now that my toe's in, the water's warm. I like
You
it.
like it?
Yeah, it's fun. I feel like with mixed games, do you remember like playing when you were playing the 440 Poker Stars? There was no solvers. There was no YouTube content. There was no coaching.
Yeah.
There's no coaching sites. It was just
street poker.
It was just street poker. I feel like that's what mixed games are today.
Yeah.
When I was playing yesterday, there's no answers. A couple of guys have been playing for a long time. They've got a pretty good feel.
Yep.
But there's no real answers.
Yeah.
So that's what made it the most fun for me.
I remember quite a few years ago, Shannon, the head of Mixed Games Academy, asked me to come around to his place and be the 8th man in an 8-player tournament that they needed an 8th player for some reason, and they had 7. And I lived around the corner from him, and he has a little setup in his garage, little 2 tables action. He said, "Come and play some horse," I think it was. Anyway, he pulls my leg. He forces me into it. I come around, I buy in, I sit down. First game is Raz. Have you played any Raz?
Well, I've only just started learning, but
So it's 7 card stud, but you're trying to make the worst hand possible. Anyway, I get dealt a 2 face up, and another player gets dealt a queen. And a queen is the bring in. So he's forced to make, basically, he's the blinds. If those of you who don't play mixed games, there's no blinds in Raz. Whoever has the worst hand to start with brings in, makes a bet that they're forced to do. So here's the bring in. I have a 2. I don't know anything about playing mixed games.
But you know a 2 here
But
is
I
good.
know a 2 here is good. I know I'm supposed to raise. So I raise and he calls. And I'm like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "Oh, I get seven cards, and you got to use 5 of the cards." He says, "Well, I get 7 cards." And I go, "Well, you only get 6 because the queen ain't going to be a part of it, right?" So you're already down 1. Anyway, I get a 5 and he gets a jack on the next card, and I bet that's the end of the hand, right? No, wrong. He calls. I'm like, "What's going on here? I've already won the tournament." Like, if this is how they're going to play in mixed games, and these guys play mixed games all the time, right? And I don't know what I'm doing, but like, I'm getting calls here. I've already won the tournament. Anyway, lo and behold, win the tournament.
Oh, you won the tournament?
I won the tournament.
I thought that story was going in such a different direction.
No. Anyway.
Then he drew a 2.
And then,
he drew a
yeah,
3.
and then he drew
I
two draws
paired my
out of me,
2.
and then
Yeah.
I just like I had no idea what I was doing, and then boom, that's all. It didn't matter. They just wanted to see more cards. They just want to gamble or whatever, and it's like, oh well, if I just play correctly, I'll get it done. But that's my one and only experience of playing in a mixed game tournament.
A guy last night described Raz as death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah,
And I felt like the way I was going, that was a pretty good description.
because you play Hold'em and you're card dead for hours and hours and hours. You go and play Raz and you get kings and queens and jacks and all this, and you're just like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got a bit of a hand brewing here. Richmond has seen from the big blind, I imagine. Yeah, seen a flop up and down. Itzky with 2 pair. The 2 big stacks going at it. The check through on the flop.
I thought I saw a
I thought I saw a bet too. I think there's bets on the turn. I think so. I can see the 2 of spades is on the board. So Richmond now has a weak flush draw to go with his up and down.
Yeah, it did go bet call.
All right, yeah, the graphics have caught up. The river's a brick.
So Mr. Richmond with 8 high. It's going to be
8
very
high.
hard to check. I'm not in the business of checking 8 high in a spot like this. All right, what's your guess? Bet or check?
I mean, his only bet is all in, so you have to,
Oh, wow, I didn't see the pot was so big.
yeah.
What did I miss? Oh, the turn went bet. Oh,
He's
okay.
checked. I think Itzky will just take his value and turn his cards over. He has. I had a spot in Aussie Millions where I got to the river with 7 high and had to go for it and got snap raised.
Oh, awesome.
And the player made the final table. But I got away from it, and that was a day 1. And I managed to go deep into day 3, so when you're bluffing, guys, you don't have to bluff your whole stack. That's my only lesson from that hand.
Mr. Richmond came out with a big bet there. Ah, 'cause he's trying to rep a flush, perhaps.
On the turn.
Yep, Richmond came out with a big bet.
Oh, donked the turn.
Yep, so my guess is trying to rep the flush.
Yeah.
And Itsuki not having a bar of it.
No. You have to watch out for Itsuki, yeah? That's what I learned from this commentary. On to the next one. So that brings Mr. Richmond down a little. Too big.
Down a little to still the chip leader.
So still a chip leader, still 100 big blinds. He seems to be laughing it up.
I took a quick break when they went on break. Seat 8 raises to 50.
So I see Mr. Richmond always with chips, and I reckon a play like that would work quite a lot.
Seat 1 forward, seat 2 forward.
Say that again.
Mr. Richmond, I always see him with a big stack.
Yep.
So I reckon plays like that work out very well for him.
Donking the turn really big to try and rep the flush. Fair enough. Did go check. He checked the flop and then called a bet. So definitely in his range. Definitely a lot of 10x in his range. Could also be repping.
So Itsuki chipping up. He's been playing very well.
Seat 1 suggests 7-way chop. Everyone says no.
You've been trying to shop since like.
And we've still got 3 stacks, 12 bigs or less.
Things happen. Sometimes things happen.
Yeah, that's true.
Seen some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Everyone seems to know they do it in a polite way.
No, everyone's been really polite on the table. Friendly table.
So I'm keen to see this hand because Richmond and Tam blind versus blind. I keep waiting for these guys to play a big pot,
Yeah.
but I don't think it's folded around to them yet.
You would expect that to happen actually quite a lot. You've got the 2 other big stacks under the gun +1, and then you've got all the short stacks basically don't want to jam into the big stacks because they're going to get called a lot wider, and there's just so much leverage with the 3 or 4 pay jumps that you could, if you can survive.
All right, we're going to get at the blind versus blind spot.
Yeah, I look up the.
Oh,
the payouts.
Underrated, I reckon. Maybe
What do we got? 7
Okay, so
left.
I've read the hand completely wrong. He wasn't even blind versus blind. Okay.
Okay, it's button versus.
6 folds.
Hands off.
Can't guess their action. I can't read the action. Okay, going well.
We got 8. No, we lost Travis. Do we remember that? Ace 6 versus Ace Queen.
That's right.
I
We've just been engrossed in stories.
Yeah, too many stories. So we 7th place gets 8,600, and 4th place gets 14,700. So there's just like so much of an incentive for everybody to try and outlast these 3 short stacks. We all seem to be actually growing.
That's the thing. You can't outlast them forever.
Yeah.
Queen Jack under the gun with 8.5 bigs. It's going to be a little bit tempting.
Into the muck. You just have so many hands to get through with Queen High. You don't want Itsuki to just call it off with King Deuce, for example, and hold with the King High. So
Seat 4 folds.
Disciplined fold by Richmond. He's
Very
been
dis-
three
very
bet a couple of
disciplined
times
fold.
now. So I think Tam's done a good job of stopping his
yeah,
opens.
putting him back in line. And now he's coming out. He's like, now I've got the green light.
It's actually really well done from Tam. Now he gets a lot more buttons, making Mr. Richmond fold a lot more. It's a pretty good deal. You get the chip stack leader to fold. You get to play more buttons. That's an excellent job done. Hey, King Deuce, check that
I
out.
called it.
I'm just gonna go home now. This is all on
felt
you.
it.
Seat 8 check.
So bricks for everybody. Let's see who's going to outplay who.
You'd think Tam would come out with a bet here, and you can't see Itsuki continue with the King High.
Seat 6. Well, 1.25. I don't think Theory would play the hand the way.
But he's bet one big blind. The cheeky one big blind gets the job done.
Good enough.
I like the way Tam's played this final table. The loose 3-bet with the ace-7, 3-bet again with the ace-10 suited, like he's not scared to go up against.
Yeah,
Up
there's
against
one,
the chip
there's
leader.
one thing about Tam is he's not afraid
Nah,
to put chips in the
nah.
pot if he's feeling it.
So now we're going to have Dale in the big blind off 7 or 8 bigs. We're going to have Richmond in the hijack and Tam in the cutoff. Nice hand for MT.
So be tempted for this one. 12 big blinds under the gun.
Seat 3 raises.
Just raises.
I like the just raise.
Yeah, it's like you put all your chips in the middle and you get snap called by his king. You're in a world of hurt. You've got a chance to sort of get away. Mr. Richmond with a pocket pair.
Seat 5 calls.
MT is probably not going to like that, but he's not faring too bad.
You'll be happy not to get 3-bet.
And seat 1
Looks like
calls.
they're going on a break after this hand. Not quite the 8 minutes that I called earlier, but
All right, I'll put you for 1 from 2.
Stretching, yeah.
listen, I'll take it. MT has managed to flop top pair here, so he's going for it all. Could get paid off. I think Richmond would be very tempted to call here, but I think he should definitely fold.
221.
He wants to keep as many of these short stacks around so that he can try and get chips off the bigger stacks whilst he has the chip lead.
Plus, it's not an easy call.
It's not an easy call, but like
You've
How,
got
how
to.
many hands? How many hands does MT have a queen that he opened under the gun? It's ace queen and it's king queen suited.
If you call the 8, you have to think he's doing this with ace king. With what else?
Right.
It's hard to think of other hands besides ace king that could possibly do this.
Ace king, ace jack. Any ace 10 suited.
Might be a bit of a stretch to put ace 10 or ace jack in there.
You don't know MT. The first hand of this tournament, no, second hand of this tournament, MT put it all in. 250 big blinds, no ante with top against David Saab's gut shot plus third nut flush draw in like a 6-bet pot on the flop.
It sounds pretty wild.
MT is just like,
Yeah, but this is a final
I believe
table. MT's been playing
He's-
pretty patient. He hasn't done
Sure.
anything silly.
I definitely put. He's got the call. I definitely put ace 10 and ace jack suited in his range under the gun in these spots.
Well, either way, it's a dream spot for MT.
Dream top MT.
90% equity, beautiful.
I don't blame Mr. Richmond for the call, but I think I would have found a fold because of the situation more than the hands that we're expecting to be up against.
All right, it's the handy double for MT.
So MT's up to 26 big blinds, and he's now playing poker.
It's always nice to win a big pot before the break.
Absolutely.
Always nice.
Maybe
Oh,
not a break.
no
Just
break.
No break. It's just everybody stood up at the same time.
All right, mate, I'll put you down for 1 for 3.
Going terribly here. I'm in control of the clocks too, so should really know. Although this is 20 minutes in the past.
All right, now it's Dale and Wakeman.
Battling it out.
Yeah, the folding
next ladder.
competition. It was a $1,400 pay jump, so that's half a buy-in. I'm going to play the double board PLO in Vegas. I'm looking forward to that one. That'll be fun.
10K?
Nah, it's a 1500.
1500 double board PLO.
I'm not sure they'd get many for 10K.
No. It works how I imagine it works. You
Yep.
see a flop, you see 2 flops.
You
Yeah?
see 2 flops, that's it.
See a
you-
turn, you see 2 turns. Yeah.
That's it. You either win one board or you win both
Yeah.
boards or you win no boards.
I've played quite a few double board bomb pots in cash games, but never in a tournament format.
Well, same with
And
me.
also, like you see, everybody sees the flop. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, so
It's just a
it-
fun game.
it's fit or fold in the cash games, but like in tournaments, it's like you choose your hand before you see the flops. Flops plural.
Actually, you
so
know
it
what? I
could be
don't know.
interesting.
Maybe I think it is bomb pot. Actually, I think it is bomb pot.
So every hand,
I think so.
everybody's it gets crazy. I've had some really interesting spots. I can't really remember them, but they resulted in essays in the group chat about my thought process, and so it's an interesting game.
I played on an app where they had 6-card double board bomb pot. That was a fun game. That's a really fun game.
How many decks do they need to manage
Yeah, I think
this?
they can't sit more than 5 people.
Win one, lose one, dog.
How about I'll win the big one for you?
Yeah, I'm happy with the small. Just a pull bar from the south, trying to get by.
Don't know how you can
Still a lot of people playing koi, just waiting it out.
Yep. I've been there before. Max tanking the time clock in the bubble of the Aussie Millions. Every single person under the gun, 8-3 offsuit, take your 30 seconds,
Yep.
fold, take your 30 seconds, fold. Everyone's doing it, so you kind of had to do it.
I played the 10K in Taiwan in November, and I had 30 bigs on the bubble, so didn't really have to stress about bubbling. But 3 to my left had 50 bigs or more, and one guy was just an animal, just
We had
absolute animal.
yeah. I had about 25 big blinds for 4 hours on the bubble, or close to the bubble. we had 3 big stacks that just wanted to go to war with each other every hand, and the rest of us just sat there, folded, and watched. At one point, we were like 3 off the money, and I got dealt ace king suited under the gun, and I just
Don't tell me.
took 30 seconds and folded.
Oh no.
And eventually, one of them stone bubbled. Not sorry, they were one off that we were hand for hand with two spots left that didn't get paid, and one of them stone bubbled one off the actual bubble in a hand where it didn't really need to happen.
Itsuki's coming in with a 3-bet here.
He's had enough of Tam taking over the table, and
Itsuki's been very impressive this final table.
yes,
So no wonder he's had that big upswing.
no wonder.
Yeah, so in the Taiwan, even though I had 30 bigs, I didn't really need to stall, but I started stalling just because the 3 on my left, they were the same thing. They were just wanting to put pressure on.
It's like you have such an incentive not to play hands.
Yeah.
With 30 bigs, you can't bust, right?
You can't bust.
You can sit there for 4 hours and not play a hand,
And
just
they
can't
know it
bust.
as well. Like if you like,
You know?
because before I started stalling, because I'm not normally a staller, so I want to play, but I got 3-bet twice in a row. I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna join the stalling club.
Join the club, yeah. He goes around like next time you're the big stack and you're doing the bullying, and time after that you're the 7 big blinds and you're just trying to survive. So
That's why I don't complain when other people stall, because everyone does it.
that's why we have time.
Yep.
Shot clocks now.
Yep.
Got
Maybe
Travis
maybe
in the
30
background.
seconds is a bit much on the bubble, just for that reason. Maybe 20 seconds could be wound in a little bit.
It does get abused, right? But then on the flip side of that, you're playing for a lot of money, and you want time to make a decision, right? Because there are decisions to be made, and 30 seconds is like quite short when it's
You
like.
do have time chips though.
That's true. They're very valuable. You wanna hold on to them as long as you can.
All right, so Tam's opened again, and Itsuki's literally 3-bet the previous hand, and he's 3-bet again. So
3-bet again.
now we're starting to see some interesting poker.
Definitely some back and forth here.
Yep. This is what I like to watch when you get some battling going on. People are actually playing. So if anyone's watching, this is where it starts getting good.
It is a 3K with 10-hour levels, so you expect them to play some.
10-hour levels, imagine that.
Sorry, I meant
10-hour levels.
I cut myself off and changed it to levels.
So I know what Tam's feeling now. You've been 3-bet. You've actually got a nice hand. Feels really uncomfortable. It's like it feels too weak to fold, but
He's going for the 4-bet.
it also feels uncomfortable to continue. Yeah, this is very entertaining. I like this now.
This is power poker. It's playing behind. One point, he's going to give it up.
Yeah, well played, Tam.
He picked the right time. Like he was behind with the ace-4. He was ahead with the ace-jack.
And it's very tempting because you got the ace-jack and you think he's just 3-bet me. Will he 3-bet me a lot again?
Yep.
But he did. He backed himself and put in the 4-bet. So yeah, very impressive. That's when that leveling comes in. It's like, is he doing it this time?
You were due. You were due for a win. Not me. I've been winning heaps, so I'm letting you have a few. Keep raking in pots over here.
Dale's commenting on all the pots he's winning.
Yeah. Matt, late reg, 1 bullet.
You made 6K already? 7.
Yep, so Dale's saying he was a late regger and now he's on the final table still in. So excellent result.
Where are we saying this?
Oh, just hearing the table talk.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Dale's saying he was a late registration, still in the final table. So it's working out very well for him.
I can't hear the table talk, so.
I know you are.
Is it just you?
He told me.
I think it's just you.
You are. Not any good players anyway.
Yeah, I think quite a few of these guys late reg.
Two rolling, right? Yeah, 3, right?
Matthew Wakeman.
7 folds, 8 folds.
I was a late regger. I think you handed me my ticket.
Yeah.
I wasn't in the best of mood either when I came to the desk.
Yeah, busting the hand before.
Literally the hand before late reg. it was irritating because I think I had something like 60 big blinds 10 minutes before that, and next
Yeah.
thing you know, I was out.
MT with the jacks in the cutoff, and Matthew just picking up hands at the right time.
Yeah, he's timed it perfectly.
He's
multiple
picked up-
times.
Picked up queens with his 6 big blinds stacked after MT has just doubled up. So MT in a position that he can pay this one off. And I guess everyone else quickly folded. Tam folding the pocket deuces. It's almost a certain. You're going to be a deuce on the run out now.
I had a pair of 8-3 offsuit.
Looks, we are on break, our final break in the mini main event 1D. See people walking around up here. So we're going to get final numbers on that one. There is currently 164 in the one.
There
1D.
it is. There it is.
Called it. I own the deck, so I have some foreknowledge. We have a total prize pool in the mini main event of $423,125 with about 3 minutes left in the break.
That's a decent prize pool, isn't
You
it?
got a bag in that?
I didn't play it, no.
Didn't have a bag in that one. So
I'm going to watch the World Cup tomorrow. Got on mate's place. I thought I'd pass on the mini main.
lot of big sporting action tomorrow. The Knicks in Game 5, 3-1 leaders in San Antonio. 10:30. I'll be here watching on the screen. No, even if no one else is in the building.
I'm
And
just
then-
I'm a bandwagon guy. There's the Socceroos rock up.
Yeah.
I haven't watched a game of soccer in 4 years, but I'm
well,
back tomorrow.
I'm a big club soccer fan. I used to get up. I'm a little bit busy with business at the moment, but I used to get up at 3 a.m. for every single Liverpool game for years and years and years.
You're one of the diehards.
Yeah. Last year I watched 40% of our games when we won the title, and this year I think I watched 3 games.
Need to sleep when you're a businessman.
Exactly. Well, I got 3 little kids that climb in my bed every
Ah,
morning, so not a lot of sleep going on, even if I wanted to. So yeah, I looked at the Socceroos squad list when it came out. I recognized 6 names,
Oh no.
and I was like, "Oh my god!" It's like either we're not very good, or I haven't been paying attention, to who these people are. But I just hope we beat America. That's all.
Got to beat America.
The amount of garbage that the Americans have been talking online.
So I've heard, yeah.
And their argument is Pulisic. That's their argument. It's like, we got Pulisic, we're going to win the World Cup. It's like, this guy's like not that good. He's just like a run-of-the-mill player in Serie A that...
Who's our best player?
Yeah, I have no idea.
I was going to say, I couldn't
idea.
even name a Socceroos player.
What's his name? Nestori Irankunda plays in, I think he might play for Bayern Munich, or could be wrong there.
I'm the wrong person to be talking about soccer.
He played in the A-League, and then he went to Watford, and Mr. Richmond opening the Jack Adolf suit again.
This is the
Right, and-
3rd time Tam has 3-bet Mr. Richmond.
Yeah,
So
and he's
Mr.
actually got a hand here. So
Got a hand here. Mr. Richmond's got
Could
nothing
get-
to fight back with, but it's going to be burning in his mind anyway. I want to play hands.
Yeah.
I'm the chip leader. Why is this happening?
Yeah. He just has to be disciplined and fold, but
So even if he does fold and nothing interesting happens, it's an interesting dynamic nonetheless.
it's creating.
Yep.
He's gonna go for a bit. Oh, he's gonna raise.
Oh no, Mr. Richmond. He's thinking.
Tam's trap has worked.
He's thinking. I'm not copping this 3 times.
He's about to find that
Yep.
he's going to get 1.1 million smacked in the face. Plays for Watford still, Spready says, so I was wrong. Maybe he went to Bayern first, didn't get a game, and then went to Watford. I don't know. I don't have the best knowledge of this particular player, but I've seen some of his highlights, and they're wild. Some of the goals I've seen him score,
Yeah.
and some of the dribbles I've seen him go on.
Cool. Yeah,
So-
got a mate's house tomorrow. Love the Socceroos. Getting on the bandwagon. Then
We'll be
the-
watching it here at day 2 of them.
Then the World Cup will finish, and I won't watch another game of soccer for another 4 years.
Fair enough.
Jump back on the bandwagon again.
He's put it all in, I imagine.
Yep, use the time chip as well, just to sell the story.
And he's going to just get 550k free chips because there's no way Mr. Richmond can call now.
So when you get caught with your hand in your cookie jar, do you save a bit of face like this, or do you just snap fold?
Well, like the hand that I told you about where I bluffed the 7 high and the Aussie millions. He I think he snap jammed on me. No, he didn't snap and jam on me. Like you did the Hollywood, like blah blah blah. I think by the time he'd put his chips on the table, my cards had already hit the mark. There's no point. You've been caught. Like you're not folding value now, right?
Especially if your range is like polarized. You've either got
it. Yeah, right. If you've got it, you've got it, or you're folding.
Yeah.
You've got it, or you're folding. So there's really no point. They're going to know in 15 seconds when you fold, so you might as well get on to the next one.
10 seconds. Oh. Seat by pool.
It's very unfortunate for Mr. Richmond at the time that he does try to fight back. Tam has picked up the absolute monster.
But the good thing for Tam is that he set that up for himself. He 3-bet the A7. He 3-bet I think it might have been an Ace-9 suited, can't remember. But he did that. If he hadn't have done those hands, he wouldn't have got the 4-bet. So it's good setting that dynamic sometimes. You get in people's minds and then it causes them to do a move like that. So now the tables have turned. We've got Tam as chip leader. Mr. Richmond's now second or equal second. And Tam's got position on him.
Yeah. Mr. Richmond's not going to be happy about that.
Yeah, so 1 minute you're king of the hill and you're loving life.
Yep.
Next minute you got to start. You got to start. I don't know. You got to dig deep now.
Yeah, that's poker. You got to battle. Because we've got Dale, who I forgot was even on this table. By the amount of hands that he's played, he has 5 big blinds, and then we've got 3 stacks with mid-teens, and then we have Itsuki and Mr. Richmond both on about 50 big blinds, and Tam with the chip lead with 2 million chips, 65 big blinds. So
I don't know about you, but when I'm in the situation that Mr. Richmond's in now, where things have been going so well, things were flying, and all of a sudden you've had a bit of a setback, it can definitely play on your mind.
Yeah, you just got to realize, like, if you've been playing this game long enough, you just got to realize that one day you're the king, and then the next day you're the pauper. You know, like, you got to take it as it comes.
It's very stoic of you there, mate.
You can't. Just got to dust your shoulders off and move on to the next one. The only person that it's going to negatively affect, letting you dwell on this type of situation, is you. So don't put yourself in that spot. Like,
very true, but it's just that natural instinct, that natural reaction, just something you have to deal with.
You just have to deal with it, but it is. Yeah, that's the best advice I can give anyone, is that it's not personal. Like, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Don't be the reason that you lose. Don't be self-inflict.
Tam's got some chips now. He's come out to play. He's going to 3-bet the pocket 4s.
I think he's just happy to go with this hand against MT.
I'm tipping it's going to work.
For about 20% of his stack, I think he just wants to, if MT puts it in, he's just going to run the equities and hope a pair is good. MT's going to go for it, like I suspected he would. He's not going to open a hand that he's not planning to play for all the chips.
Yep, MT's seen right through him.
He might... He doesn't know yet that last 3-bet was with kings. 3-bet, 5-bet, so...
Got it? All good? Go, mate. 385. Yep.
So we are locked out in the mini-main event. The final prize pool, $426,250. Someone's going to win about $85K for a $750 buy-in.
It's not bad.
Not bad. Melbourne.
Something we
loves
should have
poker.
played it now. How many runs did you say?
I don't know how many, like total. We got 169 in that flight. I can just do the maths.
Oh, MT's looking pretty good now.
He's
Oops, got a faded diamond though. Oh no. Oh no, he's got the king of
he's got the
diamonds.
king of
Okay,
diamonds. All right.
I take it back.
250. 682 runners total in the mini main event.
Yeah, it's starting to wish I'd have played.
Don't be greedy now.
All right, we get yet another chip stack shuffle around, but Tam's still chip leader, but this time not as big. Virtually equal with Mr. Richmond and kind of equal with Mitsuki. MT's looking nice now. He's got 30 bigs. I reckon some people would fold the king queen there. I might even fold it myself.
Not MT. He just loves to play. He came in to register this tournament. He cashed the 5K. I think he might have come fourth or something in the 5K. And he came in to register this tournament, and Helen asked him, cash transfer or do you have money on your player account? And he said, I should have money on my account. And we checked, and it was like the 30 grand that he cashed for or whatever. And he goes, that sounds about right. I never withdraw. So he's a hodler. He's just ready to play. He comes to play. He puts his buy-in in, and if he cashes, he's going to use that for buy-ins.
He's the reason I came to the desk at late registration time.
Yeah.
Yep. He raised the cutoff, the button called, and I had 40 big blinds with pocket nines.
You just piled it in.
I just piled it. And he didn't take long at all. He put his chips in. I thought, oh, probably dead here.
Probably in big trouble.
Probably in big trouble. He had ace queen.
Ace queen.
He had ace queen. So we're off to the races, and I was at the registration desk.
Yep.
I opened his jams like for like a lot, 400 or something. You know what I mean? Actually, then
All right, Jack 3 suited, and the big blind has only 5 big blinds.
The big time like F off cam.
I think I'm going to whack it with...
Yep, they're all in.
It was the last hand I
I'll
made.
in a call.
Oh, Tails got him dominated.
How do you know these guys? They just know. They finally call it off when they got queen 3. That's good.
It's his patience was very rewarded, Dale. He couldn't have been any more patient.
Kiss of death? No, not yet.
I patiently waited for my favourite hand.
So Dale survives up to 8.7 big blinds. Still the short stack.
Now that makes Tam's chip lead a little bit better.
Yeah, can't blame Itsuki for
Nah.
that one.
Thank you very much.
you did say that all the chips want to go down there.
Eventually it was going to
We got
happen.
it magnet at the last break.
Thank you.
Turn on the magnet.
Have we had the main event day 1B yet?
It's this Sunday. So we've got day 1A. We've got 122 runners in that one. It's the $1,500 buy-in, $500,000 guarantee. Chances are that $500,000 guarantee is going to get smashed. We're already at almost 200,000. Day 1B is this Sunday, which is tomorrow, because I'm also good at keeping track of days. 4:15 start. We play 8 hours on day 1. Registration is still open until day 2. Day 2 will be the following Sunday, if you manage to get through. We used to have a rule where you had to play on day 1 in order to re-enter on day 2. That rule is no longer in effect. So for all you guys that cannot make it until next Sunday, which is the 21st, I believe, you can enter for the first time on day 2 now for our main events. Just trying to get that information out there because a lot of people know about that rule that we had previously. So if you want to play the main event, big prize pool. Hopefully we get close to that $1 million mark that we got in January again. For reference, a lot of our tournaments have been So our opening event actually beat the January opener by 10% in the prize pool.
1,100 runners you got.
Yeah, we got 1,164 runners in that. The mini main event fell a little bit short. This particular event, the Mammoth, only got 53 runners in January.
But Dale's just called out of the small blind here. So it's
With
gone
Jax.
raised by Wang, and Jax has just called, and he's got 8 bigs. So a bit of creativity from Dale.
Yeah.
No, I seen all in. At the little
Yeah.
triangle on the bottom left.
Okay, so it hasn't been. The graphics haven't caught up. Yeah, so compared to our January numbers, we've been around the same mark. So hopefully we can get 800,000-900,000 at least in the main event. If you want to play that, day 1B is tomorrow at 4:15. 1C will be next Friday also at 4:15, and 1D is going to be on Saturday at 4:15. Graphics haven't caught up here, but I believe that's a
Dale
full
looks
double
like
for Dale. He does look happy.
Looks like a man who's just doubled.
Yep.
The main event, I hope you get a gigantic field. I hope it's massive. I am chip leader,
Oh,
by the
really?
way, so I hope you get huge numbers now. I hope everyone comes and jumps in. I hope the
all-
prize pool gets massive.
That's why we built this place for Benny Pocket to win tournaments. So
I just learned today that if I ask for my results, you'll tell me how much I've won or lost.
really,
Yep. So
at the front desk,
So I heard.
the back end of the software is like a little bit of a nightmare to like comprehend.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't just. It's not an easy question to answer.
Okay, I was under the impression of, oh yeah, we'll just give you your info.
Yeah, we can print it out for you, but it takes a bit of a wizard to read to understand what you're reading.
Well, I reckon I'll be reading a lot of red numbers.
Well, that's how it goes. Minus, 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 and then boom, up the top.
Haven't got the boom yet, but maybe this main event.
Juddy Mark says, appreciate the team getting back to my email. No problem, Juddy. We got quite a few emails coming through, and we got the team there at the front desk trying to like respond. But if any of them slip through the cracks, you can also call us on 0458 307 381. Only when we're open. And now we get a. What's happened here? Z Chang, you must have been crippled in a previous hand. He must have had the King 10. Lost to Dale.
We've had some incredible short stack play. We've had multiple stacks under 5 bigs, and yet they've played.
For
I'm pretty
so
sure
long, for
Wakeman.
so long. Look,
I'm pretty sure Wakeman was on 2.9 bigs. Now
well,
look at him.
Z Chang was one of the biggest stacks. We had Dale, MT, Wakeman, and Travis, who left us in 8th place. And now they've got the 14, 19, and 26. And the tables have turned, and Z Chang is behind now. So he's shoved 250 with pocket 9s. He's been called by Itsuki with King Jack, and now Wakeman's woke up with pocket 9s. If you can get Itsuki out here, I'm not sure if he has the capability with 14 bigs. No, he doesn't.
Do you reckon he goes with it?
No, he's
No.
giving it up.
Lots of discipline. Yeah, there's been some incredible short stack navigation from many players.
Yep. See the flop. Here's ace 10.
Picks up a queen as an
Picks up a
out.
Queen as an out. Doesn't get there. So,
Right, so the stacks are starting to even out now.
yes, they are.
Yeah, at the start, I reckon we had a 100 big blind stack, a 50 big blind stack, and about 4 less than 12.
Yep.
Wakeman was one of them. MT was one of them. Dale was one of them.
Yep. Getting back to that point about the emails and the phone numbers, you can also just contact us on any of our social media. We have about 15 people with those accounts on their phone, so we'll get back to you as soon as possible. If you've got any questions about Playlive, about coming down for the first time, 129 York Street, South Melbourne, we put out a photo of the mini-man event, and it looked like the room was completely full. And someone commented, you might as well shut off registration now if that's the case. And we had to politely inform them. We actually have 51 tables here. at Playlive, and we can fit another 200-300 people. So
Have you had them all full at once?
no, not even close. We had about 300 people in our $100 tournament once. Right when we first opened, it was a $100 tournament, no rake. So we had 300 people. So
It's a nice little promo.
spent quite a bit on wages that day. we got a lot of new customers in the building. So Itsuki's going to raise it up with the Greek flag, as they call it, the old guys.
It's a Manila special, that
It's
one.
a Manila reference.
Played by the Greek demographic. That's where its name comes from. All right, some post flop.
Miss Merchant has defended with the 9s. Oh my god. We got up and down backdoor flush draw versus trip 9s, blocking the flush.
So waste no time, comes out with a bet.
Yep.
And Mr. Richmond, you can
He's
a
already
choice to trap. He's got a choice to check raise.
not a lot in Itsuki's range that Mr. Richmond's going to be too worried about. A lot of overpairs, a lot of not straight draws. With you're going to have like King Queen, King Jack, Ace King, Ace Queen, Ace Jack.
He's chosen the trap line.
Yeah, I like that. It's, I think that's the correct play here. Any other than obviously a queen makes a straight here, so does a 7.
No, sorry, Richmond did check raise, but he's check raised the minimum.
I don't like that at all. Achieves nothing. Itsuki's now turned the straight. I was going to say, like, if a queen comes, obviously Itsuki makes a straight, but when an overcard comes on this particular texture, very likely it's going to be making pairs, not straights, for the types of hands that Itsuki would be raising under the gun. Sorry, in the hijack, but like it's only 7-handed, so in early position.
Oh, wow.
It's Mr.
Wow, what's happened
Richmond.
here?
Richmond's gone all in and he's been snap called. He's going to need to fill up with an ace, 7, 8, or 9. And he does not. And all of a sudden, Itsuki's our chip leader.
And Richmond's taken a massive hit. He's
Yeah,
gone from
Richmond's
100
gone from-
big blinds to twice the chip lead.
To 14 and second last in chips. So the deck has really worked against him. In the last hour, WKAU asks, who is on commentary? You are with Bridges Rowe, owner of Playlive, or one of the owners of Playlive, and Benny Pocket, one of the owners of Souls, here at Playlive on the felt. Came up with that just then.
When you said owners of, I'm thinking, where is this going? You say I'm a regular here, right?
You're a regular here. Benny plays a lot of the higher buy-in tournaments here at Playlive when we get them up, so we love seeing his face. Kiwi Bird says no idea. Yep, fair enough, mate. I know we've got the B team, maybe the C team on commentary today.
The best part is, guys,
can't always have the professionals.
When Bridges sat down, he goes, "Do you know how to use this thing?" I said, "Nope." I said, "Mate, you own the joint."
Yeah, we're both usually the co-pilot, led by a much better and seasoned professional in the commentary game. So we are trying our best here, guys. Feel free to rate us in the comments. We won't be too offended.
So Mr. Richmond with a check min raise on the flop.
Yeah.
Went a little bit fancy, went a little bit tricky.
Maybe, the worst possible option. I think he's going to raise there. He needs to raise to try and just get all the money in the middle. Otherwise, I think just calling the flop, given that there's not a lot of scare cards that could come on the turn, given the types of hands that both players would have. So
the only thing I'd say is check min raising. The only thing is it's just out of the box.
It is out of the box, but as we saw, he didn't give Itsuki any reason to fold. He just bloated the pot for when he did get cooled.
Out of the box, something different. Maybe people can't put you on a hand if you do something non-standard. And I guess just bad timing. You picked up the straight and
Yeah,
then
very
just
unlucky.
lost the rest from there. It's the second lot of bad timing because he 4-bet the Jack 8, I think it was, and that was bad timing, ran into Kings.
Yeah.
Unlike some of the other players who have had impeccable timing. Wakeman's one of them, Dale another.
The hard part about poker is that you don't always get to see your opponent's cards until
Mm.
the I've had a few, like as the spot we mentioned earlier, I actually had another spot where I warned the guy 3 times that I could see his cards. Like I was in like seat 4 and he was in seat 5 and he just wasn't protecting his cards and he was just like in a cash game, just looking at him and like without wanting to, like I would act and then I would just turn to him because to see what he's going to do and he would just show me his cards.
I think after
And
3 warnings, it's fair game.
After 3, this was in the United States. It was in a cash game, and after 3 warnings, I stacked him for 2K with a hand that I would fold if I didn't know what he had. So, like, yeah.
All right, let's take another look at the chip stacks. So we've got, who's the chip leader now? It's
going to be Itzky. He's got the full double up through Mr. Richmond.
And we got second in chips, Tam.
Dale now picks up ace queen suited off a 20 big blind stack, and he's going to be like, you know what? It's been 3 hours. I'm going to start playing some poker.
But the thing is in poker, it just can turn at any moment. One moment you're the chip leader, and next minute you're 14 bigs, or 1 minute you're on 2.9 bigs, and now you're on, you know, in your 20s. It can just change any moment. So just a good lesson to never lose your cool.
Yeah. I'm going to use that as a little bit of a segue. We actually have a partner. Stick with me. This story makes sense.
Okay.
We have a partnership with Ibis Styles Hotel on City Road. If anyone who wants to come down to the Playlive series wants to get a little bit of a discount on hotels, Ibis Styles on City Road, tell them you come into Playlive and they'll give you a good rate. I was staying there during the Aussie Millions.
Wait, before you go into the story, what was the segue?
What did you say? Oh, one minute you're the chip leader, next minute you're out.
Yep.
Okay, so I was staying there during the Aussie Millions so that I didn't have little kids climbing in my bed when I'm trying to get some sleep playing for $1.6 million up top. And I was just messaging our contact every day saying, hey, give me another night until whatever. Anyway, so I checked out on the morning of day 3. Because I was very short coming into day 3 and we were quite a way off the money.
Well, that's bad juju.
Anyway, I checked out, went and played the game, chipped up, on the bubble, in the money. I text him. I had said to him on the way out the door, I said to him, probably won't see you tonight unless things go very well for me. I texted him after we were in the money saying, oh, things went very well for me. Can I get another night? He said, no worries. I'll tell the front desk to expect you, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I busted it around midnight and got in the car, went home. And so things were going well for me.
I love
all of a sudden, no, they weren't going well for me. I had to message him the next morning and say, sorry, mate, I ended up going home. Didn't need the room after all.
I think this story encapsulates poker to a T because you said, I'm not going to be here tonight. You chip up. Yep. You say, I'm going to be here. You chip down.
Exactly.
So many times I've had, say, 60 big blinds. I text my wife because she always asks, how you going? How you going? I'm like, yeah, I'm cruising.
Yep.
If I message her, I'm cruising. It's like
over in seconds.
Over. Yep. And it doesn't work the opposite way either. You can't trick the universe. You can't say, you can't trick.
I'm not going to win today. And
do the double reverse jinx.
Yeah.
So I have this policy now where if I'm playing and I'm doing very well, I always remind myself, you can turn any moment, don't get cocky, keep you cool.
Yep.
And that works. But after a while, I stop reminding myself, I start getting a bit cocky. Never good. Never good.
For you. Start 3-betting the jack eights.
Four betting the jack
eights.
Can't say I've done that one.
What do we got? Tam opening up the button with the pocket pair.
Opening into the chip leader.
Into the chip leader. It's not scared.
An ace, a suited ace in the small blind.
You're going to go for it all.
Yep.
It's quite a large number of big blinds to go for it all. given the shorter stacks behind?
Yeah, I don't know, because if it's not the chip lead, sorry, if it's not the final table, you're quite comfortable moving in with a hand like this. But on the final table, it's not as comfortable.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I'm here to be part of that difficult.
Not sure what I would do here. If you just flat, you're opening up Itsuki to come in as well.
Couple of people are here.
And it gives the chip leader too,
You
which is
could
not
go-
something you want.
Yeah, so you're just setting up a squeeze play. 3-bet folding seems probably pretty bad, so not a lot of good options with this hand. In
Nah,
this,
not many good options.
With this sizing,
I
this
can
size
feel
stacks.
pros and cons for each.
This could work though.
I feel like poker's a lot of that. It's just a lot of pros and cons. You got to pick the best one.
Yeah.
There's always a lot of trade-offs.
Winston Tan says, "How good is the new merch?" It's very good, Winston. I don't think he was asking a question. I think he was making a statement.
Oh, on the window.
In the window, 2 pairs. Oh, actually, there's a flush draw here. With
Not
the
over
pocket
yet.
Sevens.
Not over
Not
yet.
over yet. That's a club. That's a club too. So Z Cheng is going to get a double up. And now he's second in chips, and he's ahead of Trang. Tam. Trong.
I try to take one for the team, but
Now it's... No, he still has 66 big blinds, but now it's getting very squishy in that middle part.
I said this multiple times. You're on the turn here. We're streaming. You got someone's tunnel off on the line. You could pause for 5 seconds before you deal the river out.
Yes. We've been trying to
Yeah.
teach the dealers, or sort of prompt the dealers to do a little bit more of that. But
Only on
they-
final tables.
So they're all trained to deal the game quickly and efficiently, right? So when they're all on all the other tables, like there's no pausing. What do you need to pause for? Like
course,
just,
yep.
just run the board and see who wins, and let's play the next one. So the mindset is hard to ingrain in them. They do an amazing job. So
I think normally it's a great policy. Love fast hands, love
Yeah.
getting more hands in, but on the final table like this, could go a bit of a sweat.
yeah, what you'll find is like when you watch live streams, Triton, Bahamas, WSOP, the dealers that they have on those things,
They were both really, really good hands.
they know that it's more of a production rather than a poker tournament. They've been trained, like they have a headset. We only have one person in the booth running the thing. They'll have a whole production team, and they'll be like in the dealer's ear saying, "Pause for the turn. Now deal it.
Yep.
Pause for the river. Now deal it."
And in the World
So-
Series, I was watching the final table last year. They paused for a very long
Very
time.
long
Very long
time.
time.
Because
But
they
it's
have-
good. It's good.
yeah. They might even be doing the commentary. Oh no, they wouldn't be doing the commentary. Because the commentary we're doing this happened 20 minutes ago, right? It's on a 20-minute delay, so to protect the integrity of the game, they wouldn't know what the commentators are saying, I guess. So they got to give pause to allow them to have their reactions. So yeah, we are working on that. We are a very new company, only just over a year old.
Mate, if that's the best critique I can come up with, I think you're doing all right.
Thanks.
you know, like play and then you double up, then you come over here and play. Then once in a while,
All right, so we've got a 65 big blind chip lead. We've got 2 stacks on 40, stack on 26, and 2 sub 15. So getting a little bit more even.
A little bit more even. Matthew isn't gonna make too many stakes with his 12 big blind stacks, so he'll probably stick around for a little while.
I reckon Wakeman's played a perfect
Yeah,
short stack game along with Dale and probably others too. But
Dale's done
Just-
really well.
yep.
but He's basically not played a hand for about 3 hours. Managed to win a set of blinds here and there and get a double up when he needed it. Tam coming in for a raise now. With the ace-8 offsuit against 2 of the shorter stacks. Actually, MT's got 26 big blinds, so he's not not quite a short stack. Tim's going to defend the queen 9 here. Absolutely. Probably going to give up here.
Check, check.
It's
On
gonna-
an excellent board for the pre-flop raiser.
Yeah, it's might work out for Tam. He might make a little bit of extra money here now that MT's picked up a pair. Nope, he just...
That's discipline.
That is discipline, just straight fold.
MT read him like a book.
Not a lot of hands that MT can beat.
Picked up a pair and he's like, nah, I'm not having a bar of it.
No, fair enough.
Pre-flop raise.
Going to be just hoping to chop against another queen, to be honest. Ace beats him, Jack beats him, King 10 beats him.
You got to make final take.
Not a lot of hands left for Tam to have.
It's certainly got more space than the tables up.
Maybe a
Smaller
check back
pairs.
10s or 9s or
Smaller
something.
pairs, yeah. Smaller pairs to the board. That's your only hope.
But the guy would have had to have decided to not bet the flop, but now bet the turn.
Yeah, which makes no sense. If you're going to take a stab at it, don't let more picture cards come.
And then when the picture card does come, you decide to stab.
Still bet. Yeah, nah, that doesn't make any sense. So, Tam with another pocket pair. Coming in for another raise. I think everyone at the table knows that he's putting a lot of chips in the middle.
But now Tam's played very well. I really liked his 3 bets to set up for the king's hand.
Yeah. It's like, it's a very good point about poker is that people that don't understand the game think it's like, oh, if you just get good hands, you win. Sort of like it's, there's a lot of nuance and there's a lot of, setting up of situations and...
Which I feel like doesn't get spoken about enough
it's like
because...
the thing that happened 3 hours ago plays a key role in how a hand gets played or whatever.
Because you have these solvers and you have people like, how would you play this hand? Well, like, hang on, what's happened the last 2 hours?
I don't know.
What's happened the last
I don't
half
know who
hour?
you're against. You could be against some uber whale that just is putting it in, every hand. There's just so much more than just the cards. I often tell people, like, when it comes to poker, the cards are the least important part of the hand.
It's still a game played by humans.
Yeah. Tam coming in, raising under the gun with 10-9 suited. I don't like this as much just because Richmond is going to just whack it in there 14 big blinds for...
I mean, 10-9 suited's a nice hand.
It's a nice hand, but
I'm playing 10-9 suited.
You want to call off another 12 big blinds.
Nah, just raise and fold it.
That's not Tam's way.
A good little pick up with the 10-9 suited. And if he defends the big blind, it's a beautiful hand to take to the flop.
Yep, 0 for 4 and all in.
I think you would have found that Richmond, if he had a hand better than 7 high, was going to take that spot quite a bit, given how many opens that Tam has had in the last, 2 orbits.
Remember the one you got it in really weak?
And then 10-9's just always going to be behind,
The really bad hand, you had the king.
often dominated.
You had king.
Haven't spoken much about Wang,
works,
but
though.
he's sitting here on 40 big blinds. He's done all right too.
Yeah, you got that full double up just now.
He's also been very patient and got in a good spot.
Yeah, with Mr. Richmond previously and Tam playing so many hands, it's like there's not much room for everybody else to get a word in edgewise. So, like Dale, we hardly saw anything out of him for 3 hours, and then he gets a double up, and now he's back in business. What have you picked up? Put it over the reader, buddy. No good? No. In the muck.
I've already asked guy who was sitting here earlier about mystery hands. And apparently the software doesn't do it, but that's okay. You can what about like highlights and things like that with mystery hands? That'll be cool.
Say that again?
Mystery hands, like how they do in Tritons.
Yeah.
You can't do it on stream because of the way the software's set up.
Yep.
You could publish hands afterwards that have a mystery hand component. That'd be cool.
You can create content out of the live stream.
I love mystery hands.
Alright, it's key with A7 under the gun. It's a little loose, but he's coming in for an open. Winston asks, will this play to a winner today? is scheduled to play to a winner today. We always give the players an option to come back the next day if everybody agrees. We're expecting it to go to about 2 a.m. if it is going to play down to a winner, about 12 hours of play on this day. That being said, if the players decide that they all want to go and have a good night's sleep and come back and play 3-4-handed, we are more than happy to accommodate them. Tski has opened the A7. Like I said, a little bit loose because you get jammed on here by 10 big blind stack of Matthew, and you just got to put it in the muck. He shows an ace.
Yeah, he's just trying to use his big stack, trying to push some people around. Just didn't work out this time.
So that 8-minute break that I talked about 2 hours ago was way off the mark, wasn't it?
I reckon I can see the clock now, 10 minutes,
Yeah,
I reckon.
10 minutes and 15 seconds, 14, 13.
So I can postpone my glasses subscription, which guy was trying to tell me I needed glasses.
They've just posted the winner of the mixed games tournament. It's a reverse photo of last night. Last night, Matt Gin won with the girlfriend Taylor in the background.
Oh, that's cool.
And Taylor's just won the 9 game with Maddie in the background.
I reckon Matty's got the biggest smile there too.
Yep. Proud as punch.
King turn off, that's not a bad hand. You're in the hijack. Good spot.
Kiwi Bird saying it's 2 a.m. already where he is. Time to make a hot drink. Might even go a little later than 2 a.m. Melbourne time. We've had quite a few breaks. Just for when we did the Max Late Reg, we went from, I think, 13 players to
We were down to 11 at one point.
down to 11 players
Yeah.
at one point. We had 11 players right before the end of Max Late Reg, and we had 28 players by the time we'd completed all of the Late Reg entries, including Matthew and I believe Dale. So the Max Late Reg strategy, it works a little bit. You either go home very quickly and spend the rest of your day doing something more productive than sitting around a table. And when you do get the double and the triple early on, then you get to play poker for a big amount of money.
Yeah, I reckon the average play time is probably half an hour.
Yep. Very true. One of our regulars here, Sean Regazzini, always rocks up with exactly 30 seconds left in the break before the end of registration for every tournament. And it's like, how do you do this? And he's like, he looks at the clock on our Instagram stories and then sets his alarm. And then somehow knows exactly. He lives 10 minutes away, so he just walks
He's
down.
dialed in.
He just knows when to rock up. One time we had to pause the clock for a minute, so when he finally did get here, he was a minute early, and I was like, mate, what's going on? You're losing your touch.
All right, so Dale's going to take a flop, suited king.
From the big blinds, he's up to, well, he's actually down to
He's going to
12
feel deep on this
bigs.
stack. He's going to feel
12.
for
Yeah,
plenty,
so
of chips.
many chips.
All right, so it's a good board.
It's a good board
the
for
pre-flop
Dales.
riser.
You're trying to rep a 4 here if you're in the big blind. Like,
MT chooses not to stab on the ace high board.
very
He's picked up a flush draw.
He has picked up a flush draw, but now we're chopping. Gonna take us.
No chops here.
They all gonna believe him.
MT's bet the minimum.
He's got the nut, no pair. Gives it up. MT has raised under the gun, a lot of aces in his range. Actually, I'm beginning to think that's not even our clock in the background. That's the mini main event. So,
I was thinking I said 10 minutes about 10 minutes ago.
well, It's only on level 9. The one on the left where we can only see the level is level 20 is the one.
That's a different color now. I reckon they've changed it.
They've switched the clocks around.
Good to see the owner of the establishment is keeping tabs on what's going on.
Yep. I think the whole mini main is now downstairs, so you've just made a few adjustments so that everyone can see their proper tournament clocks. The room looks very full in the background there. Is this hand 84 of the day, or did we restart the... Or we started after the first break?
After the first break.
After the first break. So that's about right. First break would have been 4 o'clock. I think we had to restart there was a problem with the software, so... That loud bang you guys just heard was my wife coming in, bringing me some Guzmani Gomez. Sorry, Ben. We didn't get you any food.
Oh, thanks, guys. Thanks, appreciate it.
You didn't know? You thought I was talking to myself.
So Mr. Richmond, he's gone from
overwhelming
riches to rags.
I think he's now last in chips. This Eagle with Dale. Z Cheng. Gonna open it up here with the Ace Jack.
I probably blundered that and was probably supposed to bust in that hand.
60 to call.
Z Cheng's going to get it through with the Ace Jack.
Get it through. Finally, Matthew fails to wake up with a big hand in the right spot.
Wang's sitting third in chips. He's doing very well.
No, you've been great.
We've still got 3 stacks, 14 big blinds or less.
It's been switching around who were the short stacks, but still keeping that dynamic of alive where people are just sort of waiting for the next person to bust.
All right, seeing some trash from the early positions. Atsuki with another ace. He raised ace 7 from the under the gun last time. Now he's in a little bit better of a position. King 10's not a bad hand, but it's going to be not great here. He's going to pass. MT picks up a pretty hand on the button, but too short to be playing. And then Mr. Richmond passing on 9-8 offsuit from the big blind. So a raise and take. Itsuki gets this A7 through, unlike the last time. Jeez, I'm hungry.
Yeah, it would be nice if someone could bring us some food, yeah?
Just kidding. If it makes you feel any better, I didn't finish this. It's okay.
Yes, Benny Pocket had the famous butter chicken tonight.
Delicious as always.
I also had the famous butter chicken tonight. And now I have some Guzmani Gomez.
All right, so Dale's woken up with a pair, a small one, but a pair nonetheless. 11 bigs in the hijack.
He's going for it.
Going for it. And he's going to get the bad news.
Bad news.
Tam's asking for a count.
Domination Nation. I don't think Tam will be folding this.
Tam deciding to have a bit of a tea party instead of calling his chips off. There we go, finally.
Bit of a slow roll there from Tam, given the stack sizes, but
Dale needs a bit of help here. A lot of help. And that's not going to be it. Oh. And there's that speedy run out that I love. Yep.
Speed run, turn and river.
So we lose Dale, but he played very well given
his stack size.
Given the dirty hands he got hand after hand. Saw a bunch of deuce sevens in there, a bunch of 10-3 offsuits. So did very well to take down 7th. So well played from Dale. So we're down to 6, and I think for the first time we've only got 2 stacks less than 15 bigs.
Tam back up to 60 big blinds, close to that 2 million mark.
Maybe I'm your ace is good. Maybe I'm your unlucky charm.
Even when I have ace, I think I have to call. But
Yep, good navigating by Dale. Got given very little to work with. So he did well, getting 7th. But still, it's always disappointment when you bust, even if you did the best you could. MT, the best card paired with the worst card. Mr. Richmond with the Rockets.
He's going to go for all of it, given that he's on the button.
Or will he do a min raise? Will he do a tricky limp in?
No need for that.
Well, he checked min raised the trips last time, so you never know. We might see another tricky play for Mr. Richmond.
You should do the bet like 95% of your stack and keep a few chips behind. That's the trick I'd play. He may even get called here.
Yeah, Tam wakes up with a suited ace.
I think if you look down, you see the aces. You just got to like act quickly. If you Hollywood for too long, then people sort of sniff it out. Just be like, oh, pretend you saw King Jack suited. What would you do with King Jack suited? You'd jam it in here with on the button with 8 big blinds.
I'd be jamming a little bit worse than that too, I reckon.
Of course, but like you just like when you see the aces, you're like, great aces on the button. No one's going to believe it. What would I do with it? King Jack suited? I'd shove after about 7 seconds. So that's what I would do.
What would you do with 12 big blinds in the small blind with King 8 offsuit? Would you snap jam it or what would you do?
Giving away too much of my secrets.
Because I can tell you what I did.
All the money in the middle.
Yeah, I went
Small
straight in
big.
instantly.
Small versus big. I saw the king. I'd put it all in the middle without looking at the other card.
That's almost what I did too. Because when I get dealt my cards, the first card that comes out I look at straight away, and then my second card I don't look at until it's my turn.
Sure. That's the strategy of developed over many years in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I just never look at my cards until it's my turn to act.
Yep, that was the traditional wisdom, and I used to follow it for a while, but then I just got too bored.
So Mr. Richmond has got a full double up there. So, if there's anyone that's actually paying attention and watching me, I don't want them to have any information before it's my turn to act.
Mm.
So if I don't know, they don't know. And then I've just been playing for like 25 years, so I've played every hand. I've seen every hand. There's like I'm never gonna have that hard of a decision pre-flop, I think.
I actually like to look at my first card and then look at all the action. That way I can start developing a plan as the action unfolds.
Sure.
And I still can't get a read because I haven't seen my second card yet.
You could have a king and could have a king with it, or could have a
exactly,
two.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I don't mind it. I think just as long as you're consistent and you do the same thing every time, I think that's the best strategy. The best strategy is to be consistent.
Anyway, I had so I was on this table. There was after the registration finished, I was on this table. I looked at my first card was a king. I was in the small blind.
Yep.
And I thought if it folds around to me, I'm just gonna go all in instantly. Second card was an 8. Just went all in instantly.
Fantastic.
And then I was walking out the door.
What'd you run into?
Ace 4 offsuit.
Is what it is.
Mm-hmm. But the question is, if I had aces, would I still do the same thing? I reckon I would. I reckon I just put it in straight away.
Yeah. You were putting it in no matter what your second card was, or?
I think so.
Yeah. I think so too.
From 6.
You can get ace 4 to fold sometimes, you know. 12 big blinds.
I think my
You win.
customer was too good to be folding ace 4.
Who was it?
It was Liam.
Jehu?
Yep, I wouldn't expect him to fold an ace in the big blind.
No.
So Tam picks up another pot. He's been enjoying that button today. He's earned that button by 3-betting Mr. Richmond, getting him out the way.
Yep. Matthew back to being the short stack with 14 bigs, so
We might be on break here.
it does look like we are on a break. So we will see you all in 15 minutes.
your Michael, your big blind.
It's not a deer.
I
My
gave,
luck's here.
I gave him the leg out on the
20,
hand.
20, and 40. I don't have grip on this. My hand. Yeah.
Hey, you won.
4 of diamonds is the burn.
You 4-bet with Jack 8, huh?
40 to call.
500k. Good ball. Huh? Nice try. Sure, you 5-bet me with kings, huh? That's a bit out of line, isn't it?
Tiger,
Actually just called.
were the players supposed to get an extra time card during that break?
All right, we're back and I'm flying solo.
Give it out.
Ain't so bad.
Raise from
So Wakeman wakes
4,
up with pocket sixes, under the gun 6,
300 to call. Ball from 5.
and raising 3/4 of his stack, so he's basically all in.
Ball from 6.
We still have to see the...
And Wang wakes up with King 10 suited, which is a nice hand. You like to play it. Unfortunately, you can't really play it in this spot. Unless he thinks otherwise.
The 300 is spent. 10 seconds. Uncard being used. 7.
He at least thinks it's worth a time bank, so maybe King 10 suited goes in here.
Four replacement. That was his card.
Oh, his?
Call from 7, call from 8. The 300 to call. Call from 3.
One extra time bank per player.
And I'll keep it.
Yeah.
Yep. Button on yourself.
I think there was one play missing. You want to keep on playing until we finish? Yeah. Everyone?
We have a max 13-hour playtime, and then at that time we'll do a
That's according to play
check
discussion.
how you're feeling. No, at 13 hours we'll check and see how it goes.
But then if everyone agrees to play on, we can play on beyond 30 hours. Right?
It also depends whether or not we have the staff here and
Healers.
the space.
Don't worry. Fancy.
Oh, like the commentators.
Nah, it's like
The commentators as well.
2 hours. Should be fine.
Right, let's do this. We'll knock it out of the park. 40 to call this one.
Not a hard cut off for 13 hours anyway, guys. If you decide you want to continue playing on and
Call from 6.
feasible to do so, we can definitely get
Have we got enough dealers, Tiger?
There should be enough. Dealers wouldn't be the issue. It's more you guys
Call from 7.
What's the cutoff?
No, there's no cutoff. If there's
Raise
consensus,
to 80
Cutoff
from
13
8.
hours.
no, after 13 hours,
80
there has to be
raise, 80 to call.
complete consensus.
It's not a hard cut off for 13 hours. For 13 hours, we're
around.
put into place so that we don't have a
8.
24-hour final table like we
So
did
good?
a few series ago. Because it was just ridiculous. So the 13 hours we put into play to say, as a worker, we can stop it if needed, but we can continue to play. You guys will decide when you want to finish it off and not
Calling,
cause
yeah.
responsibility as far as staying up too late.
We'll see what it looks like at the
Absolutely.
next one. I'm not agreeing to play till the sun. I'm not agreeing to play until the sun.
Does that mean it was a very good game? And that's what I mean. We don't want that to happen.
It could be a
World,
reverse
what
photo.
time's the World Cup?
Are you good at reverse photos?
40,000
I don't think that much. I'm not smart. I'm not smart enough to give off fake tells or.
Richmond
I think there's one at 8 a.m. I don't know if there's one before.
All right, we're back.
All right, guys, we are back at Playlive Melbourne. We are here watching the final table of the Mammoth. You are now greeted by Jose. The comments Swiss Army Knife. You're going to have to listen to me for a little while now. I'm trying to do everything. Please be kind in the comments.
40 to call.
I will leave all the poker stuff to our resident expert, Ben, here. He's a professional, and I'm not going to give my beginner's opinion.
Certainly not a professional, but what are they doing? They making you work a jack of all trades
There, that's it. Look, I like trying to do everything. It's my own fault for being
Too confident.
too confident. We'll see how this goes. This might be the last time you hear my voice. Just have to see me on the stream, training up the chips.
All in from 4.
All right, Wakeman wakes up with a He's had some excellent timing today, Wakeman. He's a good example of how to play a short stack. Just picking all the right spots, passing on the right spots.
This looks like a really talented final table. I might defer to your opinion on it. I'll just go by result, and this is a good selection of players that generally ends up on a final table, or generally ends up running deep into a field. I think Itsuki's had a really good run recently.
Yeah, he's been playing very well. I don't think I've seen him make a single mistake. In fact, most players here are playing very, very well. It's been very high quality poker.
I think he's actually shouted that he couldn't get into the flight 1D at the moment. He was looking at the retro ending. He was like running back and forth. I think being on the final table is good enough, surely.
Yeah, I think he can't complain now. So Wang opening the ace deuce suited. Suited ace are always nice. It's been a crazy final table because the chip stacks, you had half the table less than, I don't know, 15 big blinds. You had a couple that had 100 or more. And chip stacks is now starting to even out a little bit. But it's been some interesting short stack plays, some lessons on how to play a 3 big blind stack even.
Well, that's it, right? You never give up. You can't quit. You've got chip in a chair, as they like to say. You've got to give it a go.
Yeah, perfect example. Wakeman was down to 2.9 big blinds. I remember seeing that number. Dale Marsden, he finished 7th, even though he had barely any cards to play with. He just stuck it out. So 7th is actually a pretty decent result when he had the run that he did. And even MT at one point, I think he was down to maybe 6 blinds or less. So yeah, some very impressive short stack play.
Well, they are back to, 12 and 20 between them, respectively. That's still quite playable from my understanding of the game. If you've got a fair few blinds in front of you, you do have a fair chance of getting back in there. You just got 1 or 2 double ups.
Yeah, well, Wakeman's had sub 10 the entire time. Now he's got 20. He's going to be feeling very comfortable on 20. This is probably going to be his bread and butter now as he comes in for a raise with the ace 9.
Matt, can you put your cards on the stand?
Mr. Richmond, he started off as extreme chip leader and had one hand that was not well timed, but good intentions. And then flopped trips and ran into a straight. So he's had a very turbulent day, yeah. We might see a bit of action on this hand, whether it's pre-flop or post-flops, as Wang picks up King-Queen. Haven't seen a lot of post-flop play just due to the stack sizes, so I get excited when we're seeing a flop now. So the flop hasn't hit anyone in particular, but being a low board, typically a little bit better for the big blind, but Wakeman will still have plenty of plans to play, plenty of cards to play with. Now he's got a 3 card straight with a 9, got a backdoor flush draw with a 9, got an ace high, so he might check back, he might bet.
Back to 5 doesn't hurt much, doesn't help much.
What gives him a gut shot?
But it gives him the gut shot. Do you feel confident with that there on that board?
Well, the board being as low as it is, typically he's going to hit the big blind, and Wang obviously thinking the same thing. He's out here representing a 6, representing maybe a 2 pair. So plenty of hands that Wang can represent, and now it's going to be a bit difficult for Wakeman to continue. But he does have the gut shot, he does have the ace high and the best hand, and yeah, Wakeman's too good to be folding just yet. Now if you're Wang, do you follow through?
Look, me, I'm a little bit of a gambler this way. I try to pull the bluffs where I can. These guys have been playing for a little while. They've probably gotten to know each other reasonably well now, their play styles and whatnot. You see a check there. I think I probably would have tried to give up as well, but I maybe would have gone the shot, just push, see what happens. But that is why I'm behind the desk and not behind the table.
I mean, if you're going to choose a bluff spot, that's a pretty good one to choose. The board comes out all low. You've got only king high, so if you are going to bluff, that's a pretty decent spot. But it is scary when you bet the turn and you get called, so you get a bit uncomfortable. Like, if I bet, I don't want to get looked up, and You just got to fight those demons sometimes.
You definitely understand the hesitation. Look, there's big money there. You don't want to make the wrong decision, and all of a sudden you don't have chips to keep playing. Like if they had both gone all in there, would have done some damage to the chip stacks, and that's it. That's your one bad decision. So I guess it's probably safer to sort of let it go and fight another day, right?
Yep. Do you get to play much?
Don't get to play here. We've got a good rule where the people who work here don't actually get to play. I think that's
Probably not a bad policy.
It's good for integrity. I mean, I don't know if the dealer is the one who gave you a bad beat last time. Do you really want him dealing you the cards?
Yeah.
So no, I'll play online for micro stakes for fun because I don't have the patience or dedication. That's my real pinch point there. I can't sit there for a really long time and fold the hands. Like I think that most of the game is like folding the bad hands, and eventually everything starts to look good to me.
Well, if you want to learn patience, this final table's been the one to watch. There's been some just extreme levels of patience as people grind it down to less than 3 big blinds, so you couldn't get any more patient. Looks like Winston's asking you if it's the first time in the booth.
Winnie, there you go, mate. Yes. Oh, not the first time. I came and made an example of myself last time. I've been told, do not call yourself a polished turd on stream.
Oh,
I've gone back and done it again now, so I apologize to everyone who told me off. But yes, here I am, trying to keep you guys entertained. Hopefully I can do a little bit of a job here. Trying to keep Ben entertained as well.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Being a legend and doing this stream for us.
So we've got a blind on blind spot here, and blind on blind spots are my favorite, only because they're so difficult to play. The ranges are so wide, it's so many hands you can play. So if I just try and recap the action, looks like Wang raised it up, and Ziki called. Flop goes check, check, and now Ziki played a little bit tricky on the flop, checking back at top pair, but decided he doesn't want to check back anymore, and now he's putting in a little bet. And then it's one of those spots where you got ace high, it's blind versus blind. You might have the best hand sometimes. So sometimes folding might feel like you're over folding, but at the same time, it's just not comfortable. You don't have a pair. The guy can have a 6 or a slow play jack in this case. Yep, blind and blind spots are tricky.
I'd imagine in this spot he'd be going, look, is it worth him? He's pulling out a bluff here. What's he like? You're working out their hands, and you're going, is it worth it me sort of taking another shot at this? Again, I'd be beginner, professional, but with ace-3 in my hand, I don't necessarily have anything here as far as it goes. So I'd be a little bit scared to sort of put more money in here.
What about a raise?
A raise is ballsy. Like you can appreciate that from Zicheng here. Wasn't even one of my options. So it goes to show you that people are thinking of much different levels.
Yeah, when you get ace high blind versus blind, it's ace high is generally good for a showdown. You want to get your ace high to showdown, and Ziki's kind of denied that, and he's decided, you know what, instead of getting the showdown, let me just put in a little bluff.
I think it always helps when they're suited. They look so pretty, don't they?
I love suited aces. They're good.
Especially if they're connected, they're suited. Like I'd be in this mix for sure, but I probably would check it out by now.
Ziki's gone all in. He had the option to call and play a river, but he decided just to put it in now. Maybe he's trying to stack a worse jack. Maybe he's trying to stack... Not sure. I think trying to stack a worse jack or just trying to end the hand immediately. I think the thing with suited aces, I used to play a lot of PLO. And when you have a suited ace in PLO, it's really good. It's really good because flush over flushing someone is a little bit more common. And it just plays really well. So maybe that's why I like suited aces so much. Do you play much PLO?
Look, I don't have the brain for it for the PLO, unfortunately. It's, as soon as they start getting into these mixed games, I know MJ runs a fair amount of mixed games. I go and watch, get confused, happy everyone's having a good time, and then I move on. Oh, there I am on stream. Went that out. Here we are. Sorry, guys, getting distracted.
Hey, come here. Look at, there's me.
So I do give a go at PLO every now and then, but as I said, I haven't done the study for it. I don't know all the maths and odds and stuff.
But you can just go in and play. You know, you don't need.
You can for fun. Definitely for fun. That's why I do the tiny micro stakes. Jose,
What's he talking about there?
So the social media team here is really creative. They've got me and one of the other managers, Scott, to do just a little reel where we're being a little bit silly. it was amusing. I dare say most of the views is probably from our own children. So if we take 100,000 views off that, I think another 40,000 people have seen it.
I was going to say you got a lot of children if you got 140,000 views.
They're just very bored. They can watch anything on repeat, mate.
Yeah, the TikTok generation. Tam's played a good final table. He's been aggressive in the right spots, then happened to get good hands in the right spots. So yeah, I've been really impressed by the way Tam's played very well.
So we've got a question here from Winnie, who was asking if this is going to play down to the winner today. I don't know if that's been discussed or not, but just having words with the guys downstairs on the table. A lot of them are keen to continue on, as some of them are in the day 2 of tomorrow's event, and some of them also want to do the main event that's on 4:15. Since we had an extra long final table one time, we've put in some policies in place. These guys will get the option, possibly at the next break or so for them. If they want to continue playing, they all have to agree.
So it has to be unanimous.
So it has to be unanimous. So we've got a 12-hour limit to our tables, just to avoid any of the players getting too tired or being forced to be here for an excessive amount of time. That then goes to the players. If they all wish to continue on, they're all happy to play. We'll play on. If they want to play to a winner, I can understand that, and obviously we're happy to facilitate that. But otherwise, we pick a time and a date to just continue this one on. Because a lot of these guys are in other events, and you can understand everyone wants to try to have their shot at all the different events. And so we'll do, I think as we did last time, people may remember that we sort of paused at the final table. I think there were heads up at the time, so they could go jump into a different event.
So if everyone agrees to play, you guys don't put your foot in and
No,
stop
we
it,
won't
no?
stop them. No. Look, man, I'm happy to be awake till 6 in the morning. If you guys want to be awake and playing until then, not an issue for me. I get paid. My pay is guaranteed, so
Beautiful.
I'm happy to stay. Natural night owl, mate. It's all good.
So tell you what, next time, or if I ever get to a final table again, I'll play slow or drag it out. You get some overtime, and you can send to my bank account.
Highly appreciated. No, it's one of those things where you've been playing for so long, so I can understand when you get to 12 hours and you're just wrecked from the mental exhaustion that's been on the table. Someone will be like, oh, you're just playing poker for 12 hours. No. At this level, at this stage, you're playing seriously. You have to think about a lot of things. And to be concentrating for that long, as I say, I myself have about a 2-hour limit, and I'm tapped out from my concentration. So after 12 hours, I can really understand if people are, I'm done. I don't mind getting some sleep, coming back. And if I was on this kind of final table where it's being filmed, go get a couple of insights on the plays that happen during the day. Surely it can't be a bad idea to get extra info.
It is good to watch, see what different players do and pick up some new ideas. All right, so Tam wakes up with trash. So you move on to the next hand. The next player. Jack 10 suited is a nice hand.
Suited, oh, lovely hand.
Everyone loves Jack 10 suited.
Especially in Manila. When I started dealing as my poker career, the first games we were dealing with Manila. Yeah, everyone wanted the Jack 10, the old Greek flag.
So Manila, that's the one poker game I've never played.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's
so
the one that most people, I think that's the one they teach to kids, but it might be like the old school generation game.
it's what, you get 2 cards and then one at a time on the board, right?
Yeah, so 2 cards, and you don't wait for any action. The first card comes out immediately.
Okay.
They'll get very grumpy if you forget. You're not allowed to forget. All you get is a dinner card. And then they tap the table and look at you very angry, and you're like, oh, yes, whoops, sorry, I missed it.
It's funny because like all the different mixed games that have popped up, Manila hasn't seemed to be one of them. Like we've played this all these mixed games, the Mixed Game Academy. Manila's not part of it.
I think it's too slow because you bet on every card as it comes around. So you've got 5 rounds of betting.
Yeah, okay.
And it's a limit game.
Yeah.
So we've got a showdown. Sorry. Looks like MT's got Ace Jack. Board's run out.
So MT was at risk and gets a double. And Wang, he's fought pretty hard this table. He's also played very well, but down to 7 bigs. Not out though.
No, I mean if they can come back from 2.9.
They've been coming back from 2.9.
Just got to learn that lesson. It might be one of those tables. Maybe it's me's fault. It's a double up dealer. I don't know. I should lean away from blaming blaming the dealers. I was one for a very long time.
All right, so we do a recap of the stacks. We got Itsuki on a very handy lead now. Tam second, not too far behind. Then we've got 2 middling stacks, Wakeman and MT, and then 2 short stacks, Richmond and Wang. It's been interesting watching the stacks shuffle around. You get one person chip leader, then another person, one person short, then another person. So what's going on here? Do you want to talk us through what's happening?
So it looks like they're just racing off the
racing
chips
off.
there. So it must be the levels about to go up, 2040. Possibly just taking G's out of play there.
Yeah, that's right.
You're a big blind.
The chip race, it's such a good system, isn't it?
It's everyone really wants to win it, almost as much as every other hand. It's funny, you guys really get behind it. Oh yeah.
Just another way to gamble and sweat cards.
We didn't like it. I used to do it with somebody where if there was only 2 people in the chip race, pick a horse, one person buys dinner. You lose.
Not a bad way of doing it.
We've got to keep ourselves entertained somehow.
Do you know what else I like? I like the time flop. Do you know time flop?
No.
Okay, remember when the games were time charge?
Yeah.
So they come around to collect, say, $30 of every player. You pay the time charge and there's no rake. So that's what time is.
Yeah.
And then time flop. So I never heard of this. I've been paying time all this time. I go to Vegas and they say time flop. I'm like, oh, what's time flop? So let's say there's 8 people at the table. The next flop that comes down, whichever card is on the left, let's say it's a 3, seat 3 pays everyone's time.
Cool.
Yeah, it's a cool idea, huh?
This is not a bad idea.
Yeah. But let's say it's a queen, it just goes to the second card.
Yep.
And so on and so forth. So if you're lucky, you could play the entire day rake free.
That's a good deal for some people. That's really good. I can see that possibly going off here. We've got a lot of people who like to punt it. If you're going, hey, give you a flip for another hour.
Yeah, so obviously the reverse can happen. You might pay time 5 times in 10 hours. But again, it's just such a good system. It's another time to sweat some cards and it adds a bit of fun to the game. And plus, it's efficient. Instead of everyone paying $30 and the dealer pulling in chips, you just one person pays the whole table.
Done. Everyone gets it out of the way. Rip the bandit off. Get back into the game. Gotta say, if I paid it 3 times in a row, I'd probably tap out then. Like, yeah, this is not my day.
I mean, that's the thing, you can buy out as well. Let's say 7 people want to do time flop and one guy doesn't. He just pays $30 to the person who paid the time for the whole hour.
There you go. They've thought about this.
Yeah, I like those little systems.
It's probably a different way they get to operate their stuff in Vegas. Be nice if we could do that here.
We did that at Crown a couple of times. Like high carding for things, it's just a good fair system. I like it.
20 seconds, Michael. 6-3 fault. Sometimes you bring over the trophy.
The old time charge, come around, 22 or whatever it was. Time charge, and everyone would just get up. You'd get like 7 people in a table, just all like, nah, I won't play for it. I refuse to pay $5 more for another hour.
Or it's you guys come at 10:28. It's like, come on, we've got 2 more minutes. You come at 10:31. Oh, come on, one more hand.
It's all about trying to squeeze what you can, right? Get value. Well, Mr. Richmond's picked up kings here.
I think he picked up aces on the button as well, just before the last break. He's picked up 2 powerhouse hands on the button.
300,000.
3-2 for Tom. Maybe not calling him that. Bad time for kings.
Another one is, let's say they open a new game and there's like a dispute. Let's say there's like 9 seats to open up a new game, but there's 10 people and there's a dispute as who gets that seat. You just high card.
Yeah, that I like.
High card.
It seems really fair, doesn't it? Just be like, leave it up to the cards. This is what we're here for.
Maybe we should govern our society by high card. How much tax should we charge our citizens this year? Let's just high card. High card for tax.
I really want to make sure I trust the dealer on that one. Someone starts from the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, I couldn't trust the government to do high card for that.
All
Oh,
of a
look,
sudden-
it's 70% again, guys.
Whoops, sorry guys. Just got 4 aces in a row. What's the chances?
Yeah, you'd be blinded up. Is that the
There's our suited ace again.
race? 6-3 races to 100.
David wants to know who's commentating. So we've got myself, Ben Pocket,
Oh
And-
no, Nippy! You're telling me you don't know my voice?
Well,
I am
maybe he's just shit
very
stirring, and
dis-
I've just walked right into it.
No, I'm offended, mate. If you're telling me you don't know this voice, oh no, we're not friends anymore, mate. I think he's just noticed the slight reduction in quality of commentating after Bridges is gone. I do apologize. My poker knowledge is based on being a dealer, and I dare say I spaced out a lot of the time. There's not much to do when you guys are tanking. We do just space out, honestly. And then
Dealer card.
yeah, and then every now and then someone's like, "Hey, pull the next one."
All right, so it's a post flop. I'm a post flop enthusiast. I like watching flops.
Ace,
Right.
6, ace, 10.
Yep. So MT open in early position, and Tam has called on the button. Potential 3-bet, but wants to take a post flop. No C-bet, and Tam can either take a stab. Does he want to take off a card? No, he's going to take a stab.
Looks like he's chucked in 80,000 there.
Gets the job done.
That's enough.
So MT just check folding that board. Didn't want to go with C-bet. Don't think it would have worked. I reckon Tam would have stuck around one, so MT might have saved some chips there. Paul Wang down to 4 bigs. But the good news is if he folds his hand, he's got 3 or 4 more free hands until he's in the blinds again. So when I'm playing poker and you short stack, that's one of the considerations. Do I take this spot or do I wait for the next 3 hands?
It's only so long you can wait when you're that short for what's a better hand necessarily that's coming. If you're looking down at an ace, it looks like gold at that point, right?
Well, that's the thing. A hand may or may not be a shove technically, but you don't have that long to wait. Maybe you just have to take it.
Yeah. Sure, you don't take that hand, and then the next come is rubbish, and you're stuck in there with a big blind and a random hand.
Yep. So Tam's opened up, and Suki's come in with the 7s. He's going to take a flop. So Tam with the 2 overs in position and suited. So I reckon I'll take Tam for this one.
Right, done. We got dinner on the line. Whilst I don't necessarily root for any patrons, Itsuki, please. I'm craving some Uber Eats. I'm not sponsored, but hey guys, for free.
I've got half a box of uneaten butter chicken there.
That butter chicken was good.
It was good.
I ate the whole box of my butter chicken.
All right, so Tam with the gut shot and an overcard. Potentially take a stab, potentially take his free card. And he's slightly covered by Itsuki, but I don't think Tam's too worried about that. He's going to put in a small bet. And when people bet this small, it just feels dirty to fold, so stick it around for a small bet. So Itsuki still maintains the lead. Checks it over to Tam. And then you get in this spot where he's just called me on the flop, so he could have a 9, could have a jack, could have an underpair. So barreling again, yes, you've got a gut shot, but you're up against a guy who hasn't folded yet. Who's taken the free card and it's worked out so far? And then does he find a cheeky value bet or does he show it down?
Do you think he puts himself in front here? This is where the mindset where I can't get into it. I've got a professional actually. It's like, dude, here sitting there, you got Queen 8. The action's gone down. Do you go? I think I'm good here.
Yeah, so you might think that you're good here, and you just try and imagine what hands that call on the flop that are worse, and if you bet, do those worst hands call? So on the flop, you can call with a 9, in which case you don't want to bet because he's got the better hand, unless you're trying to bluff him off. But why would you? You've got to pair yourself. You're up against a flush draw who's not going to call anyway. You could be up against a straight draw that's not going to call anyway. So value betting on the river might be a bit thin, but some people might find a value bet there. You never know, someone might call you with ace high if they put you on a king queen or a queen 10.
That's where the real strategy is in this game, is putting someone on something, what they put you on, what you put them on that they put you on. I think that makes sense.
I mean, it definitely would have been thin, but maybe a value bet could have been had. And then there's the last fact: if you put in a thin value bet, someone who you did have beat, they put in a check raise. Now you have to fold what could be in the best hand. So quite often people just check back and they're willing to take their equity when they have the best hand. So Mr. Richmond with Ace Queen, premium hand, and he's got a stack where there's not really much to do but jam. I mean, you can do some small raises, or he could just do the complete opposite and just go middle raise, medium raise. I was counting how many bad calls I made earlier. I think I made a few. Oh, this guy will fold. No, didn't fold.
Well, you've been doing this stream for a little bit now. I've just gotten here, but I dare say I can meet your numbers of what they're going to do. Guessed incorrectly. It's getting to this stage where, see, if I was at top 6, so many cards would have put to me. And I think that's the discipline of these guys that you guys all have. You don't feel do you feel the time pressure as the clock's ticking on and you're watching your sort of stack get less big blinds as you go along? Or do you just, I mean, this is more for you. I'm not going to speak for everyone, but obviously yourself, you'd be like, all right, need to like zone in, stick to it, or is it got to take a shot because otherwise I'm going to be out? Sort of, how hard do you gamble with it at this point?
I mean, there is an element of you can't wait forever. You're going to have to pick a spot sometime, and it's a matter of how good of a quality of a spot do you want to take. So if you're, say, I don't know, 10 big blinds or less, time definitely is running out. You can't be too picky. If you have 15 big blinds, maybe you can afford to just pass something marginal, wait for something better. If the blinds are going up soon, or you're about to be the big blind, that factors in as well.
Yeah. No, of course. Look, Edzuki here has got 47 bigs, pocket 3s. Give a little raise. You see what's going on?
So Itsuki's put in the raise. Well, he's got a large chip stack. So when you're the big stack, you're wanting to play lots of hands because you can make them bust. They can't bust you. So there's
put the pressure on, right?
Yeah, that's right. Put the pressure on. So yeah, pocket 3 is definitely raising. And then when you know the big stack is doing that, you can't just let them roll over you. So you do have to put up some sort of fight. But at the same time, if you put up too much of a fight in the wrong spot, you're just going to blow yourself up. So it's just one of those balancing acts you got to play. And the better players, they just balance that fine line the best.
I find that the temperament is one of those things that sort of gets you through really far in sort of these things. You can absorb the bad beats. Like you don't tilt as hard. You really think about the game strategically and logically. I think if you take all the emotion out of it, it becomes more mathematical, and you're likely to make better plays if you're thinking straight. You're not.
Yeah, I mean, poker just the game where if you're going to get emotional, you're just going to have a really hard time. You don't have a choice. So I think if you're an emotional person, you either just don't play, or you just have to put up with some pain. But on this subject, Wang's got 9-8 offsuit under the gun. Now, normally you wouldn't raise it, but he doesn't really have much time. He either takes this hand now, or he waits for a better hand in the big blind. And he's decided, and I think it's probably a fair decision, that I'd rather just take the 9-8 now than wait for a random hand in the big blind.
Well, at least with suited, not suited connectors, but connectors there, you got a chance to crack some aces or something. Anyone comes in, you've got an actual chance. Whereby at least the other random hand that you might have to be stuck with, might not get there.
Well,
let's see how he goes.
4 big blinds, you don't have much more time to wait. And funnily enough, you might even get a fold with 4 big blinds. Anyway, he's gone in. He's been looked up by King Jack suited. So he's torn a loss on the line at the moment. He needs a 9 or an 8. And it's going to be pretty hard from there. Oop, 8%. And we're going to see Wang exit. He played a very good tournament. So I think I'd be happy if I were him with the performance.
Hey, look, $10,300 is nothing to laugh at.
Yep, no, he played some nice hands. But now we're down to 5. And we've got the shortest is Mr. Richmond on 12 big blinds. So if he folds now, he gets the button. Then after that, the cutoff. Then after that, under the gun. So he's got, 3 hands or so before he's big blind again.
Yep.
And if he passes through the blinds, he's going to be down to 9.5 big blinds, which again, still a little bit something to work with. So bearing that in mind, he's probably got 10 hands to pick a good spot. So MT picking up pocket 6s under the gun. 6s are a bit of a dirty hand because They're a small pair, but they're not that small, but they're also not that big. So some people might just fold there. He's come in for a raise. Some people might even jam. Some people might fold. Just one of those borderline hands.
Yeah. And going with his stack, it's quite reasonable. He's not in a position where it feels like he might have to shove his whole stack in there.
Correct. He's got 17 and a half big blinds to start the hand. So if he did want to pass, he's got plenty of time. But 6 is not a bad hand. It's definitely worth playing.
Here's the question: where someone goes and shoves in on him, has he got a decision to make, or it's that simple? It's a pair in hand. What are they likely to have, or are you just gonna go? Nah, they've shoved on me now. They've got something for me.
Well, he's been shoved on basically by ace 10 suited, and MT just he's going in.
It's ready and it's good enough. There you go, guys. He's answered my question for me.
690.
He's on a final table and I'm not. I'm going to trust his opinion.
5 calls.
Right, so who's at risk here? Mr. Richmond's at risk. He's got the 2 overs. He's got some straight draws and some flush draws he can go for.
Battle of the short stacks.
Gee, that's a big flop for Mr. Richmond. Needs a 9, a heart, ace, or a 10. There it is. So Mr. Richmond with a double up, and now it's MT, the one who's short. He's the one who's got to find a spot pretty quickly.
450.
So MT went with the hand. He was the favourite pre-flop. A small favourite, but a favourite nonetheless. And I think, well, if you could see his cards, you wouldn't fold. But you do risk the chance of losing and being down to 5 bigs. But it's a very reasonable spot to put it in.
Well, when you saw the percentages there, it was going to be close. And as you said, I think it was the small blind, the small pockets problem.
Yeah, you just cross your fingers. You hope you don't run into 7s or better. But yeah, 6 is very reasonable to play them that way. And look, a lot of these spots are not clear. Like some people I know will fold 6s, some will raise, some will jam. Just one of those tricky hands. It's kind of like on the border.
Yeah.
6-4 folds.
And yes, you can go home and you can look up the computer, what the computer does, but that's not necessarily the best thing to just follow what the computer says, because you've got different players playing, different situations can pop up, and
well, at the end of the day, whoever's written the article or whatever it is, they've got their own ideas of what's correct and what isn't.
well, they have a computer that calculates. But even still, a computer can't factor in the human element and the unique situation that's this particular final table. Richmond again with pocket kings. And he's just had a double up, so it's always nice to pick up some hands after you've got some chips.
It's likely to be believed here. Because MT with
All right, so MT needs an ace.
Ace queen though.
Wow.
Pocket kings always does scare me anytime I see an ace. They are called magnets for a reason.
Yeah,
I feel.
the ace magnets.
Let's see if he could dodge something here.
All right, so kings are looking good. MT's got a backdoor flush draw as well, but not now. He needs an ace and an ace only. And we say goodbye to MT.
Well, they're going through quickly now, but that's guess what happens when you got some short stacks in play, right?
And that's what happens when Jose comes and sits in the back.
I'm getting the blame from up here. Guys, I can't go anywhere.
He's back. He's back.
This is the first time for the whole final table we haven't had someone 15 big blinds or less.
Oh, wow.
So the shortest stack is 21 big blinds.
So now we're likely to see some actual play again, right?
Yeah, so anyway, I might see some more post-flop play. Give me a fewer all-ins pre-flop. And four-handed too, so four-handed, yeah, so four-handed. So a lot more action as well, now that the short stacks are all out of the way.
A lot more cards start looking better. So probably my actual range comes into play here.
All right, Mr. Richmond, he's just won a couple of pots. He's got some chips.
How good has been just look suited?
And then 10 with the king 5. He's been opening a lot of buttons. He's not afraid to get amongst it and raise some hands. I think I read that. I'm getting confused on the stacks here. And there must have been a dead small blind. Okay, that's why. All right, so Tsuki with the button coming in for raise the queen 7, so looking to steal some blinds.
4-5 suited. That's one that would trick me into a call.
At this stage, every hand's a call for you.
Yeah, it pretty much is, and this is why I'm not on any final tables.
Maybe we should talk about hands that aren't exciting for you.
I don't like the queen 7 much, but I mean, if I look at it long enough and it's been a few hours, even that's starting to look like gold.
But he's got the button, and he covers the big blind. Oh, okay, so Wakeman's the big blind. Okay, this dead small blind's confused me. All right, so Suzuki's gone for the steal, and Wakeman, very good defend with the 5-4 suited. It's a great hand to take a flop with, and he's flopped pretty well. He's got a flush draw and a gut shot. And it's an ace-high board. I love these button versus big blind spots. I just said I like the small blind versus big blind because they're wide, and button versus big blind is also the same thing. The button's playing, say, 45, 50, 40% of hands, and the big blind's defending even wider. So I like these spots because there's so many different kinds of hands people can have.
And 7 of diamonds. Gotta be loving that if you're Matthew Wakeman.
And so Zuki's picked up a pair and a flush draw. So he's decided to take a free card, trying to hit his flush, and now he's hit 2 pair. So Wakeman with the best hand, he's going to presume he has the best hand, say 90% of the time, if not 100% of the time. Could come out for a bet, try and get a call by a pair of 10s, by an ace that's taken a pot control line, maybe try and get a value bet out of a queen.
Chuck some money out.
So there's 9 big blinds in the pot, and he's bet 2/3. And if you're Ziki here, you're probably not folding. You got 2 pair with the queen of diamonds blocker.
Seeing some value there. Not too much.
Oh, and in fact, he's gone for it all.
It's all in here.
So one of Ziki's thinking he can get called by worse because maybe Wakeman has an ace that's going for value, and Ziki's trying to get paid by an ace. And you might be thinking, why is Wakeman taking so long? He's got a flush, why isn't he called already? But I would say this is a typically under-bluffed situation. Not many people bluff the river here. So Wakeman might be a bit concerned that Ziki's taken a tricky line with the flush. He's got to call off his whole tournament life. So he's just taking his time before making a decision.
It's good pressure play by Itsuki there. Sort of really shoving it back on him. Because Matthew would have been really confident, and then he got that shove straight into his face, and he's gone, well done.
Well, Ziki's not bluffing here. Ziki's not bluffing. He's got 2 pair.
So you're saying he's making this move thinking he's ahead?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Because when you have, like, yeah, so Wakeman makes the call. He took his time, just considered. That's another hallmark of a experienced player, not getting too excited and putting his chips in straight away. Just taking his time just to make sure before putting his chips in. But yeah, if Ziki has 2 pair there, he's not bluffing, because to bluff he's got to think he's folding out a better hand, and he wouldn't expect a flush to fold or a bigger 2 pair to fold. So Ziki's going all in there, most likely targeting just top pair for value.
Yeah. This is the insights you get when you get a professional poker player up here, guys.
Not a professional, but that's okay. I'll pretend. I'm what they would call well, I'm not a business reg because I don't have a business, but I do work full time, and I do play a lot, so I'm definitely a reg, but not a professional by the literal definition.
No, he had a worse style.
You have spent some. You've done the study, sort of, as they say. So you looked at all the.
Yeah, try
Read some books and whatnot.
Try and play well.
That's the bit where, as a person who doesn't play, it's like if you expect everyone to have read the same book, shouldn't everyone be playing the same?
Well, the number of solutions, like I don't even know how many. There's just infinite number of solutions. Like computers haven't even, like they say, I don't even know if No Limits. I don't think it's a solved game. When you have a solver, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily a solved game, because you have like infinite bet sizes. especially in tournaments when payout structures are different every time. So yes, there's like a solution per se as how to play certain situations, but the solutions are so complex that you just couldn't possibly memorize everything.
And there are so many situational factors, right? They just have to come into play. When you're playing
100%.
the person,
100%.
and not necessarily always the cards.
I did for a very short time try to mimic and play the way the solution said, but I just lost very, very badly. So I decided to stop doing that.
Well, the Robons aren't that smart. They can't beat us at poker yet. Look at those blinds. It has evened out.
Yeah, evened out big
bit.
time. So this is probably going to be the most interesting point of the tournament. Down to 4 people. The stacks are pretty even. So if you've been watching all along, I'd say this is the most interesting poker.
For very good seasoned players here. If there's any time for me to learn something, I reckon it's now.
All right, so Wakeman on the button. Now he's found himself second in chips, so he's going to be loving life. He's been grinding the shortest stack the entire time. Mr. Richmond in the small blind with Jack 8. And again, these are the spots I love, blind on blind. Any passes, I think Tam's had the better of him this tournament. A couple of times some good play from Tam, but also just a bit of a fortune as well, waking up with kings at the right time. So I think Mr. Richmond probably just taking conservative option and just wanting to just put the brakes on a little bit and probably just passing on that spot.
No more Jack 8 off. That was the best hand. Is that what he had when he fought that ball?
I can hear them talking about the Jack 8 offsuit.
Did I hear that correctly?
So Wakeman and Mr. Richmond, I think, are talking about the Jack 8, and Jack 8 is when Mr. Richmond, he 4-bet folded Jack 8. And that's when Tam had the kings. So because it's been a break, they've all gone to their phones and they've all looked at what each other have had. But now he's picked up another pair. So he's had a couple of big pairs. And pocket 8's on the button. An excellent spot. So he's going to raise it up. He's got Tam in the small blind, who's the chip leader, and the big blind, who covers him by just 1 chip. He's got a time chip.
I was just about to ask. Does it require more thought here? Surely
it doesn't require more thought. It's probably...
Is he Hollywood in this one?
I wouldn't say Hollywood, but he's obviously trying to make his hand look like something other than what it is my guess. Or maybe he doesn't know, do I want to... Maybe he was thinking about a limp in or a raise or a big raise. So there you go. He's decided to limp in. So maybe the time chip was legitimate. He really wanted to think about how to play his pocket 8s.
You can see my impatience.
All right, so Tam's coming in with the 5 deuce, just getting a very good price on a call. And
see, me with my 8s would have run into these kings and complained about it on my way out the door.
So Mr. Richmond could get away, not pre-flop, he's not going to get away, but he could potentially not get stacked here, whereas if he raised the button, there's a very good chance he gets stacked. So a bit of good timing from Mr. Richmond, but he's not out of the woods yet. And then there's little things like what sizing to choose. So Zeke on the big blind, he's gone 4.5 big blinds. It's always interesting to see what sizes people choose in these situations. Do they go small? Do they go big? But I do like Zeke's sizing, going 4.5 big blinds there. Tam's going to get away with the 5
As a general, people do say 2x, 3x, 4x.
Yep.
How do you feel about that as just as a standard betting amount? Because I mean, you might go to hide what your intentions are, right? So you get 2x every time, so people don't know what your range is.
Yep.
And sort of what you're trying to. Whoa, sorry, I stopped talking because the king's come on the flop, and Suki has got himself trip kings.
And so this is very good timing for Mr. Richmond. He's limped in, he hasn't limped raised, and now he's going to be able to get away from this hand very cheaply. So very well played and good timing by Mr. Richmond. Yeah, so to answer your question, min raising, like you said, if you min raise every single hand, no one can guess what you have based on sizings. This spot was a bit different because it went limp, and then you're in the big blind. You can't go 2 anymore. You have to raise bigger because you're going to be out of position.
Mr. Richard folds that hand and takes another one down. And the blinds are even again.
So now we're going to have Tam on the button, and then Suki and Wakeman in the blinds. And Tam's been raising a lot of buttons, so he's been playing. I think Tam's played, yeah, I've said it multiple times, I think he's played this final table really well. In fact, can't really fault too many people on this final table. They all played very well.
Look, if you've gone to a final table, you probably made a few good decisions on the way. Top 4 in this field, and it had a lot of good players come into it. Look, it's a higher buy-in event.
Yeah.
So you're not just gonna throw in 5 bullets because you feel like it. You are gonna make sure you're taking this seriously.
Well, it's the second biggest buy-in of the series, and it only got 63 people. So you've got the opening event, which got 1,100 people, but only 60 people put up the 3,000 to play.
And it's got to be like you got to back yourself a lot when you're jumping into a game like this, right? It's got to be a lot of pressure for the guys who aren't as seasoned. Itsuki's new coming into the game and he's been crushing everything.
Is he new?
Relatively, I think he was dealing for us the last during the Melbourne Millions.
He plays very well for someone new. I can't believe he's new. He plays too good.
I'm pretty sure when he took something down, it might have been before the Aussie Millions. We're like, hey, you come back because it was a decent win, good money, and we're like, hey, you want to come back? He's like, yeah, no, I want to deal. And then he cashed a few more and crushed, and it's like, oh, no, I'm done. I don't need to be behind the table anymore. I can play and have fun. But obviously, he's backing up his belief because here he is on another final table.
So it's gone raised by the King Queen out of position, and Wakeman's called in position with the Queen 7. So this is the blind spot I love to see. And with both players missing, no pair for either person. Zuki looks like he's going to check. And Wakeman with not much to work with. He's got no gut shot. He's got some backdoor straight draws, I guess. And then he might think Queen High might have a small bit of showdown. Because here's the thing, you might want to bet at this flop and have a bit of a stab at it. But it's very easy to bet a lot of hands and be over bluffing, or maybe Tiki checks a lot of pairs and traps you.
Yep.
But Wakeman comes in with a bet. So I think he's recognized that Queen High doesn't have much showdown and he doesn't have many draws. So that's a nice stab from Wakeman, just picking up the pot and pushing off the weaker the better hand.
There's the strategy in play.
I'll always scan my cards.
I would have seen that board and gone, no one's hit anything, surely. Stab. Take a shot.
Would have worked.
Yeah.
Zuki had a bet he would have won. Wakeman bet and he won.
But no, they know that they can't.
If anyone is just joining us now, we are watching the Mammoth. We are down to our last 4 players here.
Big blind.
Big money on the line. Quality players, having played some very good hands until now. The blinds are fairly evened out. Mr. Richmond on 28 bigs is the short stack. But that is not in any way out of this tournament. So I do the front desk a lot. I think a lot of people have seen me. It's funny when they come down, you got the final table, people have just busted. And obviously you're disappointed because you busted, you haven't won the thing. But at the same time, when you're coming, in the top 4, what are we looking at now? 166 whole prize pool. Yes, you want to take down the bigger part of it. But if you come 4th at this stage, my congratulations is what I give everyone. Because, it's disappointing, sure. But if you've beaten, 63 other quality players and you're taking 14-7 for your 4th place, you'd be a little bit happy with it, surely.
Yeah, it's always disappointing when you bust. Like, whoever finishes 4th is going to be disappointed, but you wake up the next day probably feeling, it's good, I got 4th. All right, so Tam's waking up with a big hand, and Ziki's called the button with ace-8. We get a monotone board, so all of the same suit. Bomb pot some places.
Bomb pot, get in. Someone was suggesting a bomb pot tournament.
I'd play a bomb pot tournament.
No one has said they wouldn't, so look, I'm actually going to give this some actual consideration.
But it's got to be a PLO, though. It's got to be a PLO.
It's going to be PLO.
Can't do a holded bomb pot.
Oh, has this made it very dangerous?
All right, so going check on the flop. when the flop goes check, check, Tem's probably already got the green light. And if he didn't have the green light, the queen's definitely a green light now. And it's hard to see him getting any more chips. Although I've been proven wrong multiple times.
See, this is just the
Oh, here we go.
pessimist in me going, even if I was Tam here, I'd be like, he's probably got 2 hearts. He's probably dead anyway. Or he's drawing, and the heart's going to come out and I'm dead. But I tend to think of the negative on this one. I don't assume I'm ahead all the time.
So Tem bets small on the turn, and Zeki's put in a raise. And Tem's definitely not going anywhere.
A reluctant call there, you reckon?
No, I think he'll be happy with the call, but maybe just playing a little bit coy.
And now it's over.
So Zeki might be representing a top pair that just wants to get a little bit of value in now. He might be representing a slow played flush, but now he's just given up. When someone calls you in that position, it's going to be very hard to bluff someone off there. So Tam checking the flop, working out really nice. You have the Queen of Hearts as well.
Yep.
So nice to have the Queen of Hearts. If a check and a heart rolls off, it's completely fine. Whereas if you don't have the heart, maybe you want to bet and just protect your hand a little bit more. All right, so Tam's pushing away now. He's got 62 big blinds. He's in the box seat.
Board for his good play. Now leading charge.
All right, so the graphics keep confusing me. But Zeki just was button, so he's not button this time. Maybe it's confusing the players too.
Something has happened.
Under the gun, yeah.
The computer tables are great. The RFID readers usually on point, but the system being a computer doesn't always understand exactly what's happening. The moment you just track a 1,
All right, so we're playing blind now. We've got mystery hands all around. So Waitman come in for a raise. He's got Mr. Richmond on the button he has to get through.
So you didn't get
Guys at home, you get the dealer's view from here. We have no idea what they have. We just get to watch their bets.
Now you're in the box seat to commentate this one.
No, well, I'm here for...
Oh, here we go. We got cards.
Let's look at the RFID readers are having issues there. Possible might move some people around and see if we get that going again.
So Tam with a nice 3-bet steal there with the Queen Jack. And probably just using his big stack to his advantage because Waitman's second in chips. So Waitman's got to be careful that he doesn't bust before the other players.
Yeah.
So Tam's going to be well aware of that. And the Queen Jack's nice cards because you block the Queens, you block the Jacks, you block the Ace Queen.
Sorry? I said like open fold if Tam's in small blind. I've learned my lesson.
All right, the King 5's not going to do it.
6-5 folds.
Tam on the button with King 8, and with his stack and the way Tam plays, definitely won't be folding. I'm pretty confident of this. I don't think he's going to be folding.
I think he heard you. He's going to do something just to make sure you went wrong. 80,000 there.
So Waitman's in the big blind. This is going to be an interesting little matchup that we're going to see over the next hour or so, where Tam's going to be opening a lot of buttons. Waitman's not going to be folding much on the big blind at all. Waitman's a very experienced campaigner. I'm sure he's going to back himself to defend a lot of big blinds and play well post-flop.
And 6-3 call. Heads up. Yep, can you please scan your hand?
All right, so Waitman in the dominating position with the King 10.
Alright, heads up.
But out of position. And then this is the button versus big blind spot that I like. So,
Yep.
so
And we've got a flop, just like it's all coming up, Ben.
All the spots are like all the loose wide spots. Kiwi Bird's hanging in there at 340. He's feeling tight at the most interesting point of the tournament. So Tam comes out with a very small C bet. Wakeman with the best hand, but it's going to feel uncomfortable continuing this. 1 over card, he's got some backdoor straights, might even have the best hand, is what he'll be thinking. I might have the best hand here. It's a small bet as well. Folding here will feel a little bit dirty. It'll be interesting to see how Wakeman continues. Yep, so he's recognised that the hand's too good to fold. Oh no, what a card.
So if he thought he was ahead, does he still think he's ahead with an 8?
I think what he'll think is, I'll check over to Tam, see what he does, and I'll reassess. But I wouldn't see him continuing past 2 because it already felt borderline on the flop. So if it feels borderline on the flop, then it definitely won't feel any better on this card. And then Tam is going to go for the bet. It's going to try and get some value out of a 6, out of a deuce, but no value to be had. So Wakeman, well played hand, defended the big blind, continued the flop correctly. Some players will fold the king 10 there, but Wakeman made the correct continue. But then even if you make the correct continue and the turns are nothing, Tam might just bet again, and then you're going to have to fold anyway. So Wakeman's playing to see if he picks up a pair, to see if it goes check, check. So it's really interesting watching these players.
As I say, it's so much strategy that comes into play here. Especially with 4 players, I imagine it gets a lot more difficult to sort of decide when you sort of want to take your shot at something. You guys have been playing with you for hours on end at this point.
Yep. On the last break, I said, "Oh, I feel like going home now," but I'm glad I stayed. This is getting interesting. So Ziki with how many's he got now? 20 big blinds. So he's equal shorter stack, but he's picked up. So Ace Jack can be sometimes a marginal hand, but at this situation, it's a premium hand when you're on the button with an Ace Jack in this situation.
So he likes it.
Yeah, he likes it.
See if anyone. Oh,
it's bad timing. Very bad timing. And who covers who? So Mr. Richmond covers by 1 big blind.
Oh. Sam will be sitting there happy, going, "Yep, guys, get it all in as much as you want. Go for
You guys buzz each other out.
I'll just sit back and relax."
So this is a premium situation. You got Ace Queen suited. It's a premium hand. The button's just gone all in. Mr. Richard might be a bit cagey because maybe Ziki has a pair and Mr. Richard might not want to flip. That might be a consideration of why he's taking his time here. But I do like the fact he hasn't just snapped it off. Like, again, taking their time to just assess the situation. That'd be the main concern. Has he shoved on with a pocket 5s, for example?
I think the problem is, see, these guys go through all these variables when they think about when they tank and actually consider accurately what might have happened, the play and everything. When I see these, I'm like, ooh, pseudo connectors. And the pressure, I think, generally after I made the call,
He makes the right call.
so I generally talk myself out or into the hand. It's usually the wrong decision. But this one, it looks like he's thought about it good.
What if you talk yourself into a decision and do the opposite?
That does happen as well.
Oh, what a flop.
Oh.
So Ziki going from 3 outs down to 2. Picked up some chop outs. Oh, he's hit it.
Boy.
Oh, that's a brutal bust out for Mr. Richmond.
I thought it was the other way around. I didn't know.
That's a brutal bust out.
Oh, he'll be disappointed, but he gets to play tomorrow, which was one of his main concerns. Let's go home, rest.
Yeah, made the right call. Yep. Well played, Mr. Richmond.
If it makes you feel any better, Mr. Richmond, I would have put it in a lot quicker than you, and it would have already been at the cashing out. You can't. What else could he do?
That's the game.
Ace Queen, 4-handed.
That's the game.
What are you going to wait for? Ace, King, and Aces and Kings?
That's it.
There's only 3 other hands and it's still there. Sorry, I don't think he was eliminated. It looked like it was.
Looks like
it was 20 and 21 bigs.
Yeah, so looks like he's got chips left over. Yep, he's got chips left over. Okay,
But
so
he's all in.
Okay. He's got 0.9 of a big blind. Okay.
50-50, guys. 25-50.
So Mr. Richmond virtually all in on the small blind.
8 races to 100.
Yep, Ziki's made a raise with a Jack 10 from the cutoff. Wakeman waking up with a premium.
Oh,
We're
bad
seeing
time,
lots of
Mr.
big hands.
Richmond. Oh no. Just had your ace queen cracked, and now all of a sudden, everyone else is woken up with a hand. That's the life on the final table, right? Ups and downs, swings and roundabouts. He was in the lead there for a second. He had the shortest stack there for a while.
Yep, he's definitely had a swingy day. All right, so Wakeman's coming with a call. So he hasn't 3-bet. He's playing a little bit tricky. I wonder if the stack size considerations is going into Wakeman's mind. I'm not sure.
I was just going to say, is this the point where you just happen to get someone knocked out? Like you want another person in there in the mix to sort of potentially knock out?
Well, Wakeman's 10 times a studied player that I am. Maybe there's something he knows here that I don't. Maybe he's trapping, or maybe because there's some ICM considerations that I don't know about. Could be either of those. So we're going to get some post flop, and looks like Mr. Richmond has folded. So he's going to hope that someone busts here. Because Wakeman's not the covering stack.
Yep.
So I think that's what it is.
Yeah,
Now that I think about it, if he raises and gets 4-bet or whatever, it's going to be too uncomfortable with a 0.9 big blind stack in there. So now that I've thought about it, that's what Wakeman's thinking. So Ziki with the top pair comes out with a bet. And again, Wakeman might feel like he wants to play slow given the extreme ICM pressure that he's in. Because imagine this, imagine you raise here and Ziki goes all in and you call and bust when there's a 0.9 big blind stack. It would be an absolute disaster. So that's what I'm guessing is going through Wakeman's head. And it's not like calling queens is a bad play. It's still going to be an excellent hand to have. So I think Wakeman just showing maybe he's a little bit more well aware of what's going on than I am. So Ziki, he's raised, he's been called, and still thinks he has the best hand, so he's betting again.
If you're Matthew, right, you assume you've got the better hand.
Yeah, I think Wakeman would still feel pretty comfortable in the situation he's in. But
In
I
a
think
very small open pre-flop, can't really put him on anything massive. The board's come out, nothing terrifying on it.
10 seconds.
This is the average man's opinion, guys.
5.
Just letting you know. But yeah, me with king queens here, I go, well, what danger could I potentially be in? Got the whole board beat. Is it likely to have 5? Probably not.
and it's working out well for him as well, because Ziki must think he still has the best hand. Although he's bet twice, and he's been called in 2 spots. So I think Ziki would probably be feeling a little bit nervous now that he's being faced with so much resistance, and yep, he's checking. He likely thinks there's no value to be had, and he's right. So now Wakeman, does he go for value here? 22 big blinds in the pot. He's got 18 big blind stack. I think Wakeman he'll understand he has the best hand. Now he'll just decide how much he wants to bet for value.
And checked as well.
Oh, he's checked.
10.
Yep, so the ICM pressure, very big consideration for Matthew Wakeman.
I mean, the guy's got what, 0.9 of big blind? Are you really going to risk anything for that point? As you said before, if you were to go out here and you had one guy who was almost definitely out within the round.
Yeah, that's what Wakeman's thinking. And possibly he's also thinking that if I bet here, not many worse hands can call.
Yeah.
That's also what I think Wakeman is considering. Because it's such a rare and strange situation that this is in. Like, this is one of those spots where you ask, oh, do people study everything? There's a spot like that you can't really study.
Yeah.
You can just have some guidelines or some ideas, concepts you're going to try and execute.
3 races to 100.
So now we have Wakeman as second in chips.
100,000.
Yep, so an ace in the cutoff with the button only 0.4 big blind, so Wakeman's virtually the button himself.
King 3. He's going to put it in. And cross all of his fingers and toes.
And so Tam 3-bet the Queen Jack offsuit previously, and he's probably going to understand that Wakeman's in a ICM situation. So Tam coming in with a call for those reasons. He understands what's going on, and he wants to come in and put some pressure on.
Well, everyone's in.
Yep.
So
And then Ziki getting a good price. He doesn't want to fold, getting good price. Plus, if everyone comes in, it's a greater chance that Mr. Richmond busts. So everyone's kind of implicitly colluding to try and get Mr. Richmond out of the tournament. I think we'll see a lot of checking round.
well, is the optimal play for everyone else at the table, right?
Yeah, just
realistically, just having someone
bust him out.
bust out.
Yep.
That's it. And he's got 0.4 of bigs. Even if he gets through this, you just check it out and see a river.
But at the same time, if you're Wakeman, you got top pair, maybe you don't want it to check it round. Maybe you want to push some players out and just make it more likely that you win the hand. Because if you're Wakeman, you start checking down, someone catches a gut shot or something, that's going to be a disaster. So Wakeman now just betting for protection.
Fold around. Mr. Richmond will see an ace there.
And Mr. Richmond's still live.
Running threes would be sick.
Got 5 outs.
That's not one.
Down to 2 outs.
That wasn't it either.
GG, Mr. Richmond.
Look, he had a good run. The swings and roundabouts of poker are what they are. He understands this game. He's been around it for a while. He'll be mildly disappointed, but as you say, I reckon tomorrow he'll be like, you know what? I got 14K. I get to play the next event. Could be worse.
All right, if I thought it was interesting 4-handed, it's even more interesting 3-handed. So Kiwi Bird, if you're still around, gonna get even more interesting.
Well, this is the bit where I'll take a bet with you. This is where I feel confident putting a bet down. Do you think they continue playing? Mr. Richmond was probably one of the more vocal voices about finishing up because he had a game the next day. I think the Matt in there is possibly in day 2 as well. But at this point, it's 3. You've been playing for 12 hours. Do you reckon they call it?
I'm not sure. I mean, there's still a fair way to go.
We're coming up to what? 2 a.m. So it's getting close. But you're also at the stage where you're like, all right, we just finished. It really could go down to one hand if Tam's in lead here, one big hand. All he needs to take it all down, right?
Yeah, well, Tam's got the chip lead, covers everyone. So what have we got here? We've got Tam raising the button, and like I said before, Wakeman, he's not going to be pushed over in the big blind. He's going to defend. And Kiwi Bird's still here, so yep, you get to enjoy the action with us.
Thanks for sticking around, Kiwi Bird.
All right, so Wakeman defend the big blind, but won't be sticking around here. Just a matter of whether Tam will c-bet his bottom pair, or whether he'll check back and play it a bit slow. I think Tam with a chip lead is going to bet. It's easy to say that when he's reaching for chips.
You'd assume here with any ace, sort of, you're in a pretty good position when the other person there's no action to you.
That's right. Well,
They're not being aggressive.
That's right. He knows Wakeman's going to defend wide. He knows that he is the chip leader.
Chips aren't that widely dispersed that sort of you can afford to take risky plays or anything. Like if you're Tom, you still sit there going, oh, I can't really bluff everything now. Someone's going to call me or wake up with a hand potentially. But he is in the lead, so you have to take advantage of that, right?
100%. 100%. All right, so it's blind on blind. Every spot's going to be interesting. It's either blind on blind, it's button on big blind, small blind versus button. Every spot's going to be fun to watch. And these blind versus blind spots are tricky. You can limp in the 10-8, you can raise it, but being covered, as in the other person has a bigger stack, you're probably going to play a little bit more conservative, which is what we see here. Kiwi Bird's considering a coffee. And if I had a coffee now, I wouldn't sleep till midday tomorrow, so I'm not doing that.
What is that, 2 a.m.? I'd have a coffee now. I'd have it in. Might go down and get a Red Bull. We have to continue this one after the break.
So Tam with a 6-3 wants to take a flop, didn't want to bump it up. And so we'll just see what kind of style Wakeman wants to play here. Is he going to come out and stab and attack some spots? Or is he going to play more of a conservative, just try and navigate a bit more, trying to catch some pairs and draws? So we check the 10-8, not stabbing. And Tam coming out with a cheeky 1 big blind bet. Gets the job done.
And I mean, what else can you do there, Matthew? You've got 10-8 off, 2 kings on the board. You haven't hit anything. You've got no draws.
Yep. But the beauty of the spot is, most of the time, no one hits anything. So it's a...
Best bluffer then?
Sometimes it's the best bluffer. So we're going to see a lot of pots where everyone's just playing a bit of cat and mouse. We see a lot of small pots like that one. And someone might watch that spot and go, oh, that's a boring hand. But, you know, you see Tam flop a pair and just put out a little bet. He didn't check it down. Wakeman might have had a stab, but no, he's just checking and playing it a little bit careful.
Well, again, this is where the psychological aspect of the whole game comes in, right? You got to think, how much pressure can I apply from the big blind, the small blind? At the same time, small blind's got an ability to apply pressure, right? Because if you're thinking the person who's got their whole life on the line is willing to put it in, they've got to be backing it in some way. You're not bluffing a lot here.
Yeah, yeah. And so we saw Wakeman defend the 9-8 offsuit earlier, I think it was, and now Itzuki's doing the same thing with the 8-7. So everyone's successfully or correctly defending their big blind, and Itzuki realizes that this board is good for him, so he's coming out with a bet. See, a lot of players will just automatically check here, but Itzuki's coming out with a bet on a board that favors his range.
Just because I'd want to see some fireworks. A 7 here would be juicy.
7 would be juicy. So Wakeman's got ace high. Ace high is generally pretty good 3-handed. He's also got a gut shot, so he's not going to fold just yet. So I think Wakeman's going to play very well in these short-handed situations.
And it's a bit of 115,000.
Has Wakeman raised maybe? Is that why we haven't gone to the next street?
I think that's why. Chucked out some chips. They stay so still, sometimes I reckon they're frozen.
Nah, I saw him blink. Blink, Wakeman, if you're there. Yeah, so what's happened here? No, he did call.
Nice.
So Itzuki stabbed the flop, which I like. Now the ace has come out, which does hit Wakeman's range, but Itzuki's saying, I think you can float me with more worse than ace. So I'm going to bet and continue applying the pressure.
10 seconds.
Maybe he thinks he can fold out a pair between the 8 and the ace. Maybe he thinks Wakeman's got a king-queen that he wants to push off. But Wakeman's got the top ace, he's not going anywhere. Well, you want an action card, there it is.
Oh, no.
So Itzuki makes the straight, even though it's a flush board. But he doesn't waste any time, it looks like. He's going straight for chips. Going for chips, but he's thinking.
It's one of those spots where I always see 3 of the same thing on the board and I go, oh, does he have a flush? Does he have a flush? How much weight do you give something like that? Me, as like a cautious player, I go, oh.
It's a consideration for sure. The pot was 21 big blinds and Zeki's gone 6. So he's bet less than 1/3 pot. So he gives the Wakeman a very good price on a call.
Almost enticing it, right? Like going.
Yeah, he's trying to milk some value out of Wakeman. He just puts all his chips in. All his time chips in. And Wakeman's not loving this spot. He loses to a flush, he loses to a 7, and he's got to dream up a bluff that Zeke can have for Wakeman to be able to call. So he has to think, can Zeke turn a pair into a bluff maybe? Maybe he donked out with a bear 8, which he did, or a bear 6, and now is just continuing to bet, try and push him off an ace. So Wakeman must be thinking that for him to consider a call, or he must be considering maybe Zeke has maybe a 9-10 for a flopped gut shot that picked up a heart that's barreling with. It's hard to think of bluffs. Like, bluffs don't easily come to mind. You have to think hard to come up with bluffs here. So that's what Wakeman is thinking about.
Do you think he thinks at all that 7, that 5 really gave him a straight and he's gone? I don't think I'd get past the fact that I got 2 pairs on the river here. And I'd be looking and going, "But I got 2 pairs. I've got to be ahead."
Yep, so Wakeman does find the call. Getting such a good price with 2 pair. And, well, he was kind of right. Zuki was betting out with a bit of a bluff. So he got that right. But the way the board ran out was just really tricky. So Wakeman was giving him credit for a bluff there. Even though he's getting such a good price. That's the thing in poker. Sometimes you get a really good price. You have to call it even though you expect to lose a lot.
Even the amount of information he would have got out of that would have been enough to sort of go, all right, wasn't great, but at least I know what is potentially playing.
Exactly.
What he does at this stage of the game.
Exactly. So now he's going to be thinking to himself, okay, I know the guy's going to attack those middling boards. I know he's going to barrel on flush complete cards. I know he's capable of doing those things. I know he likes to bet small with value when he's got a strong hand. So those things will start going into Wakeman's mind now. Tam not showing the button. Queen 6. And Wakeman's taking a bit of a hit, but he's still got 23 big blinds. So he'll still be feeling comfortable now. And we've got some smiley faces in the chat and some hand waves.
Kaito, wave back to you. You can't see me, but I am waving enthusiastically, just like the little emoticon there. Kiwi Bird special. Still with us, thank you. Hope you got your strong coffee.
How do you pronounce the smiley face name?
I don't. I do.
Hayaka. I got Hayaka.
Yakimonokuro. If you just
Alright, so Wakeman flops middle pair. Checks over to Tam with a straight draw. He wants to take a card, a free card. So Wakeman with the best hand, but very scary board. He's checking. It's going to be not that much point in betting. He's going to play a bluff catch game. And he's going to hope that Tam doesn't give him a hard time. Tam picking up bottom pair. He could take it to showdown, but no, he's going to start applying some pressure.
I imagine it's a really good time to bluff here. Just looking at the board, there's a straight out there. The other guy hasn't been very aggressive.
Well,
Bluff was checked.
Well, this is a lot of players might say, I've got a pair now, I'm just going to check it down and show it down. But Tam's recognizing that a 6 might not be that good.
Yep.
I can bluff off better. I can apply some pressure because I'm the bigger stack. But Wakeman, to his credit, he's finding the call. Yeah, this is where it gets interesting, watching these people find these difficult continues. Because you're not comfortable calling a pair of 8s here.
Oh, no, by no means. Looking at this board.
But wait.
As a pessimist myself, I'm like, yep, I'm definitely dead here. Surely I'm not holding up with my 8s.
But Wakeman recognizes that Tam could definitely have bluffs. And Tam decides just to shut down on the river.
Check, check.
Wakeman probably has a lot of traps. He beats some flush draws anyway. So all these little details, all these little things to think about. So that's a nice hand from Wakeman.
I feel like I'm getting a masterclass here, guys. Be careful if you see me over at a different poker venue. I'll be putting these tips into play and see if I can get any money out. But I imagine I will get bored after about 2 hours and probably dump that.
Suzuki picks up a nice hand on the button. King 10's beautiful on the button. Apparently he's running too good and hitting everything. It would be easy to play poker like that. We'll like to see him after some bad beats. Could say that about a lot of players, I reckon.
The man who's saying it himself is... Wow, that is the pot calling the kettle black.
I know.
Luca.
I always say, I wish I ran like Luca.
Everybody does. Everybody does. We love watching Luca play, and he's given some real bad beats to a few people. Dealt them out myself. Hey, we've got some action here. So, it looked like Itsuki raised his king 10, called on the flop, called, and then check the turn, flop.
So both players with king high happy to show it down. Both think king high has some showdown value, and they're right. They get to chop the pot. So Zuki on the button didn't want to c-bet. He had 2 overs, he had a 3-card straight, a 3-card flush. Decided to check to see what developed, and then decided that king high was good enough to take the showdown.
Yes, what can I do?
You get bust. You get bust and go now.
I'll give you guys first and second prize. And then,
Everybody loves the chopped pot.
I'll give you guys first and
No
second
losers.
prize, and
It's the best way. It's fair, right? How do you feel about running a high card on a chop pot instead?
I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
It's a bit of like a.
It's got to add to the
gamble on
fun.
it. Yeah, exactly.
Add to the fun. Hey, you know I like high card situations.
Exactly. That's why I was like, you know what? This is nice and even. It's almost like getting an ocean card, right? Just one more. Let's see what happens.
I've never played an ocean card game. I would love to play an ocean card game.
Stop giving me ideas, man.
Do you come up with the ideas here for tournaments?
So with between all of us, so we sort of come up with we get a lot of stuff from the players based on what they'd like to play and that sort of what sort of things are happening outside of the area. So the recent one was the Battle Stacks tournaments we had here. That's it's a concept that's started taking off around the place. So we thought we'd give that a go. What we tend to find is the community here is not exactly the community outside. So you can assume that's like a Battle Stacks will go off, and then this community tends to like a different sort of tournament. So we take a lot of feedback from people. If I've got 10 people who are like, I really want this particular tournament, we'll throw that into the mix, into the ideas between the management group. Go, how can we make this work? How is it likely to work for our players? Because if it worked, sure, it worked at APT Asia, but that doesn't necessarily translate to here. So because we have we have a pretty big pool of regular players, we have a great crowd here. Like without sort of talking it up just because I work here, the player base that we get here is so different from everywhere else where I've sort of watched poker or dealt or, you know, it's a real community here.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of people there. Everyone knows each other's name. Very friendly here.
Yeah, we come in, the vibe is great. You know, there's other places where you feel like it's a little bit dingy, a little bit, you know, everyone's sort of upset already or whatever.
Yeah,
But for the most part, people come here, have a good time, and play some good poker. And that's what we are trying to provide. That's basically why Josh and Bridges sort of founded the place. They wanted a place where people come and play some good poker. And I think the best way to do that is to sort of get the feedback from players and go, what kind of games do you want? At the end of the day, we can't lose that way, right? Like, we're giving you guys what you want. You guys will come and play.
Beautiful. Has the Battle Stacks tournament happened yet?
We've had 2 Battle Stack tournaments. We had the PLO and we had No Limit first. Funnily enough, the No Limit went so quick that they never ended up having to pause the clock. And so that one played like a regular tournament. I don't think anyone knew the difference.
So how does it even work?
So the Battle Stacks, with the way we did it, so we had 3 40-minute levels to start with while registration was open. And then, whoops, maybe I'll talk a little bit closer there, Kiwi Bird. I apologize. I'll start yelling. So explaining the Battle Stacks, we had 3 40-minute levels to start with. They go up normally. And then once we've ended registration, it was a matter of the average big blinds. So as long as everybody had more than 20 big blinds, it continued on as normal. If it dropped under that, we would pause the clock. So that level stops there, and we leave it there until the average is picked back up, and the clock continues. And so it pretty much plays, everyone sort of has, your minimum is going to be like 20 or so. So it plays a lot more fairly, I think. So everyone sort of has an idea of where they are, and the clock stops. So it's not like you've got that time pressure if you are stuck with sort of 20 bigs where you're like, oh, if I don't make a move in the next sort of 2 levels, 1 hour, I'm out. You get to go, all right, I can consider my options here. I can wait for a semi-decent hand and sort of play it out. But as I said, it didn't stop on the No Limit Hold'em because everyone just played so well. It remained at the 20 big average for the whole way. Uh-oh, aces. Sorry, guys, getting distracted here. We are looking at Matthew Wakeman's working up with aces. Tam Trong has got ace-9 off. And 3-handed, I imagine ace-9 is looking pretty good. Without having seen, no, it was a 2.5 big bet. Re-raise.
So we've got an 4 bet and all in.
Whoa. The ace-9 did seem good enough. He's putting it in.
So it looks like Tam's gone a 4-bet bluff. And he's ran into aces. And it looks like ace is going to hold. 98% equity is good equity. Oh. Oh, have I spoken too soon? Oh.
That looked dangerous there for a second.
All right.
If Tam had taken that down, he would have been sitting at about 90 bigs, and it would have been a completely different game than what it's about to be now that's evened out again.
So Wakeman was down, remember, 2.9 big blinds. He had 2.9 big blinds, and now he's almost 2x the chip leader.
What a final table this has been.
So Wakeman's played just hasn't stepped a foot wrong. He's been cautious in the right spots. He's stuck around and been sticky in the right spots, but we haven't seen him play his chip lead yet. He hasn't been chip leader. So it'll be interesting to see how he changes his game.
So the dynamics completely changed now, because you can see Tam's now gone to the short stack. Not that it's by much. Zuki's sitting there on 35 big blinds as well.
And so now second and third are equal in chips. That's another funny side game because no one wants to bust third. So if I come up with a good tournament idea, come to you.
100%. You come up with a good tournament idea, make it something. I like the different ones. Like, I don't think anyone wants to go for it. I've been back in the teams event for a little while now because I think it's a lot of fun. You know, you got one person there, you switch, and you get all the different play that happens.
You guys, have you done a teams event yet?
We haven't as yet for any of our series. It's a lot of work getting to all the people in and out, and it's usually really messy, which is why it has to be like sort of more of a fun tournament. Of in a series like this. But there's all these different games and styles you can sort of just make up. And like I said, you play a bomb pot tournament.
I'd love to play a bomb pot tournament as long as it's PLO.
Well, the PLO battle stacks, that one was the one that ended up with 2 hours of break. So the level didn't go up for ages when they were playing. Oh.
All right, so Wakeman's limping in the Jack Deuce offsuit, blind on blind, and Tam's taken a flop. So last time Wakeman didn't stab on the King board, he only had 10 high and he was covered, but now he's the covering stack. He's got a gut shot, so now he's taking a stab. So you can see little things changing. Wakeman's starting to find some aggression in this spot.
You can make moves when you're a little more comfortable, right?
That's it, he's got the chip stack, he can make some moves, but he did have a gut shot. Tam didn't raise pre-flop, so maybe it means he has less aces.
You were multiplying by the 125.
So is PLO your fancy? Is that why you want to...
Well, I've played bomb pots before on PLO, it's fun, but I think in Hold'em, only having 2 cards, you just miss the board so often when it's multi-way. It's just not a fun game to play.
Oh, a PLO bomb pot tournament would.
Because when you play bomb pots, if it's multi-way, it's just too hard to connect with the board. So you just end up check folding a lot in Hold'em, and it's not a fun game. That's my opinion anyway. So
the craziness of PLO is what just drives it. It's like PLO on Supercharge, right?
Well, you just get to play more.
All those lower range hands tend to hit more, and
it's easy to flop a straight draw, easy to flop a flush draw, easy to flop a pair.
Dangerous.
When it's Hold'em, and even if you had a 6-max tournament, you just miss the flop so often. And when there's 5 other people in the hand, it's just hard to put chips in.
Yeah.
So I think if it's a bomb pot, I reckon it's 4-card PLO. Could do double board PLO.
Now you're just trying to confuse the dealers, mate. Listen.
Hey, if they can deal no limit Badusi, I reckon they can handle bomb.
The 9-game mix.
No, it was the dealer's choice on Friday night. Some of those games are wild. I played pot limit, double draw Badusi, some crazy game, and I just too much.
That being said, Shannon's mixed games get a fair few following, and people come for these games.
I mean, they're fun. They're fun.
The last time he had a dealer's choice was like the choice of 25 different games. I couldn't even name them. But the guys who go and play them, they love a mixed game. Like, so much so that a lot of them won't even play Hold'em. It's just like, only 2 cards? Nah,
yeah. So Tam's raised with the suited ace, and again, Wakeman's found a defend with the jack 7. Wakeman defending his big blind very well. So both flop a pair, but Tam with the weakest kicker. So it'll be interesting to see whether Tam c-bets or if he wants to play it a little bit slow with only having a 2. But Tam playing slow? I don't know. He's not a slow kind of player, is he?
No, look, from what I've seen, he's not afraid to take a shot. Not afraid to put it in.
All right, so Wakeman's picked up a gut shot. Pair and a gut shot. Now Tam decides to play a little bit more pot control-y and gets rewarded with another ace. And I reckon Wakeman will be happy to see it check. That's what we'll be gunning for anyway. And then that'll give Tam the green light to put in a bet. It's just a matter of what sizing Tam wants to choose to try and get some value.
Now if you're Matt, you've got a 7. Any bet here, surely you're thinking you're not ahead anymore.
Not necessarily. He has a pair of 7s. Tam might have a jack, queen, king, queen, so on. Maybe a king 9. So wouldn't be surprised to see Wakeman find a call. It's a tough spot though.
Constructing what, 250,000?
Yeah, which is half pot. And so Wakeman's going to have to think this one through. Might even use a time chip. No, he just called it too quick. Yep, so I'm not surprised to see Wakeman find that call there. He thinks Tam's capable of finding a bluff. Some of those combos that I mentioned, maybe he checked back a flush draw. So that's what Wakeman's hoping to catch. All right, so Wakeman picking up chips.
Big blind? Even stack now? Big blind? I'm having a hard time figuring it out.
Yeah, so this is why I love these short-handed spots, because some of those river spots get a bit more interesting, because you don't normally see people call bottom pair there, but in these lineups, in these situations, it gets a lot more tricky.
300, you gotta assume that all your hands are a lot better than they are. That they've got more value, right? Like it's hard enough to hit a bloody board as it is sometimes.
Yeah, so I think that was button versus big blind. So the range is going to be a lot wider than, let's say, if it was low jack versus big blind. So wider ranges, you're going to have to find more calls. And so Wakeman coming in for a raise now. He's limped a few small blinds, but now with his chip lead and he's got some momentum. And I feel like momentum's a real thing in poker. Now he's coming out and finding some raises.
And 6-6 calls. Heads up.
All right, so we've got to a flop. Tam's certainly not going to be folding king high blind versus blind. All right, so Tam finds a pair and Wakeman with an up and down. 50-50.
50-50. All right, just go for a high card then. Guys, it's even.
High card for the winner. All right, so both players happy to play it a little bit slow.
Oh, there's the king. He's got himself 2 pairs there. He's got to feel comfortable, right? But it's a spade.
Wakeman's got 6 high, so it's got no showdown value. He does have some outs with a straight draw. He's going to try and bit of a semi-bluff, try and push him off. Tam could have ace high, for example, queen high, jack high. So Wakeman's happy to bet and see if he can take it down. Tam obviously not going anywhere. Will Tam raise though? That's the question.
If I was him, I wouldn't. But I am not on the final table. Go the bunch chip.
He finds the raise. Might be concerned that Wakeman is on a semi-bluff, whether it be a spade or a straight draw like this. So Tam with his 2 pair, wanting to just make sure that Wakeman doesn't hit his draw too easily.
You put Wakeman on a single spade and go, Here's a chance. Here's what he might be going for. Just he's holding a I don't know, a queen of spades, and I think that's enough here. Would you be scared if your Tam going? Just follow me through. I don't know. Maybe he's chasing.
Yeah, that's right. So Tam wants to raise and make sure that Wakeman doesn't hit his outs too easily. Yep, I think Wakeman was pretending he's got spades. Also had some outs in case he got called. He still had some backup. Could hit a 3 or an 8. Right.
46, 35. It is truly anyone's game here.
Yeah, this is a good battle. This is a good poker. So Wakeman playing a different style on the button. He's folded a couple of those weakerish holdings. The 9-7, some people might think, oh, I've got a big stack, I'm going to raise it up. But Wakeman's, no, he's sticking to solid poker. We see Tam limp in and Tsuki happy to see a flop with his 10-8. 10-8 can still hit some middle pairs, even some top pairs, hit some straights or all sorts of things with the 10-8, so he's happy to check it.
Sorry, mate. I'm a fireworks. I want to see fireworks.
Yep, both players got something to play for. Well, you want to see some fireworks?
Oh, here we go. As per request, thank you, Howie. Keeping us entertained up here in the stream box.
So I thought Tam might have slowed down, hitting a pair, but wants to keep telling the story. Betting half pot, and well, we know Itzuki's not going anywhere, but again, does he want to raise? Maybe with a heart in his hand, he feels like his hand's less vulnerable. He doesn't necessarily need to raise as much. But that does look like a raise. Wants to start charging some hands. If Tam has a 2 pair, he can get some value. If Tam has a bigger heart, he can get some value. So what's Tam got? He's got a medium pair. He's probably going to know it's not good. But does he think his flush draw might have some equity? It's going to be hard to continue. He hasn't folded yet.
Might be pulling my trick, mate. Just convincing himself of something.
We might think he's 7 of hearts. He's still got some equity.
I mean, we saw what was that, pair of 8s take out one of the other pots, bottom pair or 6s, whatever it was.
Yep.
All right, guys, if you do want to be part of this action, we still have plenty of events up available. We are only halfway through our series here. There is something for everyone. If you're a fan of the mixed games, tomorrow we've got some mixed games happening. We've got the one-way fun and the single draw mix. We've also got our main event, Flight 1B. If you are looking to jump in there, it's a good time, don't worry. If you can't make it down this weekend, we still have 2 more flights next weekend. There's 1C and 1D playing on Friday and Saturday, all running at 4:15 p.m. for your convenience. Gem into the box, Gem, a consummate professional. He was actually the dealer who watched me on my very first time on the table. I was terrible. Endless patience this man has.
How long ago was that?
Look, let's not exactly how many years that was. I started dealing as a fresh-faced 18-year-old actually, over at the other place. I don't name it anymore. We've got some bad memories, had some times, but I was there for 17 years, so I guess I was doing something right, or I must have enjoyed it in some way. Started as a poker dealer in 2007. 2007, they taught me the craft of the game. I think I played it a couple times with my mates at school, knew very little, but the dealer got to sit down. So that was a real, draw feature to it.
Tam coming in for, got a raise? I can't even see the chips.
125.
Yep, coming for a raise. Ace on the button. And Wakeman, yep, he's going to be loving all these big blind defends. And look at the stacks. They're all even now. This is the most even the stacks have been in the entire final table.
Sign of quality play there. Where you just can get it in, you get your stack back up. Not afraid. A bit of a blurry board, but ace, king, jack. Something for everyone. A little more for Tam than Matthew there.
So ace, king, jack, very high board's going to favor Tam a lot more. Comes out with a bet. And again, having a pair, Wakeman's not going to go away too easy. So Tam's betting 1/3 pot. But Wakeman does find the correct fold.
There you go. Bottom pair. Scary stuff.
So very impressive Wakeman. He's sticky in the right spots and he's letting go on the right spots.
And this is just experience, right? Just, you know, you end up at these sort of spots a lot and you just go, this feels like the correct thing to do. You sort of just play it by nature, especially these guys have been playing for what? This is day 2. So they've been playing for 24 hours, we'll say. This is when you're tired. This is when you gotta fight through all the stuff you gotta think about. You gotta get rid of the demons. Like at 12 hours after you've been starting, you're so close. Like the pressure has really got to be on these guys to sort of not make a mistake. It's not so much about playing perfect, but not making a mistake. Because you see when people come out, they're like, "Oh, I'm disappointed I lost, but I didn't play it wrong." And sometimes it's the only thing you can be like, you got to be happy about. You can be like, "I played that right. I did my best. Made all the right decisions." There's a bit of luck in poker that you can never account for.
It was an impressive fold by Wakeman, folding a pair in that big blind versus button spot, but he recognizes the flop is very good for Tam, who's raising every ace, probably every king, and even if he's ahead, it's going to have a hard time getting it to showdown. And watch again, he's coming out for a raise in the small blind, so Wakeman increasing the aggression now. But Tam, I think that's a 3-bet. Tam not having a bar of it. Tam's not an easy one to push around.
No, it is interesting with Tam and Matthew here. They've sort of dialed up the aggression a little bit. Well, Tam's always a little bit aggressive, but Matthew's dialed it up, and Suki's got to be wondering what to do here.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Do I sit back and let him fight it out?
Yeah, it's an interesting what he might be thinking and what his strategy is at the moment. I think he would be thinking that maybe he's seeing the other guys go at it. He's just taking a bit of a back seat, but he's still stuck around in the right spots. He found that lead on that 8 high board, and when he made the straight on the river, he found the flop bet and the turn bet. So it's not like he's sitting back altogether. He's still playing 2.
With stacks this even, it's got to be a real consideration, right? Where you go, is it worth getting the mix or just letting these other guys sort of play it out for a bit? Because realistically, if they're to knock each other out, someone's sitting on a lot of big blinds there compared to your stack. So you don't want to be out of the mix completely, but at the same time, any little mistake here, oh, here we go.
Here's your 50-50.
Here's my 50-50 again. All right, you taking the high card? Do you take the first card of the flop or the last one?
I'll take the one on the right.
One on the right. All right, left is mine then.
Right on the screen.
People at home, you're playing with the middle card. Good luck to everyone. If we see a flop.
So what we've seen a 3-bet. Yeah, so Ziki not saying he wants to sit back and let the other two battle out. He's going to battle himself.
Must have heard me. You play your game, mate. Don't change your strategies because of me.
And Wakeman not folding too easy. Again, sticking around in the right spots. I got the right hand side, right?
You did. I don't know, that's going a different way of the board. I don't know if that's right. Are we taking the graphics or are we taking the actual cards?
I'm taking the graphics. All right, so Ziki 3-bet pre-flop, and he has the ace of spades, so it's a key card. And he's decided not to c-bet. He's gone for a check. And first 3-bet pot I think we've had for a while, so interesting to see how this one plays out. Wakeman, he could check back with his ace high, which he does.
Spade.
So I think it's going to be another one of those first to bet wins. So you see he did 3-bet pre-flop, so he's got the betting lead. It's gone check on the flop, so it's anyone's hand. So Wakeman, it's checked to you twice. Could take a stab and try and fold out maybe an ace-jack or an ace-king, maybe a pair of jacks or a pair of tens, or maybe you think your ace-10 is good, you're going to get it to showdown. So these are the considerations he's going through. Maybe doesn't want to bet into a hand that's going to just call him so easy. Doesn't want to just stab into a queen who's playing slow.
King on the river, does that give him pause? Does that... Because, I mean, realistically, Tsuki could come in with any two picture cards, right?
Yeah, Ziki could have ace-king, for example. Maybe he has a hand that he could represent that trapped on a previous street. But no, he's going to check again. And Wakeman happy to take his ace high to showdown.
Luca, if you watch all the stream, you will see that Itsuki had hit every gutter he had. Impressive. Very impressive. Quality player who can make sure they hit every gutter they have.
Lucas somehow found an unreal fold on the bubble at the Aussie Millions, and that fold caused me to bubble.
Not holding any grudges?
So, Luca, if we're talking about luck, you can put your hand up. He somehow folded ace-queen off 11 big blinds on the bubble.
Wow.
And if he hadn't have folded, I wouldn't have bubbled. And I told him every time I see him, Luca, that bloody ace-queen.
So it looks like these guys are sticking it out, at least for now. We'll get into the stage where they'll be making a decision.
Tam coming in for a raise on the button.
I'm going to say, if you would have paused and then come back, it's pretty even.
Very
You're almost
even.
playing like a fresh tournament.
So Tam's slowly pulling away. He's not scared to raise those 9-8s on the button. He's happy to get in there and get amongst it.
The aggression factor.
I mean, he's got the chip lead.
So that's it. So once you're back here, knowing that the other guys are about the same, you can sort of push a little bit, right? You can go, all right.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm ahead. They're probably scared to go out third. If I put in some chips and really put the pressure on, maybe I can just steal the blinds for a little while.
All right, Jack 2's on the button. That's not going to do it.
Sorry, just reading Luca's
Yes.
response to you. That wasn't luck, it was skill. Luca would never claim otherwise, but you can be both, right? You can be skilled and lucky.
All right, so what's happened here? Wakeman came in for a limp, and Tam raised it up with the Queen 8 suited. Wakeman sticking around. Again, sticking in all the right spots.
Queen 10. I mean, again, as we say, what are you going to sit back and wait for?
Yeah, it's a very nice hand. Oh, look at that.
Look at him making the right choices at the right times.
So you think Wakeman's probably going to lay the trap now? Give Tam some rope?
Time chucks in a bet after a check from Wakeman.
Are you slow playing here?
I think I'm good here. I think I'm solid. They're acting way too fast. I would put another minute of like just pretending I'm really...
Some Hollywooding?
Yeah, pretending I really don't know what I'm doing here. I'm like, oh no. Is that queen extra dangerous or less dangerous for Tam here?
Well...
And realistically, it hasn't changed much on the board, right? Like, what he's facing is still what he's facing. He was sitting there with a queen high. Most of the board was beating him. But now the queen's there. Do you feel more comfortable? Do you feel you can actually put some bets out?
Well, you've got a pair now, but Wakeman's coming out with a bet. So he's check called the flop and come out with a bet on the turn. And it's going to be very uncomfortable for Tam. You're going to stick around one more? Or is it a raise?
It is a raise to 400,000.
So again, Tam coming to play.
Not afraid to get in it.
Must think that it's hard for Wakeman to have a 10. Maybe he thinks Wakeman wouldn't lead a 10. But Wakeman, being the experienced player that he is, he can have a 10. Does have a 10.
Mind games are in.
And again, Wakeman just keeping the trap set. Oh, check it out. Check it out. Wakeman did everything right. They're both playing the board. Look at Wakeman's face. Go from flopping the nuts to getting some value, getting raised, and then having to chop it.
See, this is where the ocean card would have solved everything.
Ah.
Come on, guys. Let's get a bend game in. One card. Just end it now.
All right, so Tam's still the chip leader. We've still got equal second in chips. So no one can really set a foot wrong. You set one foot wrong, and you're either not going to be chip leader anymore, or you're going to be far down in third place. So every hand matters. And it does always anyway, but now the stakes are even higher.
No, here, with three-handed, and the quality of players you're facing, regardless of who you are, you're in quite a spot. And if you're Tsuki or Matthew here, with times aggression, you really have to take a shot, right? You really have to go, if I don't go for it here, I might get run over.
I think there's a few players trying to run each other over and no one's really getting anywhere.
Drop pots don't help. 5-3 suited. Looks good to me. Not good enough.
Tam with an ace in the small blind, and he's the covering stack. Just comes in for a limp. And Tiki with 6 high, 6-4 offsuit, wants to take a flop. Doesn't want to try raise the big stack, and I don't blame him.
Forking 9. Sorry, had to take a chance. Always had to. There's only a few funny hands in poker. That's a funny flop.
All right, so Ziki putting in a bet with bottom pair, just protecting his equity a little bit so the overcards don't roll off and give Tam a pair. And Tam calls with ace high, wants to get that ace high to share down. Does Tam want to bluff his ace high? Nope, he's happy to get it to showdown, and Ziki's thinking the same thing.
Shot in bottom pair. Last few hands of Tam.
Thought Tam might have a bit of a stab on the river. Thought he might have a bit of a crack at it. But ace high, he either thought ace high was good or he didn't think he could bluff off a better hand. Because if Tiki has a king that he's bet on the flop, he's not going to fold that too easily on the river.
All that's done is even out the blinds again.
Looks like it's break time.
Looks like we're going on to a break, and we'll find out if we come back here shortly, guys.
Well, that was a good 2 hours of poker. Really enjoyed that. All right, break time.
All right, guys, we will meet you back here shortly.
1.7, 1.8, 1.8 and a bit. Yeah.
You guys want to up the blind here?
Not really. No.
Seat 6 folds. Seat 8 folds.
Good turn.
Three.
Yeah. Natural 9.
Seat 8 folds. Seat 3 folds.
Mine's on charge.
See, 6 raises to 210. And seat 3 folds.
Hey boys, catch you, Gemma.
See you, mate.
You staying? Oh man. You gonna be alright? You look dead, yeah, I know. You look dead.
Do you want us to go home? Do you want us to go home? But yeah. You want us to fuck off?
Seat 3 folds. And seat 6 folds.
What time does Miniman start?
1. No idea.
Yes.
Yeah, 1.
Multi-table, fine.
Now I know why they said things about you.
Do they say bad things about me? They said the women in the poker are really scary.
It's what?
Scary.
Scary.
That's what they said.
That's because they're all poker players.
Seat 6 raises, 225,000. Sounds like it. Rescan. Rescan. All good?
Yeah, you go for player of the series. That's why you played the other one, right? That makes sense because you won the 5K, right?
Oh, yeah, you did.
Yeah. So it kind of makes sense.
This is what I heard from Zab, right? You know, at the end of the season, that makes sense.
Do you have to wear a suit to commentate?
Yes. So no one else is allowed up there.
C8 raises to 125. C3 folds. C6 folds. Yep, C8 raises to 125, C3 folds, and C6 folds. Good. C6 check. We got C8, that's 125,000. C6 folds. Going. See ya. See ya. C8 bets 350,000.
Is it just us four left?
No, they have like a mixed game there. So yeah. C6 goes all in. $2.7. They get one stack. $2.595. 2.595.
2.6.
Yep.
Goes, no, it doesn't cost.
30 seconds. Seconds. Got a call.
I'm coming upstairs, gonna do you.
Three kings. It's a nine.
It's a lot of kings. 1.36 there.
Very good. C3 folds. And C6 folds.
Why can't be suited?
C6 raises, 225,000, C8 folds.
You don't have any more green, sorry.
That's my last word. So 1.2.
C3 calls. C3 checks. C3. C3. Got it. C6 bets 125. Ten seconds. C3 calls. C3 checks. Ten seconds. 275. 6 bets 275,000. Ten seconds. C3 calls. C3 checks. And six checks. Let's have a look. And a flush.
Yep.
Let's run it.
You complaining? Is that getting there?
C8 folds. And C3 calls. C6 checks. C3 checks. C6 checks. C3 checks. C6, that's 75 times. C3 calls.
King up.
Check, check.
A slow roll.
You mean? That's slow roll.
That's good.
Huh? That's slow roll.
For a long time, roll your cards over after I.
Like no, like you threw your card and then I don't know, like king of high nuts.
Yeah.
No, king of high nuts. That's
It's a bit mean, Pam. What did I do to you?
yeah, that's I mean slow roll you. Actually, I don't know if it's good or not. I don't know. Actually, yeah, it's like a king jack. Yeah, that's right. King jack's the nuts. Yeah, the nuts. Yeah, that's right. Come on, man. I'm really thinking at the moment. I'm very simple now. Yeah, actually, it is like good.
C3 folds. C6 calls. C8 raises. To 210 times.
at 950, I think. Maybe a bit more, actually. Yeah, like a little bit more.
C8 goes over and C3 folds. C8 folds and C3 folds. C3 raises to 550 tab. C6 folds. And C8 folds. C6 folds. C8 folds. Then C3 checks. C8 checks. C3 checks. C8 bets 75,000. C3 folds. raises to 120,000. 6 folds. 120. Yep. See that course. See that, that's 90,000. 90,000. Ten seconds. C3 races to 230,000. 230. See that goes. See they check. C3 check. C8 goes over. And C3 folds.
How's that? There you go.
C6 folds. And C8 folds. Good.
Yeah, king.
I got one over.
To a king.
Two mates.
You did not fold one over quick.
C8 folds. And C3 folds. C3 folds. C6 calls. C8 raises to 210,000. And C6 calls. C6 check. C8 bets 200,000. And C6 calls. C6 check. Sounds like it. C8 bets 575,000. And C6 calls.
Ooh. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's right. Should we put an extra time lag on the break as well? We should, yeah.
Yeah, true. Did you get a break before?
Not on the break. We should have all got one on the break.
The last one, yeah? Yeah, we missed that. Yeah. Give it to this one.
Yeah, that's good.
C6 raises 225,000. C8 folds. C3 folds. C3 checks. C6 bets 125,000 and C3
Not the one.
folds.
Not the one.
Different suits. Check.
C3 goes away.
It's like easy.
Oh god.
How much is it?
350.
350. Yeah.
6.
5 points. Huh? 5 points.
Hmm. 10 seconds. But full. It's a 6 balls.
Obviously.
I started feeling a little bit
Can you
better
scan
the
it?
longer you took
Can you
my
rescan it?
very bad hand.
I mean, like.
Good
That's
blackjack.
how sorry?
Good blackjack.
I mean.
Alright, good luck. Very nice.
The grey, I got the grey mat white green. What, 2 minutes break?
Heads up, that's
For me? 2 minutes break? Yeah,
Break.
just so they do the chip after.
Stop
Yeah.
the clock.
Yeah, just 2 minute break. Yeah.
2 minutes. Come on, man. Bottom will be on C8. Bottom and C8.
18 big blind.
It's the other way around. You're big blind. Yeah, he's big blind.
Oh, no, Sam can't be the big blind twice. So it's blind versus.
No, he was bottom last hand.
That's the
He
hand.
was
That's the hand. The big blind.
It was big blind last hand. He
Yeah,
called.
okay, yep.
Called.
Yeah, I'm the
Yeah,
bottom.
that's the one.
Nah, you raised on the bottom 125.
No.
You sure?
9-3. 9-3.
Yeah, I was a big blind. Blind
You're
three.
big blind?
Yes.
At the bottom Z.
I'm not gonna call.
You called out
The
the big blind.
bottom
Yeah,
on
yeah,
C6,
yeah.
Yeah, blinds on 6.
Obviously, I'm not gonna raise with like 9-2. I actually nearly folded.
9-3.
Now the first card was a 9. Like any card like close off, pull it off. But this is like so gross.
Good to go, guys. Good luck.
One time bank. One time bank.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I know. He wants no.
Huh?
It's not a
Oh
proper.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
not a
yeah,
proper
yeah,
break.
yeah, that's right, that's
We
right,
just,
that's right.
we
Sorry.
just made the break. You check? Another hour. See, they checked. Seat 6 bet 60,000, seat 8 full.
Is it NT for heads up?
Hmm?
Is it NT for heads up?
Yeah, they do still anti. Yeah. Other places they don't do anti from the heads up. Seat 8 raises 225,000. And seat 6 pulls. Which one? Seat 6. Cuts. I think you're scanning it.
I don't know because I'm facing him, that's why.
Seat 6 checks. Seat 8 bets 150,000. Seat 6 pulls. Seat 6 checks. Seat 8 checks. Seat 6 bets 250,000. And seat 8 falls. You sure? Okay. Go. Banana bets. Banana folds. doesn't work with my brain. Because I've always been doing 6, that's why.
Why push?
Time myself. Nice. 130,000. They check. That's 125,000. And a cool. See they check. You check or
Yep.
and 6 check. See they check. Six bets, 300,000. And we get a call. Patrice. See they wages to 125. You raise it to 3. Okay, what? See they goes over. And we got a call. And he takes it. That's it for us, guys. Well done, man.
Thank you. Worst deal ever.
Well done, guys.
How much have I got? 3.5, 3 mil. What stack? Even stack.
Not even, yeah.
Huh?
He's got 3.5. You got 3. Like if I win. If you win, yeah. You win, you'll be like chip leader. You'll be 4.5. Yeah. It's so sad.